Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and right now we are going live on an emergency stream to cover the active attacks right now that Iran has just started launching on Kuwait, Bahrain, and also possibly other areas in the Middle East. And we've also seen that apparently U.S. forces have been targeted this evening as well, and it appears to be that it's going down on a Friday night of all things. So we are seeing, of course, that apparently Crimea is also suffering a total collapse in the midst of that, but our main focus right now is the active attacks right now on the Gulf states, and it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the breaking news unfolding live on air at this moment within the Middle East, and we're also going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world all in one go. And it's just 30 minutes before we were supposed to go live on air for our normal scheduled nightly show. We started to hear information that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now conducting significant attacks against Bahrain, Kuwait, and U.S. forces within the broader region of the Middle East. At this moment, air defense fire has been reported in Bahrain and around the perimeter of Kuwait City and Jafra, just over to the west to a slight degree. And we are understanding that further waves of attacks appear to be ongoing at this moment, with drones being reported flying over Elam, apparently heading southbound, and we've also been able to see other significant strikes and military actions that have been conducted by both sides over the course of the day. Although neither have stated that the ceasefire has been violated, they are largely raging the ceasefire throughout the entirety of the Middle East at this point. We also have major news to cover in Ukraine over the course of this day as well, as we have confirmed that Crimea has completely run out of fuel resources, and we've also seen other significant developments near to the frontline areas, with Ukrainian drone attacks and strikes happening live on air right now simultaneously with the attacks down in the Middle East, and we've also been able to see some significant frontline developments and some absolutely insane statements coming out of the Russian Federation that amount to the following: the Russian economy is broke. But before we get on into all of that news, for our normal schedule for the night, we are going to be in the midst of covering the breaking news story that is happening at this moment right now. And we actually have breaking news coming out live on air. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so for the first 30 minutes to an hour of our stream tonight, we're going to be covering the active attacks that we're seeing Iran conducting on the Gulf states right now. Like I mentioned, Bahrain and Kuwait are currently under very large-scale attacks, and they appear like they could be larger than the last ones we just saw a few days back. We are getting a lot of footage right now showing these missiles flying over Bahraini airspace, and apparently it looks like some of them are being intercepted from the looks of it. We have some video coming out of those interceptions, but this is a very large-scale attack. Also, we're hearing that U.S. fighter jets are currently active in the area as well. We have gotten confirmation that the U.S. has sent up fighter jets for air defense purposes as well. And we're also seeing apparently launch sites inside of Iran launching off several of these missiles. So it appears to be that Iran is apparently has a lot of their missile capability left from the looks of it. Sadly, I don't have a picture of the missile launchers inside of Iran. I wish we had a picture of those launchers to see exactly what they're using, but sadly, we don't have that at the moment. So, Enforcer, if you could walk people through a couple of these newest video clips right here on the Twitter page, it shows some of those active interceptions over Bahrain.
And getting into some of these really quickly, we were able to see the active air defenses over Bahrain in this clip here, where we actually saw at the very opening of the video 2 simultaneous explosions, most likely of MEM-3 Patriot, or more so MEM-104 Patriot PAC-3 interceptors hitting their targets over the city of Qatar. I'm sorry, correction, actually that would be Manama. We can also see this additional clip here that we also have, once again showing further air defense activities and interceptions over Manama in the nation of Bahrain. Here's some sort of mechanical whine as we watch Patriot interceptors flying right overhead of the cameraman and the booms of the interceptors after they pass by. We have gotten other videos and pictures as well showing some of the air defense puffs in the air. These are the puffs of smoke that come from the aftermath of an explosion of an air defense interceptor after it's attempted to hit its target. And we've also been able to see more streaks of missile fire in the air over Bahrain as well, showing that a significant amount of MEM-104 Patriot air defense systems are being used right now in live time against the Iranian attacks that are currently being conducted against Bahrain. Unfortunately, we do not have a humongous amount of information coming out of Kuwait at the moment in terms of video and picture evidence. Almost all of it is coming out of Bahrain, but we can confirm that Kuwait is also once again under attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran and IRGC forces at this moment right now, as eyewitness reports have come out of such an incident.
Man, I hear you over there, man. You're trying to get that coffee down. I hear you over there.
Yeah, I'm like choking actually. like no joke.
Yeah. But also, by the way, we do have some more footage here. We apparently have footage of some of these Iranian drones that are also targeting the Gulf states right now. They're targeting, like I said, Bahrain and Kuwait. But we are seeing that apparently in Elam in southwestern Iran, we did see apparently some of the drones being launched from that site as well. So, Enforcer, if you can get that video pulled up and we can show the people that.
And here are the drone launches that we were able to see out of the Elam region of southwestern Iran. And that's the literal entire clip. It's just 3 seconds of engine whirrings over the area, and that's it. But does appear to be showing us that there are incoming drones that will be reaching Kuwait and some other regions within the area here very soon, and we'll most likely start to get video and picture evidence of that incredibly soon, most likely within the next 20 minutes. We've also been able to see that there is a significant amount of aerial tankers that are airborne and operating at this moment, interesting enough, with their transponders largely on and being recorded within the area of the Persian Gulf, as it appears that 2 KC-46 Pegasus aircraft are now flying out of their patterns near to the UAE and back to their original launch point, which would have been Tel Aviv. And we also got to see additionally that a KC-135 from the Prince Sultan Air Base has also gone airborne as well with its transponders on. There are currently 2 U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidons. One took off from Bahrain some time ago, and we have also been able to additionally see another P-8 Poseidon, this one taking off from Prince Sultan Air Base, that are operational in the midst of the air defense scenario that's unfolding. We're largely assuming that there are a multitude of U.S. multi-role aircraft that are also airborne as well at this time, including F-16s, F-15s, F-35s, and possibly F-22s from the Avda Air Base in southern Israel, although we can't confirm the exact number and types of aircraft in great detail that are airborne currently, as that information is not made available to the public. However, it does appear that according to some reports, there are U.S. aircraft that are up in the air and are attempting to conduct some form of air defense actions in support of Bahrain and Kuwait during the ongoing attacks, for what those statements can be taken as worth, at least at the moment.
We also have We also have video evidence of that too. You can go ahead and show them that video of the U.S. Air Force fighter jets over Kuwait. They were over southern Iraq. They were over that airspace. Of course, southern Iraq is basically Kuwait to a large degree. So they were going through Iraqi airspace. They're going into Kuwait to help shoot down some of these incoming missiles and drones. So we can show them that right here.
We can see a blip of light in the sky, and also the sound of industrial machinery. It sounds like a rock tumbler. And we can also see in this clip here the sound of crickets and a couple of light glimmers in the sky moving around, which might be some form of multi-role aircraft. We've also been able to see, additionally, in some other clips as well, what appears to be, well, at least according to some reports, an unknown drone that was shot down over the Baji oil fields by Iraqi security forces, and we've been able to get some reports that it did appear that the Iranians were attempting to conduct attacks, or at least Iranian-aligned militias within Iraq were attempting to conduct attacks on critical oil infrastructure and oil fields somewhere within southern Iraq during that moment in time, right before these larger attacks started to unfold against Bahrain and Kuwait. We also were able to hear that earlier in the day, the United States had approved the sale of $1.98 billion of counter-drone systems to Kuwait, according to the State Department, and we had also seen that a significant amount of armed actions had unfolded between the United States and Iran leading up to the moments of the strikes that we are live on air for right now at this moment. According to information that we were able to get earlier in the day, starting off our sequence of events properly, we did get to hear that the IRGC made the claim that they had fired at U.S. warships. According to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they claim to have fired warning shots at U.S. warships, including with drones and missiles, at the USS Mason and the USS Truxtun, both Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, and according to the IRGC, this firing upon the destroyers within the Gulf of Oman forced them to withdraw. But before we get further into that story, we have more breaking news coming in at this moment right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so for now, let's stick on the active attacks happening right now with the Gulf states, because there is a lot of stuff happening there with that, and also a lot more footage coming out that we haven't shown yet. But we're currently seeing that over Kuwait, there are a lot of commercial aircraft currently circling right outside the airspace here. It looks like several commercial flights from various different airlines that go to that service Kuwait, of course. So they are not being allowed to land, which is, of course, expected. It looks like the airport is currently turning away a whole bunch of flights. We've also seen as well that apparently a video did come out earlier showing some activity over Kuwait's airspace. We have a lot of footage coming out of Bahrain. Like we've shown some of that already, but we do have a Kuwait footage here. I'll put that in the likes tab, by the way. I don't think that was on the map, but you can go grab this from the likes tab right here. And there's the video right here. This is showing Kuwait and showing some of the interceptions over Kuwaiti airspace.
And here's those clips. We hear the air defense siren sounding over Kuwait City, or Jafra to the west, we're not entirely sure. Then we can see another clip as well, letting us hear the air defense sirens in Kuwait. So that appears to be the information that we have out of Kuwait at the moment, is that there are air raid sirens going off. But do we have any footage yet, Matthew, of them engaging any incoming Iranian missiles and drones with air defenses?
So in Kuwait, we really don't have that type of footage yet. Of course, it's very similar to what we're seeing in Bahrain. It's just a whole bunch of, I would assume, Patriot fire for the most part. And of course, like you did cover a second ago, the U.S. did approve this morning a massive aid package to help intercept some of these incoming drones into Kuwaiti airspace. So that was something that occurred this morning. But for right now, though, not seeing footage of Kuwait's air defense system. Well, actually, let me take that back here for a second. I might actually have a clip of it that I just got right now. So let me repost this real quick. We can take a look at this. Apparently, this is showing Kuwait intercepting some of these incoming hostile projectiles. So let's take a look at that.
All right, and so hopefully we have that footage. Is it this one?
Yeah.
That's actually a duplicate of what we just showed.
Okay, well, in that case, that is the only clip we have so far. They're saying that clip showed air interceptions in it, but I don't recall seeing that in the last one. I just heard sirens.
Yeah, I didn't see it either in the whole clip, and we watched all 21 seconds of it, so I think those folks that posted that might be a little bit misinformed on what they're posting as well, because if we get towards the end of the clip, because we heard the air raid sirens at the start, we don't see any flashes, air defense fire, or explosions in the distance to speak of. So I think those folks got that a little bit incorrect about the activation of the air defenses. It doesn't look like there were any. It was just the sirens. So at the moment, we do understand that that is the situation. And what are yours about to say?
In the meantime, we do have some more footage coming out of Bahrain right now, the Patriots intercepting stuff. I don't think we've shown this footage yet, and it appears to be a lot more active footage than we've seen previously. So this appears to be a pretty interesting clip. So let's take a look at that. This is over Bahrain, by the way.
So you see in the short 1 second clip the firing of several interceptors and also one exploding onto a target overhead. And then we can see in a second clip here, once again incredibly short, with a piano solo going with it, more air defenses intercepting incoming Iranian drones and missiles over Bahrain. But those are the ends of the clips that we're getting live at the moment right now, but still once again showing some limited air defense activity over Bahrain. So hopefully we'll be able to get some more information out of Kuwait, because beyond the air raid siren sounding in Kuwait, we haven't actually seen any active air defenses in Kuwait whatsoever to speak of at the moment. So hopefully we'll be getting some more information out of there to be able to confirm the air defenses and also what kind of possible damage may have been caused on the ground by the ongoing Iranian attack.
Yeah, and also, by the way, just for some more detail about this whole attack right here, this appears to be the largest attack that we've seen on the Gulf states so far since the ceasefire was put into effect by the United States and Iran. So this appears to be a much larger escalation than the one we just saw a few days back, like I was mentioning. So not a good sign right there. And also, by the way, we'd even heard from the Iranians earlier today through social media and also various media platforms that they were saying that the talks had totally collapsed between themselves and the United States. And they were saying that unless the U.S. gives them I think it was like $20 billion or something like that in frozen assets, then Iran would start even more horrific attacks than we had seen previously. But I think the reason why we're currently seeing this tonight, these large-scale attacks on the Gulf states, is because earlier today, Iran tried to interdict some vessels in the Strait of Hormuz using drones. The U.S. showed up and shot the drones down, and then the U.S. launched some more land-based missile strikes on the Iranian coast, and now Iran's retaliating for that by launching attacks on Bahrain and Kuwait. So that appears to be what sparked the entire situation tonight. Once again, the U.S. is claiming those were defensive strikes earlier today, but the Iranians, of course, are using it as a way to escalate. Now they're going to start attacking the Gulf states again, which is quite interesting that they choose to attack the Gulf states instead of the U.S. forces that actually did the attacking. Kind of a strange thing with that, but it appears to be very large-scale attacks. So I'll keep looking for more breaking news, but in the meantime, I'll give it back to the Enforcer to go over what we have.
To actually get y'all through that sequence of events that Matthew was just speaking about there for a moment, we did get to see that earlier in the day, it appears that the tensions between the United States and Iran had already started to reach a pretty high tempo, or largely a high level, as we did get to see that the IRGC did claim that they fired at U.S. warships earlier in the day, and much like we were covering just a minute ago before we got more breaking news, we did get this video here that was published by the IRIB News today, as the IRGC did claim to have fired warning shots at U.S. warships in the Gulf of Oman, including the USS Mason and the USS Truxtun, while the ships were operating within the area, which forced them to withdraw given the situation. We did get to see this footage here actually showing them firing the anti-ship missiles at the U.S. warships, which we'll be showing y'all here in this clip. From what we understand, the shots were either not aimed directly at the ships, as the IRGC says they are warning shots, which is pretty hard to do with an anti-ship missile, or they fired such a small volume of these that the U.S. was able to shoot them down, and then the USS Mason and Truxtun were able to sail back out of the Gulf of Oman and into relative safety in the open sea of the Arabian Sea. CENTCOM completely denied that this happened whatsoever, although later on we're going to see that this is an absolute fabrication by CENTCOM, because the rest of the story makes it fairly clear that they fired at someone in the U.S. Armed Forces, because we blew up some stuff at Kashem and elsewhere. But beyond that, the CENTCOM forces, to summarize the statement, it's not even worth giving it the time of day, really, completely denied that the Iranians fired at them at all, and they stated that that would be a gross violation of the ceasefire, and that'd be absolutely unheard of, because Iran clearly never does that. A little while later, we then started to hear that there were explosions being reported around the city of Surik in the Strait of Hormuz, as eyewitness reports were making the claims that that explosions had been heard within the area. That was just a couple of hours after the incident with the U.S. warships in the Gulf of Oman. And we also were able to additionally hear that apparently, at least according to some sources, U.S. forces struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites, or what are called surface search radars, and on Qashem Island, in Guruk and on Qashem Island, to defend against further attacks after Iran launched 4 one-way attack drones, according to Central Command. They either fired these at commercial ships, which are largely not even present or existent right now within the Strait of Hormuz, except for the fake ones. And so I'm generally assuming that this is the response that the U.S. made to the Iranians firing the drones and anti-ship missiles at the USS Mason and the USS Truxtun earlier in the day. And while they flat out denied that that had even happened, we could see the retaliatory strikes did happen in real time just a couple of hours afterwards, which largely lines up from what we've seen so far with the Iranians attempting attacks on U.S. forces and then a U.S. response usually coming within the next several hours. We did get to hear that on top of that, CENTCOM also put out a statement as well on these attacks, which we will be reporting on because these do confirm the eyewitness reports that we've already heard of from the ground on Qashem and also Surik. Moments ago, CENTCOM forces shot down 4 one-way attack drones that were launched towards the Strait of Hormuz. The attack drones posed an immediate threat to regional maritime traffic. The U.S. forces subsequently struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites in Guruk and on Qashem Island to defend against further attacks. American forces remain vigilant and postured to respond to unjustified Iranian aggression in self-defense, making it incredibly clear that this strike did in fact happen, as CENTCOM has confirmed, largely as a side note to the eyewitness reports on Qashem and Surik, that they have conducted strikes within these areas. We also were able to hear that as well over the course of the day, the Iranians were still once again largely laying the blame entirely at the feet of the United States by making the claim that the United States has been striking commercial vessels near southern Iran, and Israeli operations in Lebanon are what's leading the talks to completely break down and collapse. The Iranian government also demanded around the same time that the U.S. gives them $24 billion, basically running the pockets. We can see right here General Rat, or Mohsen Rezai, which looks rather rough. I think he might be like one of the Reddit generals or something like that. But he stated that talks are deadlocked and a President Supreme Leader meeting will not happen because the U.S. must unfreeze $24 billion in Iranian assets to even speak about reaching a deal. If the war and the blockade by the United States continue, Iran will drag it into the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Mediterranean. And according to a direct quote by Rezai, he stated that the cost of negotiation is much less for America than the cost of fighting with us. He also went on to explain that $24 billion really isn't a whole lot because America's pretty rich and Iran's pretty poor, so they ought to just give them the $24 billion because they're a poorer country, and that was their whole explanation to it once it got boiled down to its basics. So basically, the Iranians are looking at the United States as Mr. Beast, like we just go out handing cash out to people for no reason. Then on top of that, we also saw that there was some Iranian Air Force activity that has largely become a regular occurrence over Karaj, as video was filmed of what appears to be some sort of an afterburner that was active and on over Karaj as the aircraft was moving through the airspace. We can see that right there. And it does appear that at the moment, the Iranians are still largely working off of their maximalist position due to their perceived impermeability because of their blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. They believe right now, much like they have for months, that they are in a very good negotiating position, and generally at the moment, because we haven't broken their blockade, they are, because they're able to continue the blockade within the Strait of Hormuz, stop the shipment of Middle Eastern oil into the greater world, and cause a significant amount of economic damage as a result. We've also seen as well that the Iranians have still been working industriously to get back into their missile cities, with footage coming out here actually showing them excavating and digging out the tunnel entrances that were caved in and getting 100% unfettered access right back into the missile silos and tunnels inside of the missile cities that had been largely rendered inaccessible because of prior airstrikes blowing away the entrances and leading to some limited cave-ins.
زحمت کشیدیم واسه جنالا این بی‌پدر اومده چیکار کرده.
So while the U.S. has been saying that we prefer a diplomatic solution to the situation, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been preparing the entire time and working day and night to make sure that once the diplomatic situation fails inevitably, they will have as much access to missiles, transport-erector launchers, and every other form of offensive weaponry necessary to be able to try and get back up to the full level and scale of missile and drone attacks that they were able to conduct in the first opening 2 weeks of the conflict after the beginning of the war in February of 28th. It also is interesting to note as well that air defenses were firing around Karg Island, although we've gotten no additional reports as to what this was about. It might have been some sort of an incident of pandemonium within the air defenses. There may have been some direct hits, but we haven't gotten any reports from the United States saying that they hit Karg Island. The Iranians have denied that anything ever happened in Karg Island, and the firm satellite and multiple other third-party sources that we could use to try and see what's going on at Karg Island aren't showing any adverse activity, showing that it may have possibly been a panicking of the air defense forces that has led to the air defenses going off in that area. But we actually have even more breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so it looks like the IRGC has just put out a statement right now, according to Tasnim News. Here's the statement they put out, and you can go grab this on the Twitter page. It said, following the invasion of the, they call them the terrorist U.S. Army to Surik and Kashim Island, which generally confirms the U.S. report that we heard earlier today that both Surik and Kashim Island was hit by U.S. forces. They're saying that Iran struck enemy bases in the area and were also hit by aerospace missiles. So they are confirming that they've done this in retaliation for the U.S. airstrikes on the coastline near the Iranian toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz. So it's generally following the same pattern that we saw during the last attacks, and this is exactly the same justification that Iran gave during those attacks in the Gulf states just a few days back. So it appears to be that is the case. So right now, it appears to be the attack could be coming to a close, but the big question is, once again this time, is the U.S. going to respond to this, or are they going to let it stand for the most part? We are hearing reports of ambulances being heard in Kuwait. Apparently, there are ambulances running through the streets in Kuwait, which indicates there could be some confirmed hits on the ground and possibly injuries as well. So we're waiting to hear where the targets were and what was struck inside of that country. Right now, we simply don't know, but that is breaking news as of right now.
And we'll be trying to see if we can get any further breaking news and information out of the area. It does appear, though, with the ambulance reports coming out of Kuwait that there has been a couple of more confirmed hits, and we would generally assume that at least 1 or 2 missiles have most likely hit U.S. installations and forces within Kuwait as well. As in all prior attacks, we've seen that hits on the civilian areas of the city of Kuwait and the Kingdom of Kuwait generally follow along with a hit at Ali al-Salim, Camp Buhring, or somewhere else similar that U.S. forces are based at. So that's rather unfortunate news to hear, and we'll hopefully be getting some further information to be able to speak of on air as to what is exactly going on with that larger issue or news development going on in Kuwait. Meanwhile, we also have been able to hear additionally that at the same time there was a slamming of apparently Kurdish forces near to the area of Sulaymaniyah within northern Iraq, as we were able to see a strike within this area and smoke rising in the aftermath in this clip. Additionally, we also heard at the same time today that the Russian Federation has been found in some sort of a leak that happened today. I gotta say, folks, the FSB and Russian intelligence are really on top of the whole counterintelligence side of things. They seem to not be able to stop the leaks. Russia leaks like a sieve these days with contracts that come out left and right that sometimes even give away classified information in the process. But we were able to hear that these leaked contracts, which we can actually see over the course of these several pages here, which comprise the contract, have actually provided throughout the armed conflict 120 X-38 air-to-ground laser-guided munitions, 123 R-73 air-to-air short-range missiles, 42 R-77 air-to-air medium-range missiles, and 42 X-31 anti-radar and anti-ship missiles. This means that the Russian Federation has been using their sea corridor via the Caspian to be able to continue to provide the Islamic Republic of Iran with arms and munitions to continue to fight the United States Armed Forces and also the Gulf state allies in the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we would also believe that the Russian Federation is supplying a lot more in terms of material support beyond just aircraft munitions alone to the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and give them the best foot forward. Clearly, Russian technology is nowhere close to American technology, technology in quality or competency, but it is still important to note that the Russian Federation is taking an open adversarial position against the United States of America in the Islamic Republic of Iran by supporting the Iranians and attempting to largely see that by proxy, the Iranians might be able to cause some damage or whittle down U.S. military capabilities and strategic positions inside of the Middle East and the Gulf states as a result of their continued support to the Iranians. We've also been able to hear some additional news as well out of the region, but before we get on into all of that news, I do want to make sure that we talk about this poll, because many people are starting to note that the Iranians are beginning to try and run the U.S.'s pockets for about $24 billion at the moment right now to be able to even get to the point of talking about a peace deal, and have threatened that if they don't get the money, so largely holding the entire situation at ransom, if they don't get the money, they're going to continue even more attacks against the United States and our allies in the region. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that threat right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so in the meantime, I am scanning for more breaking news right now. It does appear that, generally speaking, it looks like the attacks could be winding down as of right now. It looks like Kuwait is currently reporting that they're currently sending out ambulances and dispatching first responders to go and deal with the situation on the ground there with possible casualties. We're also seeing that in Bahrain right now, it looks like, generally speaking, the attack could also be concluding there as well. So it appears to be the main two targets of this attack was those two Gulf states. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see the UAE come under attack. Usually they're a favorite of the Iranians to strike them, but it looks like they were spared this time for some reason. So we actually, wait a minute. We actually got a picture that just came out right now out of Bahrain, where we're apparently seeing that smoke is now rising from the U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Manama, Bahrain, as of right now. Now, I do believe that U.S. forces have generally left this base for the most part, or they've generally temporarily left it, so it may not be that serious, but it looks like something is hit there as we're seeing a fire and smoke coming off the ground.
There are some U.S. forces that are still at the Manama 5th Fleet base or headquarters, but it's a very small skeletal crew just there to keep up very minimal operations and some level of base security to stop people from getting in. But largely this facility was evacuated a couple of weeks before the first strikes back in late February, meaning that there aren't really any U.S. personnel there or any operational deficiencies that'll be created by a direct strike on the facility. Also, I have to remind you all that the actual building that the 5th Fleet headquarters was in was blown to smithereens on March 1st by the Iranians in an overwhelming missile and drone attack that was conducted on Manama, and we were able to see in the footage that the building itself got hit directly by a short-range ballistic missile and literally got blown to shreds. So generally this facility hasn't been operational as the 5th Fleet's headquarters for months at this point, and these attacks are largely just attempting to hit any nearby U.S. base or facility throughout the Gulf states.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I am seeing some people in the chat talking about Karg Island. There's nothing happening on Karg Island right this very second. We did hear earlier today that there could have been some explosions happening there. At least locals were reporting that there were explosions happening around Karg Island, which is, by the way, responsible for about 90% of Iran's oil exports on that island. That's 90% just right there in that one spot. So we don't know exactly what happened on Karg. It could be maybe the U.S. struck it, possibly. We just simply don't have enough detail about that yet. But I can confirm that right at this hour, there's nothing happening on Karg. I can say that for a fact. So in the meantime, though, let's address the poll that we're about to jump to. The poll says Iran says the U.S. must give them $24 billion in frozen assets to reach a deal, or otherwise Iran will launch horrible attacks. So what are your thoughts? 48% said Iran will restart the war soon, while 21% said the U.S. will launch preemptive strikes, and 25% said talks will continue indefinitely. And I would say on this is basically extortion. That's what that is. They're saying unless you give us money, then we're going to do X, Y, and Z, which is literally the definition of extortion. So that's nothing new for Iran. They're a terrorist regime, so we're not too shocked by that. But $24 billion of frozen assets, that could potentially allow Iran to buy all kinds of weapons, which would be very bad for the situation right now, make the situation much, much worse. So I would say, generally speaking, I think that the U.S. will not give in to that. That sounds like something that not even the current administration would give in to. I really doubt they would freeze up or unfreeze that much in frozen assets. I do believe that Iran is going to try to restart the war soon. We're already seeing that they're launching the attacks on the Gulf states, but the real true test of time will be whether or not they launch new attacks on Israel. If they do that, then that means the war is restarted at that point. But right now, they're limiting their attacks to the Gulf states, which generally keeps it somewhat contained to a certain degree. So I'm with the 48%. I think it's simply a matter of time until Iran lashes out at Israel and then gets the whole thing kicked off again. But Enforcer, what say you?
The Iran war is probably going to restart soon, and when I say soon, sometime in between now and the next 6 months, I'm assuming, because there is really no way that this can just keep going in the state it's in. It's a war without saying that it's a war. I actually think that I saw someone say today, I think it was, what was it, The Onion or the Babylon Bee, say that the ceasefire is raging across the Middle East, and I'd say that's a pretty accurate description of what's going on right now, and it's kind of sad when a satire newspaper is actually reporting the accurate news these days, and it can't even get satirical enough to get insane enough to make it outlandish or comical. It's basically just what's going on. And I would believe that this can't go on for much longer for that reason. It's a complete denial of reality to say that we are still able to try and create a diplomatic solution with the Islamic Republic of Iran when we've been trying now for over 2 months, and we have achieved absolutely nothing. Now they're demanding that we have to pay them humongous sums of money, $24 billion, which, mind you all, is hardly even spent on the U.S. interstate system annually these days, to be able to get them to even talk about a peace deal. That is an absolutely insane demand, and is still showing that from their position, they believe that they are the ones that are winning the conflict right now, and we haven't really given them any reason to think otherwise. They have been able to survive the initial U.S. onslaught without the Iranian regime collapsing into pieces, so that was largely a significant issue. It appears that from what we can tell by CENTCOM's following statements, all of the radar systems and so on of the Iranian military weren't completely destroyed because they're still blowing up more of them, and the Iranians now blockade the Hormuz. We have to do something to actually make them think they're in a bad position to have them compromised, and that means that we have to get back to the armed conflict eventually, and also Iran might become confident enough in their position that they'll restart their own attacks without us having to be the ones to start the cart rolling again. But in the meantime, we actually have more breaking news coming out. So what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we just got some footage right now, some of the interceptions over Bahrain's airspace at the moment. We were looking for this footage earlier, and it looks like it's finally come out. So we saw what was happening over Kuwait. There was a whole bunch of Patriot fire going on, and it looks like a lot of the incoming Iranian projectiles were shot down over Kuwait, and it looks like Bahrain was also intercepting stuff pretty decently as well. But like I said, though, we have heard reports that ambulances and sirens have been heard on the ground, indicating there are likely injuries or possibly even death that's taking place in some of these Gulf states, which is not a good sign, obviously. But let's see what's happening over the airspace here in Bahrain.
And we see the air defenses once again intercepting further targets. This might be from about 30 minutes ago from another angle because it looks similar to another clip that we saw, just slightly longer, but still showing us some of the air defense fires that were going on in Bahrain during the ongoing attack. Also, by the way, some people have been saying in the chat that there is this unconfirmed report that there's a smoke column coming from Fifth Fleet. There is confirmed smoke coming from Fifth Fleet in Manama, just to make that clear, because it looks like right now someone's out there saying that it's unconfirmed that there's smoke coming from the facility. We have a picture here proving there is smoke coming from the facility, so that's a given fact at the moment. So outside of that, we are still hopefully going to be getting some more news on this situation. And Matthew, are we getting anything else out of the area at the moment right now?
So right now I am checking for more breaking news over these areas right here, but we are seeing more statements coming out of the IRGC. They're generally repeating the same thing they've already said. They're saying that they targeted enemy bases in the region. So apparently the way Iran is framing this right now is they're basically saying that the Gulf states are complicit in the entire U.S. action against Iran, even though they had literally no part whatsoever today in the attack on the Iranian coastline by U.S. forces. They're lobbing stuff at the Gulf states. Honestly, the reason why they're doing that is because they're sitting ducks. They're easy targets. And I don't know why Iran keeps doing that, because these were supposed to be Iran's buddies to a large degree. We've been going over that for the last 2 months or so, about how it's kind of a weird thing that Iran keeps launching these pretty devastating attacks on their brothers, as they call them. So it looks like they're going to take it out on them instead of the U.S. forces for the most part. I think they know if they launch something at U.S. forces, it's probably going to get intercepted. And also, not only that, but U.S. forces might just return fire, and they don't want that to happen. So that could be why they're doing it that way. But that is the breaking news as of right now, though. I'll keep a lookout for some more right now, but it appears to be the attacks are winding down. So basically what we're waiting on right now is the aftermath. We're looking for images of what took place on the ground, what was hit, and I'm trying to get geolocation on some of these hits as well as we speak.
And hopefully we'll be able to get some of that here over the near future, but it appears that for now, the attack has already quickly started and ended at the moment, and we're largely just picking up the pieces of additional clips and videos that we can get out of this moment. But actually, folks, funnily enough, this is basically at the perfect time. We are going to be getting on into the rest of our normal news for the night, because just to let y'all know, this isn't a full-on breaking news stream. This one happened in a very weird, like, Twilight Zone sort of an hour for us here on the channel. We were already, well, I was actually already getting everything done by the time this happened to go live for our normal breaking news stream later on tonight, our normal scheduled stream, and then this started to happen at the very tail end of the prep phase for that show. So we actually have all of our normal news for a normal night show, as well as the breaking news that's happening right now. So we're going to start getting into our normal news for the day, and also if you're just joining us right now, just to make sure that you'll get a little bit of a summary of what we're going to be covering, because I know a lot of people join us at a routine time every night, and so a lot of people would be getting on the show right now for the first time. Right now, we are covering a breaking news development that has happened in the area. It appears that there has been a limited attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran against U.S. forces inside of Bahrain and Kuwait. Ballistic missiles and drone firings have been reported within both areas, and air defenses have been active significantly over Bahrain, although we haven't been able to get a lot of footage of confirmed air defenses over Kuwait. U.S. aircraft are operational in the area as well, and this entire incident has accumulated on top of a large amount of escalations that were conducted over the course of the day, with the IRGC firing at 2 U.S. Arleigh Burke destroyers in the Gulf of Oman, the U.S. striking at surface search radars at Kashim and another location in the Strait of Hormuz, and the Iranians continuing to blame the United States for the derailment of the talks and demanding money to be able to try and keep the peace talks going, with the threat if they do not get the ransom, they will start larger strikes against everybody in the region if their demands are not met. We've also been able to hear that the U.S. has been continuing its blockade actions over the day near to the Gulf of Oman's blockade line. And we've seen that the U.S. also seized a motor tanker within the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean over the course of the day as well, while at the same time, the Iranians are still digging out their missile cities to get more of their munitions and combat capabilities available once the war restarts. Israel has also been seen to come over under a rocket attack today as well near Kiryat Shimona, and we've also seen some major developments in the war in Ukraine over the course of the day. And when I mean major, folks, I mean absolutely major. The Russian Federation has completely run out of fuel in Crimea. That's not an exaggeration. That is not trying to make a nice title to get people in. They literally ran out today. There is no fuel available for anybody except for emergency services and government officials, meaning that there's nothing left.
Yeah, honestly, it's a total infrastructure collapse. That's the best way to describe it inside of Crimea. It was already bad enough with the gasoline shortages, but now even if you have a gasoline voucher inside of Crimea, they will not sell you the gasoline. They've halted gasoline sales inside of Crimea. We're also seeing today, for the first sign ever, we've seen apparently food shortages showing up in the grocery stores inside of Crimea. And also, even worse than that, even if you can't get gas for your car, you can't even use public transport, because most of the public transport in Crimea has been shut down and shuttered because they can't get diesel for the buses. So now we're seeing people riding around on horseback. The situation in Crimea is getting really bad quick. I'm not sure how they're going to fix that.
In short, the infrastructure system in Crimea has suffered a complete and absolute collapse in really just the past 72 hours since we first heard of the 20-liter ration. It went from 20 liters a day per purchase to nobody gets any fuel because it's completely out, and the supply trucks that generally bring in the food and also the fuel to be able to keep the Crimean Peninsula running can't even get into the peninsula because they have no way to get out once they get there. So the situation is dire at this moment inside of Crimea, and we've also been able to hear that in the midst of this, Ukraine conducted an overwhelming attack against Russian forces and their support ships and cargo ships that were illegally attempting to sail or load up with Ukrainian grain in the Sea of Azov today as well. In the midst of these attacks, one Ukrainian drone was actually intercepted by the Russians via electronic warfare and veered into Romanian waters, exploding on the breakwater at the port of Castana, which led to a significant situation over the day, to say the least, and the Ukrainians admitted that it was their drone that had unfortunately exploded, and they apologized to the Romanian government for the inconvenience and also the issues that clearly caused. We've also been able to hear as well that there is an ongoing Ukrainian drone attack at the moment, and while all that went on today, the Russian President Vladimir Putin came out with some absolute bombshell statements over the course of the day. He has admitted that the Russian economy is actually shrinking, and it is largely in the process of collapse. But instead of stating it openly, as in the war in Ukraine and the Ukrainian armed forces have caused a near complete economic collapse in the Russian Federation, he tried to repackage it as a deliberate cooling down of the Russian economy that was planned by the Russian government to make sure that the long-term health of the Russian Federation's economy would be preserved, and that they would do even better than everybody else around the world and bounce back even better once this little cool down comes into effect. Putin also said that anybody in Russia who's stating that the situation looks dire economically is fake news and panicking. We've also been able to hear additionally that he stated that the Russian army had taken around 2 million square kilometers of ground in the war in Ukraine in the successful invasion, which, to put that into perspective, is 4 times the physical size of the land area of Ukraine, and that they're pushing forward each and every day.
That killed me when I saw that earlier today, that Putin was claiming that. Do you have that post, by the way? Can we take a look at that real quick? I just got to...
Actually, I'm just doing my news summary right here. I'm actually trying to knock out the news summary for everyone who's joining us and then get into it all like in our normal routine, since the breaking news has kind of died down. So once I get through all this, we're going to be getting into this really quickly. But also Putin's rejected the concept of even getting into a peace agreement with Zelensky and stated that's completely pointless because they're winning and the Ukrainians are just wanting to talk because they're trying to get the Russian offensives and the steamrolling to stop, although the Ukrainians over the day have inflicted significant casualties on one of the major battlefronts, Constantinople, and we've also seen that the Russians have been taking absolutely no ground anywhere. The supply lines on the M14 are continuing to get burned out prolifically, and we've also been able to see additionally some other interesting news from around the world that we haven't been able to cover here. But we are going to be making sure, folks, to get into all of the news over the course of this stream, now that the breaking news is largely ended already, almost right on time, starting with the largest stories first and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the stream. Considering that we've already covered most of what happened in the Middle East, we'll give a recap of that a little bit later on, and we might break for some breaking news that comes out here and there during the show. But we are going to be getting on into all of the major news that has unfolded in Ukraine over the course of the day, starting right now. So moving us on into that news, we are going to be heading into the area of Moscow, because these statements are probably some of the most important ones that came out of the Russian Federation today, outside of the actions by the armed forces of Ukraine and the Russian army down in the attacks that were conducted in the Sea of Azov and Crimea. According to the Russian Federation's president, Vladimir Putin, he stated that the Russian Federation is not going to be accepting any kind of a peace deal with Ukraine because the war is largely in Russia's favor. The Russian army is advancing on the front lines, and there's absolutely no reason for them to try and pause or stop their war for any purposes or developments, because the Ukrainians are on the losing end and they will have to unconditionally surrender to Russia. So a peace is completely off of the table. He also stated as a fact, to get to what we were actually talking about a second ago, that the Russian army has seized 2,044,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory, which is 4 times the size of Ukraine, which is physically impossible. Also, he stated that the Russians are continuing to seize territory on a near daily basis and are continuing to see significant front lines offensives and successes throughout the entirety of the occupied territories and the remainder of Ukraine that is east of the Dnipro River. To give you all a little bit of perspective here, let me put the size of Ukraine in kilometers, so that way I can show you all this here, just so that we all have proof. Ukraine, it has a total land area here, and let me go make sure to get this real quick, so that way we can actually show you all how insane of a claim this is. Ukraine, in its 1991 borders, has a land area of 603,000 kilometers. So 2 million square kilometers is quite literally, no joke, 4 times the size of the state of Ukraine, and Putin's saying they've taken all of that over.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely nuts. It's unbelievable, really. And it also appears to be showing us at the moment that Putin must be living in an absolute delusion. We've kind of had a lot of people saying over the past few years that there's either one of two stories that are going on. Either Putin is living in a complete delusion and he thinks the war is going exceptionally well, or he knows that the war is going poorly and he's just putting out a picture to the public that things are going fine, although they clearly aren't, because they don't really know where to go after the war didn't conclude successfully, basically in the first opening week. It appears from this statement that he's largely living in what we can only describe as an absolute illusion, or delusion more so at this point. The fact that they've taken what would basically be the entirety of Eastern Europe and its landmass in square kilometers. And once again, remind you all, the Russian army only holds 20% of Ukraine. So at best, they only hold about 130,000 square kilometers, and Putin believes that they hold 2 million. And that clearly wasn't a misstatement. That's exactly what he believes, because he used that as one of the facts to claim that they're not going to be talking to the Ukrainians seriously about any kind of a peace deal because they're winning so well in the conflict so far. We've also been able to hear additionally that some comments were made today that are starting to blow the Russian bots right out of the water, even by Putin's own declaration. The Russian president today, Vladimir Putin, stated in a press conference the following. And I want to make sure to read this to y'all in full form, so I'm actually going to read y'all the subtitles here of Putin speaking at this economic forum in St. Petersburg about the situation of the Russian economy. Retail turnover added 6.5%. GDP in April this year grew by 1.3%. For January-April of this year, it grew by another 0.2%. And what would I like to say in this regard? We, of course, hear criticism from all sides directed at us that everything is dropped for us. Yes, but we have dropped to the very level at which the Eurozone countries have already been living for all of recent years. Which is an absolutely, like, that is absolutely nuts. Because if you look at a country like Germany, Germany has a GDP of over $5 trillion. The entirety of the Russian Federation, which has a larger population than Germany, mind you, has a GDP right now of about the size of the state of Texas. We think it's about $1.4 trillion right now. And it certainly doesn't look like they're middling out at the European level of quality of life. That's not even realistic by the math. The GDP per capita in Russia is around $10,000 for a median income for a Russian citizen. In most Western European countries, the median income is somewhere around 40,000 to 50,000 US dollars. So an average European citizen is making 5 or 4 times more than their Russian counterparts in the Russian Federation. On top of that, for Putin to make it sound like the economic situation is bad, but it's actually good, is ridiculous. The Russian state railways have laid off almost half of their staff. Most companies and major industries have cut their work weeks down to 3-day work weeks. They've laid off almost half of their staff in most industries and in most companies. And we've also seen that the Ukrainian armed forces are leading to a critical fuel shortage that isn't just fiction now, where we're saying that in some time in the future, they're going to completely run out of fuel. Crimea ran out of fuel today, and there's now fuel rationing going on in the key cities of St. Petersburg and Moscow, which is showing that it won't be long before many oblasts suffer the same fate as Crimea. And yet, Putin is now insisting that the situation is bad, but it's not bad in a bad way, it's bad in a good way. We also were able to hear some other statements that were made as well, such as the cooling of the economy is for the sake of its long-term health. I gotta say, I don't think I've ever really heard of an economy cooling down and that being a good thing, you know, like when an economy like goes into a depression. I've never heard anyone say that that's a good thing. And also, before we get on into the rest of the news out of Moscow, it appears that we have breaking news at this moment. So what do we got?
Okay, so in a very rare move, U.S. CENTCOM has just released footage showing their strikes on the Iran coastline, and so far they have not shown us this footage during the prior attacks either. So let's take a look. This is what they did earlier today when they started launching these strikes in self-defense, they say, on radar sites right on Iran's coast.
And here are the clips, and we can see here the first clip showing a coastal radar getting obliterated by some sort of a precision strike, most likely by a air-to-ground munition. We also see a secondary explosion happening on the site as well. And then in the next clip, we can see another surface search radar and the base of it being hit, and also the top of the tower being hit as well, leading to the system, I'm supposing, being rendered inoperable. We also see a couple of more strikes as well.
Go back to the very beginning of that video real quick. That appeared to be Kashem Island right here, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like it.
It kind of does look like it. Let me see if we can actually find where that was, because that looks like a pretty distinct area of the island. And let's see here. Does this line up to it? I mean, it kind of does, actually. Like, so there's a little finger over here, and there's a breakwater right here. There's something further back there. So if this doesn't line up, we'll go and look around. It's mostly on the southern coast. So this doesn't really look to be lining up here around Qashem City. So let's go a little bit further down the coast. We're looking for the finger-like protrusion off of the side of this area, and then the breakwater that exists. So we made it down to here. And let's see here. Any finger-like protrusion off of any of these coastal areas? Not really seeing them. This might have been, let's see, what was the other place? This might have been near to Guruk, maybe. But we'll take a look at that here in a moment just to make sure, because I'm not seeing anything on the southern coast that lines up with that sort of location exactly, at least right now. And we've made it all the way down here, so let me go over here on this side and try and take a quick look. It'll stick out like a sore thumb when we find it, because there's only so many places that have this sort of a physical appearance to it. Decent amount of ferries right there as well. That appears to be a ferry dock, so we would assume that it's not there. It is near the water, and it wouldn't be here. It doesn't really line up, unfortunately. Not at this oil port either. Let's see here. No, not there. Let's see here.
It's gotta be Guruk or Qashem Island. I mean, that's the only two locations that CENTCOM claimed that they hit, and they also repeated that in their recent statement right here, the press statement that they gave out. Also, by the way, they gave some more details also in this briefing right here. Here's what they said in this statement that CENTCOM put out. They said Iran fired 7 ballistic missiles toward Kuwait and Bahrain hours after CENTCOM shot down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that were launched toward the Strait of Hormuz. They said the attack drones posed an immediate threat to regional maritime traffic. U.S. forces subsequently struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites in Guruk and Qashem Island to defend against further attacks. And they said initial assessments indicate that 6 of the missiles launched by Iran were intercepted, and a 7th did not reach its intended target, at least according to CENTCOM. And they said there were no reports of harm to U.S. personnel, and Iranian claims of damaging U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain are false. I can go ahead and debunk that one right now. We saw the picture of apparently Fifth Fleet headquarters smoking up a storm in the picture that we saw earlier. So that appears to be false information at the very end of that CENTCOM post. But they're claiming, though, that they just hit Guruk and Qashem. So it's got to be somewhere around there.
I didn't see anything that lined up with this. I'm thinking that this is the one on Qashem. It's just that I can't find it. Because there's, you see this breakwater right here? There's a little breakwater here as well. This is a small peninsula. And then there's also this finger that juts off the peninsula. And I really can't find anything that lines up on that quickly on Qashem Island. I'm not saying that it's not on Qashem Island. It's just that I couldn't find exactly where it was. But I'd also believe that this clip here is most likely, if not certainly, around Guruk. Because it appears that the spelling is different on Google Maps. This is the Guruk I found within the Strait of Hormuz, north of Sarik. And we do have eyewitness reports from earlier confirming that there were explosions somewhere within the Sarik area, which does lead us to believe that Guruk could be a likely location for these strikes, and this appears to be more so on a land facility from what we can tell by the imagery, which would give us an idea that this must be the Guruk strike, which we can't geolocate exactly at the moment, and the other one must have been the Hormuz, the Qashem strike within the Qashem Island area.
I wonder if they just wheeled those in, because it seems like before the ceasefire went into effect, it seems like the U.S. had said that they had hit all these sites, because these are right on the Iranian coast. I mean, these are literally right on the coast of the Persian Gulf. So unless Iran, just wheeled them into position or drove them there or something recently, it's like, did the U.S. just make up the fact that they hit the stuff? It's like, how did they still have radar on the coast?
I guess man, source, I made it up. It sounds to me like they BS the hell out of what they did to the Strait of Hormuz, which is, once again, folks, corroborating what I've been saying for a while. They didn't deal with this worth a damn, and if they try, it probably end up being a blockade that's easily broken, because if you notice something here, folks, take a look. Here's Guruk. I just geolocated one of them, by the way, Matthew, while you were talking. I was like, oh, there it is. I literally was looking right at it while you were talking. I was like, damn, we're right on it. So let me show you this. This is actually important for at least our second clip, and I'm going to still try and geolocate this first one, because that has to be the one now that is on Qashem. Notice here some important geolocation facts. There are 2 large shelters at the bottom of the clip, both identical in design. You can see 2 large shelters here, also identical in design, at the bottom of this clip. In the midst of the both of them, you can see a paved road that then breaks into a roundabout and then makes it to a security checkpoint at the end of the facility, with this radar tower being over to the left side of the compound. If we look at that from satellite, you can see that same paved road with the roundabout right here, the security checkpoint just beyond it, the split in the road, which you can also see on film, and the same radar antenna or tower seen right over here to the left side of the facility, or the north side from where we're looking at it right now. So this is the facility at Garuk that was directly hit, and it does appear to be an IRGC fast attack boat pen as well, which the IRGC is able to operate some of its fast attack boat fleet out of. So this one did take a direct hit, and we can see a large number of hits on this facility, once again, to show y'all, now that we know exactly where this is within the Strait of Hormuz, and also what part of the facility it hit. You know, I find it
Also, I guess the positive news is as well is it looks like the U.S. has the ability to strike the coast. We haven't heard of any U.S. Equipment losses so far, so it looks like the U.S. does possess the ability to still go in there and hit these radar sites without generally taking casualties to a large degree. So that's promising to see that. So you know that's why I keep saying this. Why is the U.S. holding back? Because if we can do this right here on camera that we're looking at, then why don't we just do this along the entire Iranian coast? So that way we can go into the Strait of Hormuz and, you know, start demining it or take it back or something like that. If we can start hitting radar sites on the coast like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, and also on top of that, another thing is they hit the radar here at this facility. Why didn't they just blow up all of the fast attack boats that are sitting right here at their piers, just about a quarter mile away in broad daylight? Because they always make it out, you know, folks, like they make up the story that all of these little fast attack boats, the 700 of them that exist, are all hidden in some sort of a cave facility like the Bat Cave or something on the coast. Most of them are kept in the wide open, just like this, in this little wharf. We could drop JDAMs on these things every single day of the week and end up whittling away all of their fast attack boats until they have practically none left. They eventually have to go back to port to get fuel and to rearm, so we just sit there and wait for them to go back and bomb them when they do. And that would be an easy thing to do. Easy to say and easy to do, because if we knock out their air defenses, there's not really a lot they can do to stop a U.S. aircraft from just hanging out over the facility at 30,000 feet and dropping a JDAM on them whenever a boat returns, or enough of them are there to justify a strike. So we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So what do we got?
Okay, so this breaking news is actually not out of the Middle East. This is actually out of Russia right now. We have just gotten news that apparently St. Petersburg is under attack. It sounds like air defenses are currently going berserk around St. Petersburg, Russia. And of course, you know, that's above Moscow, of course. But we're hearing as well that there were other drones launched that could be going to the perimeter areas of the capital city of Moscow as well. So it appears like Ukraine could be going for a round 2 on the oil export facilities inside of St. Petersburg. So let's take a look at the video.
And let's take a look.
Бля, уже 12 что ли, нахуй. Просто пиздец. Просто
There was one of them.
над домом может
And it looks like he's
пролетать.
looking for a second one, but we didn't see the second one that he was looking at in the clip. But it doesn't.
Yeah, it's taking a minute for those drones to get up there. They launched them, I think, hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a large attack too, a very comprehensive attack. I mean, I saw drones going into Novorossiysk as well. Like there was drones going all over the place inside of Russia. In fact, I think Ukraine gave Russia a double whammy today. They did the one early this morning, a very large-scale drone attack, and then they just launched the one a couple of hours ago in the evening hours that we're currently seeing reaching St. Petersburg right now. So this is a pretty large attack.
Well, you know, that makes sense when you think about it. I never think about that a lot as well, but I just measured the distance, and it's 550 miles to St. Petersburg. And if these drones are flying at like 60 miles an hour, which they look to be, that would take a pretty significant amount of time. I mean, that would be like an 8-hour flight to St. Petersburg with one of those drones. So I guess that's why we're seeing that while they were launched literally like 7 hours ago, we're finally seeing them showing up in the area. And also, folks, that's good news for us, because we'll probably start to get strike footage live on air right now because of the timing of this drone attack. And it's a fairly rare one. This is actually pretty cool. We never see them conduct these attacks where the impacts are generally being conducted in the early morning hours over there in Eastern Europe. Usually they conduct them in the middle of the dead of night, which comes a little bit before our show. Today, because of their timing, we're actually getting to watch the drones making it to their targets in the middle of the show. So we're actually seeing right now that they are getting very close to St. Petersburg, and we don't know what targets they have in line right now. There's a lot of them in the Leningrad military oblast that can be hit and damaged. And I would hope, folks, I got my fingers crossed. I hope they go for Kronstadt again. Not because it has really any impact on the war in Ukraine, just because it's whittling away Russia's ability to be confident enough in starting a war with NATO and blockading the Baltics, because they won't have the Baltic fleet around if Ukraine keeps up those kinds of attacks and that amount of damage on Russian warships at Kronstadt. So hopefully we'll see that they hit another one up there in Kronstadt somehow, some way. But still very interesting to see. But getting us back really quickly into this clip right here, since we're still on it, and at this point, folks, since we geolocated one facility, I'm really obsessed with trying to find this second facility here, because it can't be hidden, and it's got to be on the southern coast of Kashem Island. Let's give it one more look, one more glance on their coast, and let's see if we can find the facility, because it's got to be around here somewhere. So we're going to start moving.
Also, the first one, by the way, you said it was Mozzie Beach, or is that not the one you located?
I think the one the one I located was over here near Garuk and Surik, which was on the mainland. I never located the one on Kashem.
So everybody in the live chat saying check out Mozzie Beach, M-O-Z-I Beach. They're saying that's where one of those strikes took place.
Let's see here. Oh, yeah, it's right there. We passed over this earlier. Like, I sat there and I went down here and I was like, I don't think that's it. Yeah, it's right out here. And actually, there's the radar. There's the radar building that they blew up. It's right there on satellite.
So it's stationary. I thought they had wheeled one in. So it was actually there the entire time, and apparently the U.S. never hit it.
Yeah, why in the world, Matthew, would you ever think that the U.S. didn't hit this? Remember, the president said that we blew up all of their radars, we blew up their whole Navy, we blew up their whole Air Force, everything was gone. They had nothing left and we had won. It just turns out, folks, that the president took some creative liberties to not tell everybody that every single surface search radar in the Strait of Hormuz was still intact and operational. Even the stationary buildings, for some reason, were not hit. And folks, I think as time continues to pass, I think a lot of y'all have got to be seeing at this point that I was dead on the nail with my original analysis back in the day, that they thought the war was going to be over so quick there was no point even addressing the Strait of Hormuz, because how in the world can they have the strategic oversight to not even bomb the stationary structures that would be defending the Hormuz for the Iranians and helping them out with their blockade? How in the world could they not even have the foresight to do that at a minimum, and instead they just bomb Tehran every day? That's just bizarre. But we actually have more breaking news coming out of this moment right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so tonight is a little bit, I guess you could say, exciting in a certain way, but it's also a little bit ominous too. We're tracking two major events. We're tracking, of course, the major drone attack that we're seeing taking place in St. Petersburg, and also we're tracking the situation going on with Iran too. So it's a lot going on tonight. But jumping back to our story about Russia and that ongoing Ukrainian drone attack, we are getting word that apparently Ukrainian drones are now over the Gulf of Finland and are being engaged by Russian air defenses, and it's likely, according to different analysts here, that they're currently going for the oil terminals yet again. So that's apparently their location, the Gulf of Finland. That's where that video was that we just took a look at a second ago. It's generally around that general vicinity at the moment. So we'll be watching closely. I would imagine we'll probably get footage here momentarily showing the export terminals getting hit, which would be round 2 of what we've seen in the last few days. I did see as well, we just got a video. We just got a video about right before we went live, actually, of Ust-Labinsk getting attacked, another Russian oil depot. I'm going to put that one in the likes tab right now. We can take a look at that. Apparently, this is also another part of the Ukrainian drone attack in this area of Ust-Labinsk.
Ust-Labinsk. This is down in the Krasnodar region, like just northeast of Krasnodar, I believe. So this is actually in the whole other direction from St. Petersburg. This is down in the south. I actually think I have this one as clips that we put on before the news. Let me go check. Let's see. Yeah, Ust-Labinsk. We actually have that one here. So let me get y'all to that, because it appears that we do have that footage here to show y'all of an oil depot getting hit in the area. And let me see if I can show y'all before we get to the clips where that oil depot is in relation to Ust-Labinsk. Let's see here. Any oil facilities nearby? There's like some labor camp up here, which is interesting. But let's see. Oil depot. There's a substation. Oil depot. There's got to be one. I think those are chicken farms, actually. Let's see here. It's got to be somewhere around. It's got to be somewhere near the railroad. It has to be, because they always put them there. I can't see it here at the moment. It's probably somewhere within the greater area of Ust-Labinsk, so we'll have to try and look at that a little bit farther to see exactly where it is. But here's the fire at the depot.
That's a damn big fire right there.
You know, I have a feeling, Matthew, that everybody's heating bill in Ust-Lubinsk just went down a couple of rubles over this night because it was so warm out there.
They won't need heating oil anymore, I tell you.
Man, at least for the next day. Like, while the entirety of what they had burns to the ground.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and also we got this clip.
That's a very big fire. Also, by the way, I just got a geolocation on this as well, with the coordinates.
Oh, really? Give it to us. Give it to us. Where is it?
It's at the very top of the Twitter page. I just reposted it.
The very top, the tippy top of the Twitter page. Let me go get that, folks, here real quick, off of the side. And let's see here. Let me take a look. Actually, I might. Oh, okay. So I know where it is now. I know where it is. It's down here, somewhere in this area of the city. And it is right here. There it is. It is by the rail yard.
Aha, it's right there.
So it's right here. This is the oil facility that was hit and is on fire at this point. So very nice to see. Also, a big shout out to Enforcer Matt for getting us that here on air so that we can see exactly where this was. It was near to the rail yard. I should have had faith in myself, folks, because it was right there. We literally passed right over it. The tough thing about finding some older oil depots in Russia is that they're built in such a shoddy way because they were built during the time of the Soviet Union. You can't even really see the tanks because notice this, folks, they're covered in like moss and stuff on the roofs. So it almost blends in with the ground below and it becomes really hard to spot them. But yeah, it was actually in the middle of the city, right next to the actual station of Ust-Lubinsk. So we can't confirm that this fuel depot's on fire. We don't know what kind of effect this will have on the nearby railroad. It probably will have none. And generally, this is going to have a pretty significant effect on Russia, at least in their strategic situation, because it's once again cutting down on crude oil that is ready to be shipped and refined right now, and will once again be making their entire oil infrastructure system, at least domestically, work off of the precision scheduled model, meaning that they will have to take the oil directly from the pumps by train straight to the refinery because there's no storage to create something of a buffer zone in between the oil coming out of the ground and going into the refinery to be turned into gas, diesel, and other products. So right now, does look like quite a significant attack. But to get us back to some other pieces of news that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, we have to get back to all of the statements that Putin made in Moscow. And we actually have a few more to cover before we get into this very interesting poll. As many of y'all will know, just to recap them for everyone who's answering the poll right now, Putin stated that there's no reason to talk to Zelensky about peace because the Russians are winning. Putin also claimed that the Russian Federation holds 2 million square kilometers of Ukrainian territory, which is 4 times the size of the state of Ukraine. Ukraine is only about 630,000 square kilometers in size. And we've also now been able to hear, additionally, that according to the Russians, they say that Ukraine cannot be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. I don't even think that was on the table, but apparently the Russians think that's on the table, and they said that they can't have one. I don't think Ukraine was ever looking to get one. We also were able to hear that on top of that all, just to hit y'all with the biggest bombshell of the day, Russia is now considering implementing child labor back into the Russian Federation due to the job crisis and the labor shortage in the country.
Wow, that might be the worst thing I've heard today. Actually, I hadn't heard that until just now. That's quite a doozy right there. And now you can't say your economy is doing well if you're opening up child labor camps. That's about as bad as it gets right there. They said working age to 12, they're going to lower it to. That's crazy work right there.
Man, Putin said, all these children, they always talk about Minecraft and mining blocks and building houses. The children, they yearn for the mines, but yet put them in the coal mines. It's just like, bro, it's like, that is insane. I mean, I can't believe that, but they're seriously considering that because of how bad things are going. Also, it's kind of a bit of a multifaceted thing. The economy's doing really badly, and they're trying to get cheap labor into it, and Russia's been trying to deal with that for a while. They've been bringing in foreign laborers and migrants from places like India and Africa to be able to try and fill in the labor shortage. And also on top of that, they're trying to find a way to fill in the gaps that have been caused because of the humongous amounts of casualties that they've taken in Ukraine. Many of y'all will probably know that most of the Russian Federation, well, actually all of it, is suffering from an absolutely abysmal fertility rate. I think it's about 1.2 to 1.3 right now, which means that Russia's population is actually skyrocketing down into the grave. There's more people dying than being born every day in Russia, and because of that, the able-bodied men that have been sent to the front and have been wounded or killed in Ukraine are leaving a giant gap in the labor pool that they haven't really been able to fix, even with a giant flood of migrant laborers they're bringing into Russia. So now it looks like they're trying to consider bringing in the kids and literally bringing about child labor once more and labor camps to put children in to try and create some minimum of economic activity and to also try and fill in the giant gap that they have in the labor pool from all the wounded and killed Russian soldiers that went to Ukraine. So
they're not going to let anybody escape the suffering inside of Russia. Then they're going to let the children suffer, the adults are suffering, even the elderly are suffering. They're sending them out there on crutches and in wheelchairs to the front lines. So honestly, I mean, this is about as bad as it gets for a country that claims to be a so-called superpower.
yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, like, it's absolutely insane to hear, folks. Before long, folks, you're going to hear the Russian bots say, "Child labor is good, bled." You know, or something. It's like, man, they're about to lose their minds. But there's no way in hell that anybody can say that the Russian economy is doing good with all of these things being said and now being heard to be considered by the Russian government because of their quagmire. So a lot of people right now are talking about the situation and the fact that Putin has also stated as well that they've taken 2 million square kilometers of Ukrainian ground when they don't even have anywhere close to that amount of territory in the whole of Ukraine. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so why do you think Putin's saying stuff that's clearly wrong? I mean, you can't even like try to justify Putin claiming that he took over 4 times Ukraine's total landmass. It's mathematically impossible. Like, you simply can't do that. So he hasn't even taken over barely a fraction of Ukraine's territory, much less the entire thing, and especially not 4 times over. But what do you think about that? 38% said Putin is just trying to fool the Russian public, while 33% said Putin actually believes the propaganda, and 20% said Putin's being given false info. And I'm definitely with the 20%. Putin is basically in an information bubble. The generals and everybody that's in his cabinet is generally making him generally believe that it's going well for the most part. They're also scared to death to tell Putin that something's going badly, because if it does go badly, then Putin's going to go for them directly, the general that told him that, and they're going to pay the price for it. So he's being kept in this like pool of misinformation that's being fed to him by his own people to a large degree. And also, to even state that they've taken 2 million kilometers squared of Ukrainian territory, that literally isn't even possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
So to give you all a little bit of a comparison here, 2 million square kilometers is the size of the state of Alaska. Actually, it's bigger than the state of Alaska. Alaska is only 1.7 million square kilometers. Now, let me go show you this. I got to go get the true size map to show you all what Russia really is saying via Putin of what they've gained out there in Ukraine. So let me go get the state of Alaska and bring it on over into Europe to show y'all what the Russians are saying they've taken. So here is Alaska superimposed over Europe. Keep in mind, by the way, folks, this is still 300,000 square kilometers short of the land territory that Putin says the Russian army has been able to take from Ukraine in the war. So this includes most of the entirety of Ukraine, the whole of Belarus, all of Latvia, all of Lithuania, all of Poland, also including significant portions of the Czech Republic, Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, Serbia, and Romania, also including Moldova. That's the amount of land that Putin says that the Russian army has taken inside of Ukraine in the war. It's nowhere close to even being mathematically correct. Whoever told him that number is feeding him a giant delusion. I mean, if you put Alaska over Russia, Alaska is basically the size of the whole of Western Russia. It's clearly physically impossible for them to take that kind of amount of land. Ukraine's not even that big. So it appears that Putin is living in some sort of a complete delusion. Either he's creating the delusion to live in, so he doesn't think that he's failing this badly because he can't handle it mentally or something, or his commanders in the Ministry of Defense are just coddling him and feeding him just absolute lies and misinformation to the most extreme degree, basically feeding him propaganda along with the whole of the Russian public to make them think that the war is going somewhat okay, when in reality it's not. If anything, Russia's only taken about 130,000 square kilometers of ground in the state of Ukraine, which is not a great deal. That's less than 20% of the land in Ukraine, and that's over 4 years. To take the remaining 80%, we never know if they'd ever even be able to do that. They move slower than a snail. A snail would be able to make it to the Ukrainian border years before the Russians have even made it to the city of Pokrovsk, which they're fighting over right now, which is still in the Donbass. So I would say that at this point, I'm well within the vast majority that believes that Putin is living in some sort of delusion or he's being fed propaganda by his own Ministry of Defense, because there's no way in hell any reasonable, rational, or sane person, when given actual information about how the war is going, could say something like he said today. It's legitimately insane.
Yeah, definitely crazy.
Unbelievably crazy. On top of that, the economic statements were even crazier. I've never heard anyone say, folks, that and the economy collapsing is a good thing. Like I don't remember Herbert Hoover back in the 1930s during the Great Depression going, it's a great thing that the U.S. economy went into a depression. It's generally kind of a cooling down. It's helping us all to really be appreciative of the good times. It's like it was unbelievably bad. Anyone who says that a depression is a good thing is living in a delusion, and they're trying to feed everyone lies. But moving us on out of Moscow and the statements by Putin, we've also been able to see that near to the area of the town of Uzlovaya, which is the correct pronunciation, there were strikes within the area over the course of the day. Let's take a look. Seems quiet out there. Babliet.
Big hit. And also, what's this thing in front of the camera right here?
Oh, Matthew, that is the touch of Venus. It is a lightning bolt that's hitting a dastardly Russian who is not an alcoholic down there in that apartment.
Oh, wow.
This is a very common phenomenon in Russia.
What is it, though?
I don't know. I think it's like something sticking off the roof. Oh,
it looks like something out there was absolutely demolished. There's like a mushroom cloud coming up from it right there.
Oh, yeah, here's the aftermath. Like, if you're wondering how badly was it demolished, this is what was hit.
О, ты смотри, оперативно. Пожарники. Молодцы, да. Вон они.
And so that's the end of the clip right there, but very nice to see the hit in Uzlovaya. Moving us on out of the area around Moscow and its peripheries, we've also been able to see additionally that there were drone alerts coming out in the Sochi area just a little while ago, and it appears that their drone alert down in this area is very different than the one they give out in Moscow, which looks very similar to a certain flag used by Germany during the 1930s and 40s. But we also have been able to see some other very interesting bombshell developments in the area of Crimea and also the southern area of Ukraine over the course of the past few hours. In the area of Sevastopol, the situation has gotten absolutely dire. And as a matter of fact, we have now been able to hear today that in the early morning hours, according to one Russian military blogger, Two Majors, which was reposted by Preston Stewart, Two Majors stated that in Sevastopol, there will be no fuel today. Fuel trucks are only supplying emergency and rescue services. Only 20 liters per person on ration cards. Don't film the fuel trucks. Don't post about them in chats. Otherwise, they'll be burned. So the paranoia is now starting to grip the entirety of the region as well, quite heavily, because they're now scared if they film a fuel truck, it's going to get blown up. Even when we haven't seen yet that Ukrainian drone attacks can reach truly into Crimea, the farthest they've reached is Dzhankoy, which is the very perimeter of the Crimean Peninsula. We've also been able to see that as a result of this complete fuel collapse, the remaining supply lines for other resources and other goods in the Crimean Peninsula are also collapsing as well. And an absolute food shortage is now starting to appear within Sevastopol, as we're now seeing that purchase limits are being put on all goods that are left in Sevastopol that can be purchased. The reason being for this is that there is no way for them to get food in reliably anymore from the mainland of the Russian Federation. There is no way to transport it to the stores, that being the issue. Because of the lack of fuel, if a supply truck or a cargo truck tries to drive into the area filled with groceries for these supermarkets, once they arrive in Crimea, they're running low on fuel, and there's nowhere to get any diesel at, so that truck is stuck there. So either the truckers are taking the decision to not drive to Sevastopol, and the companies are making the decisions to not send their drivers to Sevastopol, or the trucks are showing up, but they're not able to get back out, meaning that there's now a supply bottleneck here because of that fact. We've also been able to hear that the transportation infrastructure is also collapsing as well already, as one Russian blogger stated that Crimea isn't a mess, it's a complete mess. I think that's still the same thing. Like, that's Crimea isn't a shit show. It's an absolute shit show, man. It's like, that's the same thing. But apparently, 400 public transport units, whatever that means, buses and trains, I'm supposing, did not operate on their routes today due to a lack of fuel. meaning that now the public transportation infrastructure is also seeing a critical collapse and an implosion today as well. And we were able to see once again the proof that the fuel has largely run out. This is, I think, from what we heard, one of the last operational gas stations in the area of Sevastopol, which I put the clip in Simferopol to talk about the fuel shortage. And we can see that the line for one of the last operational gas stations in Sevastopol goes on for 5 miles. And you didn't hear that wrong. It's a 5-mile long line for gas for the little one gas station that's left open.
I don't even understand why half the Russians are waiting in that line. Because, like, even if you have your ration card, by the time you get up there, I mean, this gas station only has limited capacity. So by the time you wait in that huge, multi-kilometer line, you're going to get up there and clearly not be able to get fuel because you're going to be out. But they're still sitting there anyway, for whatever reason. I don't know.
Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. Like, I don't even understand it either. And on top of that, the other thing is that they're keeping their cars on while they're waiting in the line. So they're burning gas that's already in limited supply, trying to get more gas, so that way they can get back in the line and burn most of the gas they got in the tank, waiting to get more gas. It doesn't even make any sense, like the economics of it and the resource side of it. It makes no sense at all, but generally from what we know, this gas station will probably also be closing as well here incredibly soon, because the Russians did announce that there will now no longer be any sales for any gasoline for anybody except for the officials and emergency services.
Yeah, I guess the new Russian slogan I hear they're pushing these days is "Forget the gas and get an ass." That's what they're saying these days. So get yourself a donkey. Yeah, they're riding horses already, so I'm sure donkeys will be next. That was one of the things they went to when the frontline logistics weren't working. They simply brought out donkeys, and then they also brought out horses too. So that's probably what they're going to. I saw an oil company employee riding through Crimea earlier. Not this guy, but a different fella who was actually an employee of the gasoline company riding a horse through town just like that. Like it's wild.
Bruh, I actually heard that we have a fresh picture actually from the countryside of how the Russians living in Crimea are handling things right now. Matthew, do you think that we should show the picture on air?
Show what now?
Show the picture on air of how the Russians are living these days in Crimea due to this fuel shortage.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, I guess.
Oh, well, it's one of the old days of the boyars, bleh. I heard that this is how they're living these days.
Man, honestly, it could be. I think they're about to be very close to that right there. Could be worse because I don't even think they know how to live like this anymore.
Man, I don't think they could. like, where do they get the food? And also, on top of that, Sevastopol doesn't have a reliable access to any usable water for crops, and they've been in a drought for over a decade as a result of that. So it's not even like they can do any subsistence farming because the ground down there is so arid for the larger part that normal crop rotations or really just any planting seasons aren't really successful because of the arid environment on the peninsula. So I think Crimea is kind of lost at this point. I think they're basically screwed down there. Everybody is. And, I mean, if the Russians had just ended the war and left, it wouldn't be like that, It would be a pretty decent situation. But it seems to me like they don't know when they quit. I guess them and Netanyahu have something in common there. But anyways, a lot of people are talking about the situation inside of Crimea and are wondering what's going to be going on with this. The food shortages are now coming into being. The public transport is collapsing in real time, and also there is no gas to be had for anyone to do anything down there or to move around at all. So Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so at this point, we can only describe the situation in Crimea as a total infrastructure collapse to a large degree. They can't supply the citizens with gasoline. They're starting to have a hard time supplying them with food because if you can't get gasoline there, you probably can't truck food into Crimea either. So that's a big problem as well. And we're also hearing that public transport has collapsed, and that's why you're seeing people riding through Crimea on horses and probably soon to be donkeys as well, I'd imagine, because they don't have any vehicles or public transport to even get around. So what are your thoughts about that? 68% said there will be a humanitarian crisis and it is imminent at this point, while 16% said Russia will end up saving their logistics, and 8% said the USA will end up intervening on this one. And I don't think the U.S. is going to involve themselves in a humanitarian issue. That's generally not what they've done so far. I think that a humanitarian crisis is already hitting as we speak, which is going to be bad. It's of course good that Crimea is getting cut off because that means the logistics routes are completely collapsed for a pretty much large degree. But there will be a major humanitarian issue down there because there's a lot of people in Crimea, and if they can't get food and also they're trapped and can't even leave because they don't have gasoline, then this situation is about to get really ugly really quick for many reasons. Also, we'll get to it here in a minute, but Ukraine's also starting to hit some of the cargo ships that are going into the Sea of Azov, which is right off the Ukrainian occupied coastline as well, and they're even hitting the ships which are carrying Russian cargo. So that's even worse. It's literally, the Ukrainians are doing a job and a half on Crimea and the Russian occupied areas. That could be affecting the front lines very much so as well very quickly. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say a humanitarian crisis is certainly imminent in this situation, but there's really no way to avoid it. To be able to destroy Russian logistics in Crimea and make the Russian position untenable in this area, there is really no way to be able to striate or segregate, to put it in another way, Russian supply lines and their abilities versus the civilian supply lines, because they operate off of the very same framework and systems. So generally, these strikes had to be necessary for the strategic outcome of the war, which is now going to be heavily in Ukraine's favor in this area due to the lack of Russian supplies, but it is most likely going to be leading to a humanitarian crisis in the region as well. Looking at it outside of it being an unfortunate situation, there is a bit of an opportunity here to speak of, and not to make it sound like, we're just cutting everyone down into the numbers, but if we're speaking about this thing honestly, this is actually kind of a good outcome for Ukraine, because the Russians have to try and figure out to some extent, because unlike the rest of Ukraine, Crimea is called by Russia an oblast of the Russian Federation, and therefore is considered a sovereign state territory by Russia. So they either have to find some way to get these people food and some minimum basic upkeep so that way they can keep living, or there's going to be a huge humanitarian crisis down here that might start to spurn some sort of revolutionary zeal, kind of like we saw back in 2014, that might backfire on the Russians and go back the way towards Ukraine. We might see partisan activities increase, civil unrest. The Russian army might just completely collapse and become inoperable within this area due to the lack of fuel, and therefore their lack of any maneuverability or an ability to respond to any developing situations, which could end up being a death knell for the Russians in their occupation of Crimea. So not to look at it in a way to where suffering is going to be a benefit, but there is a way strategically that this could end up becoming quite positive and beneficial for the Ukrainian strategic position, either due to the resource drain that this is going to cause on the Russians to try and fix the situation, or at least stabilize the situation, or it might lead to the total collapse of the Russian Federation's position in Crimea. But moving us on out of that news in that area, we do have to move on just a little bit east into the Sea of Azov, and also to the M14 highway, where the damage has been racking up tremendously over the course of the day. But before we get to that, though, I do have to say a humongous thanks to the 15.3 thousand people who are here right now and are still enjoying this channel at the moment. I've got to say, folks, that it is one hell of a thing to see that we've been able to reach a peak viewership tonight of 16,100 people, and that we've already had 78,000 people watch this stream in an hour and 30 minutes. It's an honor and a pleasure to always be able to run the stream for each and every single one of y'all, and to be able to make sure that we are both able to cover that breaking news for every single one of y'all out here on this channel every single day. I also have to say it was really weird to start 30 minutes early because we were almost about started at our normal time, and then we had the whole little small rocket and drone attack thing happen that got us on early, and then we were able to segue right into our normal news coverage, which is pretty convenient actually. But before we get on into the rest of all of our news out of Ukraine and also out of the Middle East as well that we haven't been able to cover today, and we're also going to be recovering for our normal coverage as well, considering that we're now on our normal news routine and schedule. We're just going to recover all of that again and recap it for the past 24 hours. Before we get to all of that, we are going to get 3 questions from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so let's start off with our first 3 super chats and then get right back to our news. But our first one here is going to go to none other than George Allison. And thank you very much, George, for that very generous $106 support. the largest super chat of the night, by the way, and we do appreciate it very much because it's that viewer support that keeps our channel running because we don't run ads. We said no advertisements, no shilling. We don't do any of that stuff here. You won't find us shilling gold and bullion or anything like that on this channel. So we do appreciate it, George. Man, I tell you what, that's always an interesting thing in the midst of war news to start shilling gold. But George said, always a good show.
And I thank you so much for the support, George Allison, and we like to try and put on the best show we can. And I've got to say a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support and really enjoying our channel and helping us to keep the thing running. Folks like y'all who go out of your way to support this channel help us to be able to keep this thing ad-free and sponsor-free and help us to be able to do exactly what we do every day for years now on this show, which is to cover the news to y'all with no ifs, ands, or buts and to get straight to the coverage for what it is. Getting to cut through all of the partisanship that could exist out there that might be required by certain sponsors or might be required to be able to make sure that you don't get, certain AdSense limitations and all that stuff. Y'all help us to make that possible to where we have basically no anchor on us of what we can and can't say, and we get to get on air and cover the news exactly the way y'all like to hear it. And I've got to thank you incredibly for that unbelievably massive support because it helps us to be able to always run a good show, and we can't thank you enough for that. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And also stick around, folks, for after this question segment. We have some breaking news coming up. Apparently, it looks like there's some hits happening inside of Russia. We'll get to that, though, right after we get done with these super chats in just a second. But in the meantime, though, a huge shout out to Kerberos3 for the massive $300 support, by the way. A massive one. That's really generous, very generous. And we do appreciate that very much, Karabos. And they said, it'd been a bit, and I could hit up live and done it to you guys. Got a nasty sinus infection, but wanted to thank you guys for the news. And it changed name to be closer to Greek spelling to get closer to pronunciation. I'll say actually, I'll be honest with you, it made it harder to say. I feel like I'm butchering it every time I said your name this time. I was doing the wrong one every single time, but we appreciate it, though, nonetheless, extremely generous. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you for that unbelievably massive support, Kerberos3, if I'm Kerberos3. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But I got to thank you so much for the support and the unbelievably massive support and helping this thing to keep on running. And I got to say, sinus infections are rough. I'm really bad at math, folks. When I was growing up in school, every time I go to math class, I always used to get bad minus infections. So I'd have to say, I'm kind of familiar with that whole thing. And I would hope that your sinus infection does go away here really soon. And thank you so much for enjoying the news. I hope that we're making the sinus infection a little bit easier to deal with and helping you to pass the time while you're dealing with that old sinus infection there. And I also have to say a humongous thanks to you for helping this channel to keep running, and we will try and get the name right. We were saying Cerberus 3 every single night, the both of us were, and apparently we were both saying it wrong. So we will have to try our best to get the name a little bit more correct here in the future. But I got to thank you unbelievably once again for that humongous support, a humongous amount of support. I mean, that's unbelievable, actually. And we thank you for enjoying the channel so much and helping us to keep this thing rolling. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling, and the news wouldn't be able to keep rolling out like it does every single day. So humongous thanks once again. And we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news, apparently from Russia, because we're hearing of drone strikes right now. So what do we got?
All right, so this one goes to Give Up Now, who put in a $100 support, and also a huge shout to Give Up Now for also that extremely generous support right there. Truly generous support across the board tonight. And they said Sun Tzu is consulting the Book of Changes and wants another role.
You know what? Let's really quickly go to the Sun Tzu Art of War PDF and let us go and observe it really quickly and let us whip out one random phrase. Oh, that's not the right one. I need the one from the University of Alberta. Yes. We are in Chapter 7, Maneuvering, Rule 13. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. Man, Sun Tzu was such a revolutionary, keeping terrain as a factor of war. That must have been groundbreaking. You know, I always remember back in the day, folks, back even in antiquity, you know, a lot of generals would go, hey, you know what we ought to do? We ought to get our whole army stuck and, you know, cut down in the middle of a marsh because they end up getting stuck in the mud. So let's march the whole army through a marsh. This guy was truly a visionary. I mean, people just didn't know this stuff before he wrote it down. But anyways, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. Give up now. And with that, it is time for us to get on into the breaking news. And I gotta say, folks, I said it just a little while ago, and I'm giddy with glee right now. They ended up hitting exactly what I thought they would. Matthew, take it away.
Okay, so we are seeing right now that the drones that we saw going into Russia near St. Petersburg have apparently struck the Kronstadt naval base yet again. This is the second strike on this area, so they still haven't added air defense, or at least not enough to stop the attack. So let's take a look and see how bad it is. We have a 7-second clip right here.
Something is burning.
It's burning bad. Also, just for a little side note here, I'm sure many people don't know this, but that's not normal.
Generally, the Kronstadt naval base isn't supposed to be on fire, but sometimes it is. Like sometimes it's on fire. Man, that's crazy though. Earlier on, Matthew, literally I said, man, I hope they hit the Kronstadt naval wharf again. That'd be sick, I was like, that'd be great. And they did it. They did it. It's like they answered my prayers. They blew up something else at the Kronstadt naval facility.
Yeah. What's interesting is it looks like Ukraine's doing pretty much double taps on everything. Like when they attack one target, it's almost certain that they're coming back a second time. It seems to be their normal strategy now, which Russia still hasn't picked up on that, it looks like. They're still expecting lightning to strike once in one certain spot, and then they're never going to return again. But Ukraine's going back a second and third time in some of these recent attacks, like with this one right here.
Man, that ship getting burnt was so good, the Ukrainians came back for seconds. Bro, like, unbelievable. I gotta say, folks, I'm absolutely enthralled by this. I can't wait to find out what they hit. I'm sure it's probably another vessel or some sort of a critical facility that's a part of Kronstadt. I hope it's another ship, though. They have so many of them here. I mean, you could see them literally lined up here like Battleship Row, just waiting to be hit. Or you can look around the dry docks, and there's a decent amount of them just hanging out around the dry docks. Maybe they hit a Kilo class that was in the dry dock. Couldn't we imagine, folks? I mean, the potential of this, they could have hit any ship here. They could have hit anything. We don't know yet. We just see the smoke and the fire. And it would be wonderful to know they blew up another ship in the Baltic Fleet. That'd be sick. Back in the day, folks, like, this isn't the first time, by the way, that Kronstadt's been overwhelmed and obliterated. Did you know, Matthew, that in the Russian Civil War, the British actually sent a motor torpedo boat team into Kronstadt, and they literally just sailed into it in the middle of the night and just started firing torpedoes at everything in there and sunk a couple of battleships and whatnot?
I didn't know that, but I would believe it.
Man, it was absolutely insane. The story and the history behind that one was nuts. Really cool, actually. If y'all have never heard of that story, we might do a rabbit hole on that one later during the question segment, but a very interesting piece of the history of Kronstadt Harbor. But anyways, with that in mind, hopefully we'll get some more up-close footage of what's on fire at Kronstadt, but incredibly good news to hear of nonetheless. So moving us on out of this question segment and this breaking news, it is time for us to get on down and into the Sea of Azov, as we promised, and to cover what's going on down here. From what we can tell, the Ukrainians have decided to hit a large amount of the Russian cargo ships, which are supplying munitions to the Russian army, and simultaneously have also hit some of the grain ships that were attempting to load up with Ukrainian grains illegally from occupied Ukrainian territory. The Ukrainians said that this will not go, and thus they hit the hard base, and they started to slam boats left and right, or ships more so. Here's the clips. Here's the first one. Coming on in nice and easy. Right for the bridge.
That's what they get for stealing the Ukrainian grain like that. Their ship gets hit.
I heard that they were wanting to get some Ukrainian grain, so now we're going to give them Ukrainian pain. We're like just ran them straight.
Grain from Ukraine. They said pain from Ukraine. Give it to them.
They said that they wanted the rain check. We gave them the grain check. Oh, Briaga. Man, but here comes another hit. You can actually see another one of the vessels actually on fire. They just highlighted that over on the other side of the Sea of Azov. And then this one came in and cleared out another one of these grain ships. And now we can see one getting...
We're going to bring the heat to the grain ship. We're going to put the Uno Reverse on the ship.
We're going to give them those long-range sanctions. Blow their shit up. Man, but you see the last ship getting hit here. And you know, folks, a lot of people are like, well, these look like little hits. I mean, they're big ships. They're hitting like the superstructure. Clearly, these hits couldn't be that bad. I mean, it's like probably minor damage at the best. Oh, you would think so until you see the up-close footage that was made by an Azerbaijani crew member on one of these grain ships, and it was a whopper. The bridge is gone.
Oh my God! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This was a drone that hit and caused that?
Duh.
What the hell? What kind of drone was this? A freaking mini nuke?
Well, it's interesting. It hit, and we saw the damage in the clip, actually, of the hits. They weren't that big, but apparently the fire burned through the superstructure of the ship, and the heat ended up warping whatever metal the superstructure is made out of. Because if you look when he gets closer here, I'll show you. Let's see here. He'll look up again here in a second. Oh, hang on. Let's see. I think he looks up here. Damn, come on, get us a better view. So that right there, this bowed down area, that's actually the floor plating of the bridge. And so apparently the fire burned so hot, it actually warped the floor of the bridge and basically just pulled it away from the roof more and more and ended up destroying the floor below it and the entirety of the bridge. So it was just the one little drone hit that did this.
That's insane, really. If that one little drone hit can cause that, that's wild.
This ship's completely inoperable. Like they can still man the rudder and whatnot from, I think, a backup position below deck. There's I believe a rudder motor that they can just operate independently down there. But outside of that, most normal operations of the ship, like the chart room and the rest of the equipment on the bridge, it's completely gone. The bridge is literally inaccessible at this point and completely unusable. So the Ukrainians rendered all 5 of these ships, from what we know, in the same condition as this, completely inoperable and requiring probably millions or tens of millions of dollars in repairs to bring them back to any level of operation, which I'd have to say is a pretty significant encouragement for them to not go to a Russian port, because they're not going to be able to make any money. They're going to be losing a lot of money from the aftermath of the Ukrainian attacks. We also were able to additionally see that on the land bridge to Crimea, the Ukrainians were making sure that no supply relief would be making it to Crimea over the highway. In Mariupol, we were able to confirm that there were large hits, apparently, to some supply depots within the area. Mariupol is a crossroads, not only for the land bridge, but also for the Russian army further up in Donetsk. And we also got to see that there were some strikes along the coast as well. This clip bleed, but this is largely the repeat of the last clip that we saw. It's a duplicate. So we're going to move on into the M14 highway and show you all the business here. Let me show you all the business. Oh, let me get rid of the whispering guy.
What was I going to say?
Shibbadas. Man, like this guy, I don't know what it is with Russian music, man, but they always have like their singer doing like AMSR at the beginning of the song. They're like, we're going to eat Mongolian beef. It's like, bro, why do you do that? It's like, just sing the song. But there goes the drone right into the dump truck.
Whoa.
Oh
man, that thing was coming in aggressive right there. That was a pretty aggressive flight path, that thing.
Man, honestly, man, I swore, man, that I heard from this thing while I was coming in, I heard, Tanega, Banzai! And it's like, damn, man, that thing's literally a kamikaze. And it blew out the bottom of the whole dump truck, like blew the doors off and everything and started an immediate major fire.
That's why you got to be careful about those, like, RC plane hobbyists. It literally looks like a RC jet, like that a hobbyist would play around with in the fields and stuff like that. But this one's a lot more deadly.
Man, I gotta say, it's crazy. And we can also see some more of the supply trucks burning on the M14. You know, that sounds like a good title to a song, Burning on the M14.
Honestly, it kind of does, for real.
Oh. Good God, man. Like, oh my God. It's pretty bad. Oh, look, they're even hitting the exposed tanks at the stations.
Oh, Bobby, they're trying to sell propane and propane accessories.
Why, I tell you what, they putting the propane on them. Man, like, oh, look, the police responded. Oh, look at that. It's the Russian police. It's not like the Ukrainian police that are working in the occupied territories. They've replaced the local Ukrainian police with the Russian police. That's interesting to note. I mean, I guess they would do that.
They got a little fire situation starting over there, it looks like. Oh, look, they brought out the foam. They really did a number on this.
Oh, look at this. Krymsky Sev SC. that means something along the lines of Crimean Fuel Company, TES. So this thing literally is going to Crimea, and it got blown up before it even made it there. Man, that's honestly, man, the marketing's on point. It let us know exactly where that fuel was supposed to go. Looks like no one in Crimea is going to be getting this, and they're fiending for it right now.
They would do anything for gas. You know how people will do, like, what would you do for a Klondike bar? You wouldn't want to know what the Russians would do for gas. It's probably absurd.
Man, I heard folks out there in Crimea, folks were getting turned out to try and get their wheels turning. I mean, it was rough down there. I mean, you know, I heard folks that you could go down there and anyone would do anything. I mean, literally anything for a gallon of gas or even a liter, to speak of that. But we also got another clip here showing us the hell on the highway in this clip as well. Oh my God, man, it's special equipment!
Oh, it is. I can't believe it. It's actually the special equipment burning right there. I can't believe that. It's not Bobcats. It looks like an asphalt roller, and also maybe a tractor behind it. Dang, man, what the heck? Like, it looks like napalm got all over it.
I think it was this fuel truck. I think it was the fuel from the tanks on the truck, like, rolling over there. Dude, they got a 3-for-1 out here in this bundle. They got 3 of these rollers.
That's wild right there. Yeah, it must have just like rolled the fuel out of the tank. Must have like sloshed all over the cab. That's why it apparently caught on fire. I don't know if the driver got the hell out of there. That looks like it happened pretty quick.
I think it probably did. Who knows? But I mean, that is some damage. Oh my God, they got another 2 trucks on the side of the road. Dude, this is like the most insane collateral I've ever seen on this highway yet. They hit 1 truck and then got 3 rollers with it, and also another 2 semis that were parked on the side of the road from the fuel that leaked out from the tank. Man, that's unbelievable.
What did we end up naming this? We had a poll on it a while back. Did we call this the highway to hell or the highway of death? What do we end up calling it?
Highway to hell, I think.
Highway to, yeah, really, honestly, it is the highway to hell at this point. This is deadly to go down this road.
Oh my God, that's insane. I've never seen that kind of collateral in my life. 1 Ukrainian drone knocked out 6 individual vehicles with 1 hit. Honestly, that sounds like one of those clickbait ads that you click on, like, Russians hate him. See how this Ukrainian drone operator blew up 6 trucks with 1 simple hit. Like honestly, unbelievable. But moving us on out of this whole deal on the M14 highway, which ought to be giving everyone once again the idea things are boding poorly for Russia in every way behind the lines. We also got to see that up near the area of the Sumy Oblast today, the 71st Jaeger Brigade was destroying some Russian drones. Hitting that one, and this one, and also that one, and this one as well, and maybe a little bit of this one, and that one, and maybe a couple of more of them. Blee.
These are the cheapest, crappiest looking drones ever, like made out of like cardboard that you'd get from your Amazon package or something.
Man, in Russia, man, this is called the finest materials these days.
What's the charge? Making a cheap drone? A non-succulent, cheap Temu drone?
How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my plywood! This is the man who touched me on the plywood, people. Oh! Man, I gotta say, the Ukrainians are teaching them a lesson these days up there in that airspace. In the location unknowns, we also were able to see a little something I think Matthew's gonna like. Observe. And I'll have to mute it.
Oh,
but
no, not the music.
But you're going to love it, man. It's great. It's exactly what you've been looking for. It's in the middle of the war. I think it's the first time we've ever seen this. A legitimate car rabbit hole made by the Ukrainian soldiers.
Oh, dang.
Bruh.
Oh,
they did a car at it.
Echo. Look at this. Man, that's crazy work. That really is. It's like the car dude at it's right here. Man, they got that thing pulled up. Honestly, it don't look too bad. They got the thing nice and clean. Also, I like the store they're going to, by the way. Go back to that first image of them coming out the store. Man, they going to the butter store. Look at that. They're going to the butter.
Man, what's your paycheck? Man, it's straight butter. Man, I like it. Also, I like the over the top deal that they did right here, man, where they just started flinging water in each other's face. Well, that's actually pretty funny. But man, the Iveco is really cool.
I will say this, like, you know, obviously it's no Rari, but this is about as cool as it gets from military stuff. Also, by the way, it's a nice gas station. That's really clean, even, like, according to U.S. standards.
Man, I got a gecko in the Veco. Like, man, that's going to be the song they got, man, like a Glock in the Rari, where they're going to have a gecko in the Veco. Man, honestly, though, I love the Ivecos. I think they look good.
Yeah, I like them, too. They're pretty neat.
But moving us on from this little rabbit hole, we also got to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. An outbreak.
Oh, no, that is nice. I got 2 of them today. That's not too bad. I don't think they included those rollers in this casualty count right here. That might be on tomorrow's.
Yeah, I think it will be tomorrow's, but they have to add them in. I mean, those were confirmed losses for the Russians. But over the past 24 hours, we did get to confirm that 1,550 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, which is the second highest in 2026, according to Mystique, the keeper of the records. And this raises the 7-day average to 1,403 Russians wounded and, well, largely casualties every 24 hours. 329 supply trucks is the 12th highest loss. 14 ground robotic complexes once again is tied for the second highest. And special equipment on 27 of the last 30 days and averages 3 a day. And over the past 24 hours, to break down all of our figures, 1,550 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed. The losses are getting unreal once again these days. 8 APCs, 329 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 68 artillery systems, 2,046 drones, 2 MLRSs, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, pretty damn impressive, and I've got to say, truly, sublime, really. Moving us on out of that, we've also been able to see that within the Kupiansk area, there were some hits done by some heavy bombers of the 3rd Assault Brigade of the Azov. The Azov is getting a lot of attention today. The Sea of Azov, the Azov units, and look, they got one. Here comes another.
I remember back in the day when Azov was getting a bunch of crap. Now they're on top and winning.
Man, I remember back in the day when some people were like, the Azov are bad people. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they seem pretty good at fighting, you know. I think they're pretty good at that, that's for sure. But moving us on out of that little bit of news, we also get to see down in the Alchevsk area that a command post got destroyed. I wonder what's left of it. This little Bahanka is screaming for help. Like, like it's like dying down there. Oh, look, it's the command post. Oh.
Well then.
Huh.
I think the workplace has had a little bit of a issue.
You know, I feel like, you know, someone should have given them a command to take cover, maybe.
Possibly so. This dude right here is pulling up in the Bahanka like he's just kind of like just another day at the office. Like, got flattened. Whatever.
Bruh, he was probably on like a grocery run for this command post. He was coming back with like the supplies and stuff from like Donetsk. And he drove up and saw this and just knew that everyone was wiped out. He said, damn, I'm deserting. He just kept driving. That's gotta be it. But this thing got cooked. And they're on the way. Yeah, I guess.
What's he doing? He's just driving off after the whole thing got destroyed. They're just like, we're just gonna take off now. we're just gonna head on out.
Man, bro, he said, yo, F him. It just kept driving. He's like, I'm not getting off. I'm not blowing. Also, there was like explosions coming from the middle of that place, so maybe that's a good idea. I don't think that's OSHA regulation standards. So maybe that's why they didn't go in there. They need the proper PPE and also, you know, like the tape and everything to cordon off the area. But moving us on out of that explosion on that command post, we also get to see that on the Konstantinivka front, today things were busy. The 36th Marine Brigade was able to take out a decent amount of Russian soldiers on this front with their FPV drones. We can see that this position is clearly a Russian one because they put up the flag of Russia. So these guys were patriots through and through. I hope they were patriotic till the last, lest their end be unsavory to them. We also were able to see here an artillery piece getting hit, and also this Bahanka getting blown up as well. Also see these little crappy Bahankas, the Rudniks, getting blown up. We can also see these drones being targeted as well. Oh, look, this Russian hide behind the tree. It did not do him well. You know, see this Russian in the wide open. That didn't really do him good either. You see this guy on a dirt bike, and that didn't really help him much either. You know, it's kind of an interesting trend, folks. It doesn't really seem like much of anything's helping the Russians these days in this war. It seems like it'd be better for them to just pack up and leave.
Yeah, I think so, but I have a feeling that the Russians are going to take the easy option. I feel like they want to do it the hard way.
I just have a feeling they ain't taking the L. I think that's what what kind of wordage we're looking for. And they blew up that flag on top of that tank just out of spite.
Man, look at them. They were doing it the hard way. The Russians like it hard.
Hey, yo? Well, honestly, they probably
Man, they probably, you know what they say. You know what they say.
Also, we were able to see the 36th Marine Brigade went on to also destroy more Russian positions today.
No diddy.
The Russians be like, we don't do it because we easy. we do it because we're hard.
Honestly, though, it was a totally unintentional thing to say, but there's probably some truth to it. You know, at the core of every conspiracy theory, there's always a little bit of truth, a little grain of truth at the root of it. So, you know, you can't put anything past them.
You can't. I mean, you can't, really. I mean, who in the world could ever say that that statement was wrong? I don't think anyone could these days. We also got to see an Su-27 dropping some guided munitions on the Russians today. It's about a hit. Patience, everyone. Oh, there we are. There's the first hit. And a second one, called a double tap. Oh, and what do we have here? Anything else? Oh, it looks like the drone's going back for a closer look.
Yeah, that's what I always say about criminals. After a criminal, like, you know, robs somebody's house or something like that, they always have a habit of returning back to the scene of the crime. That's like the Ukrainians just can't help it. They got to swing back for a second look every time.
Oh, man, they say, get him. And then they get him, how well did we get him? And then they got to go back and take a look. We also got to see another clip here showing some of the Ukrainian forces of the 100th Mechanized Brigade also doing their work in Konstantinivka, this time against a zebra-painted Buhanka. We also see one guy here hiding under the truck, but the problem is that he only has his head under there. The rest of his body is sticking out from the truck, so he's not really hiding all too well.
Is it a good idea to hide underneath basically a mobile gas canister?
No, not really. I've heard that many professionals have generally recommended not to do such a thing, but the Russians don't really seem to listen to that. We also got to see here this Buhanka getting blown up, and this one that just pulled over on the side of the road getting blown up as well. Now, this part of the Pokrovsk front's like Buhanka Central.
They call it death row.
Man, I'd say, folks, that's probably one of the worst ways to die is to die in one of those little shitty, like, trucks. I'd hate that. Oh, we also got to see the Russian forces getting hit as well by the 4th Operational Brigade of the Rubish. This was actually, at least the administrative staff of the 4th Brigade were actually present at the Battle of, let's see here. What the hell? Oh my god, why am I forgetting the name? The Battle of Hostomel for the Hostomel Airport. There's the name of it. They were actually present during that fight, which is a pretty interesting fact, and now they're all down in the Donbass doing their part. Oh look, it's a Russian ambush drone. That seems to be posing a bit of a dilemma. Oh, look, it got shot. So now the UGV is just backing up a little. They're taking the detour.
We'll just let that thing sort itself out real quick or something. Honestly, those ambush drones are horrifying, like the ones that just sit dormant until somebody pulls up, because you don't know if the thing is actually, like, legitimately active or not. But, I mean, that's scary as hell. Like, you can just be driving along the way, and then all of a sudden some drone pops up out of the bushes or something like that, like a horror movie, and you're finished.
Honestly, man, it is terrifying. But, you know, I'll have to say, the one thing that makes them less terrifying is that one clip where that UGV broke one of their ankles. Like, you remember that? Like, it backed up and then did, like, a little swish to the side, and the drone went flying right past in front of it. That makes them a little less scary, but they're still terrifying, though. I think that's one of the few times we've ever seen a UGV escape one of those. We also get to see on the Pokrovsk front as well that the Ukrainians were also hitting the Russian forces here in the Omega unit of the Special Operations Forces. You see them just getting on down there nice and easy. Looks like they have some sort of a clamp or a magnet below them. I wonder what they're using that for. Oh, look, a Russian on a dirt bike. Oh, well, he's gone now. I mean, that was kind of neat. He, like, popped around the corner like bull in it, and then he's no longer. Well, I mean, you never want to take too close of a look at that kind of stuff. But moving us on out of the Prokrovsk front and on down towards Enerhodar, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed today that it has negotiated a temporary local ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia around the ZMPP to allow repairs to the power supply lines to the power plant. So that's pretty good news to hear, and we're pretty happy to hear that. We also get to hear in Kherson as well that the Ukrainians were continuing to hit the Russian forces in the 39th Marine Brigade. Hitting them across the Dnipro. The Russians keep an entire army, a combined arms army in this area, and they do basically no fighting, and they do all of the dying in the area. We haven't seen them do much of anything over the past year and a half, yet the Ukrainians are blowing them up day and night. Pretty untenable position, if we're being honest, but the Russians don't believe that. They believe that they'll be able to hang on to this until 2036.
Man, also Putin declined to comment today whether or not he was going to stay in power until 2036. He said, "Meh."
Man, I like that one, though, where he came to Anchorage and we let the bastard step foot on American soil. And then someone said, "Excuse me, do you have anything to say about all the innocent civilians that you've killed?" And he's like, I can't hear you. He's doing the stupid hand signs. I just don't know, he's just saying. And I was like, oh, it's just stupid. It's like, what a stupid guy. But anyways, moving us on out of that news in Ukraine, we do have to go back, folks, and recap the middle of the East, because if it hasn't tormented you enough today, it's got to. So we got to cover it again. So we're going to be moving back down into this area, and now we're going to be covering it in the sequence of events, not as a breaking news story. So we're going to be starting at the very beginning of the day, after our last 24 hours news summary, and then working our way up until what just happened right when we were about to go on air and we had to go into the breaking news stream. So, over the course of this day, there has been a lot of interesting developments and escalations, like usual, almost every other day at this point, in the Middle East. Earlier in the morning, the U.S. did state that they had boarded a ship, the motor tanker Davina, in the Indian Ocean overnight, according to U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, and the U.S. Department of Justice then put out this picture showing U.S. military personnel boarding the MT Davina, aka the Lenore, a supertanker with a capacity for up to 2 million barrels of oil, and is listed under the U.S. Treasury Department sanctions of Iran's petroleum and petrochemical sectors. The vessel is part of Iran's Shadow Fleet, a network of illicit shipping facilitators that have enabled the Iranian regime to earn critical energy revenues, undermine stability in the region, and attack U.S. partners and allies. The seizure is a part of the Department of Justice's work with our whole of government partners to disrupt Iran's illicit oil smuggling and revenue generation that benefit the government of Iran and the IRGC. So we did get confirmation of that in picture evidence from the Department of Justice. So generally, we can confirm that that did happen. Moving us on out of that bit of news, we've also been able to hear that the USS Tripoli was operational in the area today, which is nothing new, but they did put out a picture of the Tripoli from today, which was pretty neat. Then we were able to hear that the real action started just a little while later. Apparently, according to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they had attacked U.S. warships within the Gulf of Oman, or as they called it, put out some warning shots towards them. CENTCOM immediately denied that this ever happened. And I've got to say, folks, I'm bringing this one up not to say that CENTCOM's claims should even be taken as accurate information. I'm pointing this one out to show how unreliable they've become at this point. And also, we can already see that in the last attacks that happened just 2 hours ago or so. The CENTCOM claimed that that the lie that was put out today was that Iran fired warning shots at U.S. warships. They stated that the truth is that Iran did not attack or fire at U.S. Navy warships. Then the Iranians put out the footage, and this whole thing kind of fell apart pretty quick. They actually put out footage from today showing the anti-ship missiles getting fired at the U.S. warships, which kind of goes against the whole CENTCOM claim that this didn't happen, because the area was blurred out, which largely works along the lines of the Iranian operational security we've seen prior during the armed conflict. And it's also showing us that the Iranians did back up with at least some form of physical evidence that they did fire quote-unquote warning shots at the USS Buxton, and also I believe, let's see, what was the other name of the ship? It was the USS Mason and the USS Truxton that were fired at today, at least allegedly according to the IRGC, and backed off. You can see the clip right here. And there's the second one. That's actually a drone, to point that out.
Those actually seem, those missile launchers right here, seem like they're positioned pretty far inland, because if you look at the small little viewport that they let us see right here, everything else is blurred out. I really can't see the coast from here. It looks like they fired it across a huge stretch of land, and you can't even see the water from this video.
These can actually fire pretty far inland. Well, when I mean pretty far inland, it's not on the shore, but they can fire from about all the way to Deh Berez, which is about, I think, 15 to 20 miles inland, and still hit U.S. warships, will attempt to hit them, because the Gulf of Oman and also the Strait of Hormuz are so narrow that these sorts of anti-ship missiles that have ranges of about 150 to 175 miles could be fired from deep inland and still be within range of trying to attack a U.S. warship in the area. So I would have to say, folks, this is what this looks like to me. CENTCOM lied through their teeth once again. Nothing shocking. They just did it 2 hours ago again. So at this point, we can largely assume that CENTCOM is about as reliable as the Russian Ministry of Defense. And unfortunately, that's going to start casting the light on the entire Department of Defense, that they probably can only be taken about as at their word, about as far as you can throw them. But I believe the reason why they lied about this flatly today was so that way they could try and deny that the Iranians are still taking hostile actions directly against U.S. forces, so that way the U.S. public doesn't clearly make the reasonable statement of, well, if they keep shooting at us, why aren't we going back to war? So I guess they're trying to cover all of that up.
Well, the one thing that doesn't make sense, though, with the story you're saying there is the U.S. said that they struck the Iranian coast in self-defense in response to Iranian strikes. So if CENTCOM is denying that Iran fired warning shots at the vessels, at the U.S. warships in the region, then what was the U.S. responding to when they struck the coast?
Exactly. That is a good point. What in the hell were they responding to? Because then just a couple hours later, it was like 3 or 4 hours after this happened in the Gulf of Oman, we then started to hear reports that the U.S. was attacking anti-ship forces and radar sites in Guruk and on Kashim Island to defend against further attacks after Iran launched 4 one-way attack drones, according to Central Command. So then CENTCOM said earlier that it was a complete lie that Iran didn't fire at U.S. warships, and then a couple hours later they said we conducted self-defense strikes because the Iranians fired at U.S. warships. Like, just flat-out lying left and right. The only thing they don't lie about is when they're bombing the Iranians.
And it's like that. These self-defense strikes by the U.S. on Iran, they took place well before Kuwait or Bahrain got hit later this evening that we covered earlier in the stream. That happened way before. So they could have been responding in response to what happened to the Gulf states because it hadn't taken place yet.
Yeah, I mean, that had not happened yet at all. So from what we know, the day's events went as follows. The U.S. seized the oil tanker in the Indian Ocean. Then Iran fired on 2 U.S. Arleigh destroyers, and they apparently retreated out of the Gulf of Oman. Then, in response to that, the U.S. blew up the surface search radars that the Iranians had on Kashim Island and at Guruk. And apparently in response to that, then Iran fired in retaliation at U.S. forces in Kuwait and Bahrain, hitting the 5th Fleet headquarters, which has been confirmed, as a response to the U.S. attack that was responding to the Iranian attack from earlier in the day. So that's the whole sequence of events that we can tell of over the past 24 hours, and it is once again clearly showing that CENTCOM's lying through their teeth. Why in the hell do they have to lie this badly? You see, for someone to claim that they're running the most transparent administration seen in U.S. history, they sure do lie out of their teeth every day of the week. I mean, they basically out of almost every government institution at this point, especially CENTCOM, which we're having to cover every day, and their lies are about as see-through as glass. On top of that, we also were able to hear that, according to CENTCOM, they then made the following statement about these strikes they conducted on Guruk and Kashim. Moments ago, CENTCOM forces shot down 4 Iranian one-way attack drones that were launched towards the Strait of Hormuz. The attack drones posed an immediate threat to regional maritime traffic. Sounds a lot like the prior attack that the Iranians had claimed they conducted against the U.S. warships. U.S. forces subsequently struck Iranian coastal surveillance radar sites in Guruk and on Kashim Island to defend against further attacks. American forces remain vigilant and postured to respond to unjustified Iranian aggression in self-defense. And that's a very important one to discern as well from this post, is that they say in self-defense. So these drones that CENTCOM saying were fired at someone, they weren't just fired at anybody. They were apparently fired directly at the forces of the U.S. Navy, and the strikes on Guruk and Kashim were self-defense strikes because they were firing at U.S. forces. So, I mean, the story is pretty damn clear at this point, if anything. CENTCOM just lied out of their teeth earlier and denied that this even happened, and then reacted off of it because it did happen. So they can't even keep the story straight in the post that they're putting out. We then were able to hear that the IRGC, in the midst of all this, by the way, in that whole story that we just covered, in the middle of all that, they then stated that the negotiations are falling apart because America keeps blowing up commercial ships And then also, apparently, Israel's strikes in Lebanon are greatly degrading the ability for the talks to continue, and they just don't find it worthwhile anymore. And a lot of people are talking about another development that's come out of Iran in the midst of all that as well, because that's not the only comment that they made today. There was another one. There was another very important one that they made up in Tehran. But before we get into that little bit of news in Tehran, I do want to cover once again for people who missed us earlier in the show that in the midst of this, Russia is continuing to supply air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we have been able to see that proof of this came out in leaked contracts that the Russians had made with the Iranian government. This provided a significant amount of air-to-ground, air-to-air, and anti-ship missiles for the Islamic Republic of Iran to be able to use off of their current existing fleet of aircraft, and also for the additional Su-35s, which they'll be getting from the Russians eventually, although they're certainly not getting them during the war in Ukraine. It appears that at the moment, the Russian Federation is still going out of their way to support by proxy the enemies of the United States. And for any Americans who find themselves under the misconception that the Russian Federation is friendly to the United States, wherever the United States goes and fights an enemy of the United States, according to the current administration, you're going to find the Russians backing up that enemy every day with some sort of weapons or support, if they can. But moving us on out of that additional news of what the Russians are helping out the Iranians with, it's now time for us to get on into the bombshell news that has come out from the statements in Tehran. The Iranians are demanding, in the midst of everything that happened today around the Strait of Hormuz and with the U.S. destroyers, that they want $24 billion from the United States to even really talk about a ceasefire or a peace deal seriously. They stated that if they don't get this money, they're going to drag the war out into the entirety of the region and expand it even further beyond, into the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, and the Mediterranean. Then this guy right here, who is an absolute hag, I haven't seen anyone this ugly in my life. I mean, this guy... This guy looks like Captain Clark from the Backrooms movie. I mean, this is freaking horrendous.
Honestly, he looks like the witch off of Snow White, the Disney movie. Like I didn't know somebody's face. Pull that up. Can we show there, or is it Disney gonna freak out if we show a still image?
I think they might cease and desist us.
They might do that actually. Let me see here. Let's see here. The witch from the Disney Snow White. Let's see here. Yeah, y'all pull that up on your own computers or look at your own side of stuff. The evil queen from Snow White, the original Disney movie, looks exactly like this guy. Like, it is uncanny how he looks like that creature off of that thing. Like, this dude is ugly as a board.
Man, honestly, he is bad. I mean, I heard, folks, that this guy's actually been used as a weapon by the IRGC because whenever he shows his face to people, they turn to stone. But he also said a direct quote that the cost of negotiating is much less for America than the cost of fighting with us. And also went on to elaborate in an actual video clip that I didn't get to show on air that according to him, America's got tons of money, so $24 billion is basically nothing to us, but it's a lot to them, so it'd be a gesture of goodwill because America's rich. So that's literally what he said afterwards, after that statement, which is insane. He's basically acting like the United States is like a national version of Mr. Beast. Like, we go around, giving out money to anyone who asks. But a lot of people right now are talking about that Iranian threat that was just issued by him, and also the fact that the Iranians are saying that the ceasefire is falling apart because of continued U.S. attacks and also Israel's continued actions in Lebanon. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so right now, this is the developments between Lebanon and Israel, by the way. Hezbollah is completely refusing a ceasefire with Israel, and over the last 48 hours, or perhaps even longer than that, they've been attacking Israel with rockets nonstop. Like, there's been nonstop warnings all over northern Israel, and Hezbollah is going all in, which, of course, Israel wants to respond to that, but Iran's saying that if Israel keeps up their strikes on Hezbollah inside of Lebanon, then the Iranians are simply going to restart the war, and it's going to be the end of all the talks. So it's a catch-22 that the Iranians are setting up with that. So do you think that the Hezbollah-Israel situation will end the Iran talks all the way together? And it looks like 48% said no, the talks will continue for stalling purposes, while 38% said yes, this will be the talk ender, and 7% said that this is only a small factor in the whole scheme of the Iran situation. And I would say, personally, I think this is the talk ender. I think this will be the point of contention right here that generally will be the reason why the talks fall apart. Although I would say that talks never were viable in the first place. So it's nothing, it's not, no love lost there, really. So Hezbollah wants to fight. Israel definitely wants to fight. So between those two, they're definitely going to get this thing kicked back off, and they're doing it right now. And Iran's going to jump in eventually. And we'll probably see an attack on Israel by Iran probably soon, I would imagine. So I'm with the 38%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'm with the 48%. I think that the talks are going to continue to stall for some foreseeable future because for some reason, the President of the United States just doesn't want to get back to doing what he has to do, which is his job, and he wants to sit around and waffle around and pretend like talks are going to lead to something when they never will. So I would be with the 48%. I think that there's going to be a continuation of the stalling tactics that we've seen so far, and we're going to see that they end up going absolutely nowhere. So with that, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we've been able to get out of the area, as we have also been able to hear that there was jet activity over Karaj over the course of the day, and it's now time for us to get on into what happened when we went live with the breaking news. The Iranians have continued some significant attacks once again today against U.S. forces and also Gulf state allies in the Gulf states. We did get to see a significant amount of air defense activity. I'm going to just recap this lightly here. Over Bahrain, we were able to see videos here of the air defense interceptions and missiles being fired. And we also were able to see additionally that there were drone launches from Elam, but we actually don't know what happened to these drones because we haven't heard of them since. Additionally, we've also been able to hear outside of these strikes that just happened about 2 hours ago, 2 hours and 20 minutes ago when we went live on air, we've also heard that there were strikes around the area of Sulaymaniyah by the Iranians as well, most likely against Kurdish forces, as this is a significant Kurdish city. And the Israelis also came under rocket attack today by Hezbollah, and rockets were fired around the area of Kiryat Shimona. So that is generally all of the news that we got out of the Middle East today in sequence, and it does not appear at the moment that the Islamic Republic of Iran is looking to try and create any sort of a peace, which has been obvious over the past 2 months. It's been obvious for years, and we'll probably see that the U.S. continues to work off the idea that a peace can be made when there is literally no chance in hell of a peace ever being made. So with that in mind, it is time for us to move on out of that bit of news and on up and into the remaining piece of news that we have out of the Ukraine war that we actually didn't cover yet today. A bit of an icing on the cake for all of y'all. A Ukrainian drone was actually intercepted overnight by a Russian electronic warfare units near Sevastopol, and apparently the drone turned away from Sevastopol and ended up making its way all the way to Kastana, ending up running into the breakwater on the outskirt of the city, which we could actually see the aftermath of here. We then were able to hear that the Ukrainians did take responsibility for the drone and the explosion in the area and stated that they were sorry to the Romanian government about the incident and that it was definitely not intentional. The drone was intercepted by electronic warfare by the Russians and unfortunately ended up running into the breakwater at Kastana. We did not hear of any wounded or killed as a result of this attack, so beyond it being jarring and unsettling for the folks in Kastana, no actual damage was caused as a result of the attack. But a lot of people are also hearing that we have some fresh footage coming out right now. Apparently very fresh, incredibly fresh. Actually, we have a lot of fresh footage coming out. So let's take a look at this, man. What do we got here?
So we have 2 pieces of footage here. First of all, we have another more clear angle of the Ukrainian drone attack at the Kronstadt naval base near, apparently, I believe, St. Petersburg. So we'll take a look at that first. And then after that, we have apparently an attack that just took place on the port of Mariupol, the occupied Ukrainian port of Mariupol that the Russians currently occupy, of course. Apparently got a direct hit to it. And there's a massive smoke cloud coming from literally the entire port. But let's take a look at Kronstadt first.
Let's take a look at this Kronstadt, folks. Is that the wind or is that the explosion?
That sounds like a fire. I don't know what the hell that is, actually. I'm not, it's too far away to be the fire, actually.
That's interesting. We also got this clip out of Mariupol.
Oh, wow. Alley-oop.
Man, I'll say, Mariupol be cooking. Damn! But anyways, moving us on out of all of those additional clips that we got out of the attacks on Russia currently, it's now time for us to go...
Wait a second. I got another picture of the Kronstadt strike. Apparently, one of those FP1 drones were flying in crazy like. Let's take a look at this. Kronstadt was apparently getting hit by the fast ones.
Oh,
there it goes. Look at that. That thing's loud. It sounds like a lawnmower. It's about to fix the lawn.
man, look at it go. Man, that thing's like a Sopwith camel flying over.
Honestly, man, I like the sound of that. I think that has a nice sound to it right there. It's not quite the same as the two-stroke on the other larger drones, but this is pretty decent right here, I will say. You know, Firepoint makes some pretty good stuff right there. Maybe the U.S. might want to hook up with them.
You know, honestly, man, if I'd be straight up with all of y'all, I think the U.S. ought to hook up with the Ukrainians to get a whole bunch of stuff. We ought to just start sending out licensing contracts, or more so get licensing contracts from them. Or better yet, you know what? I got a better idea, folks. Outside of that, why don't we just offer Firepoint to set up factories in America to produce solely for the U.S. military? I mean, their stuff
Well, they
is
will.
pretty
Remember,
good.
that's the deal. I don't know about Firepoint specifically, but the United States is going to be offering Ukraine to set up manufacturing of their drone technology in America, and then they can ship it back to Ukraine, and also, obviously, the U.S. gets to benefit from that as well.
Well, I hope it's Firepoint that's doing that. I hope they're heavily included in that because I like Firepoint stuff. They make great stuff, like, you know, the FP5 and everything else. I mean, they're incredible. But anyways, with that, folks, it's time for us to get on to the man who is in charge and behind of all of these attacks and strikes that we've been seeing happening on air right now. It's time for us to get on into what Putin would describe as the depths of hell, the pits of inhumanity, the render of armies, the destroyer of nations, President Volodymyr Zelensky. Hello. And hopefully it loads quick. Yes, it did. And so without further ado, here is the very short speech we got for the day. Peach!
Bitch!
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні ми продовжили обміни. Повернулись додому в Україну ще 186 наших людей. Більшість – це військові, захисники, що потрапили в полон на різних напрямках фронту. Донеччина, Маріуполь, Харківщина, Луганщина та інші. Всіх маємо повернути і по кожному прізвищу перевіряємо, шукаємо. В сьогоднішньому обміні є люди з важкими хворобами і після поранень. Обміни йдуть не просто, але йдуть. Але готуємо наступні етапи. Важливо, що за цей рік вже провели 7 заходів, повернули 1429 людей загалом вже за цей рік. Я хочу подякувати нашій команді, яка готує обміни. Обов'язково наша вдячність кожному і кожній на передовій, хто забезпечує для України поповнення обмінного фонду та бере в полон росіян. Кожен такий результативний підрозділ, всі прояви сміливості українців в захисті України – це наша можливість бути ефективними в дипломатії, в домовленостях, поверненні наших людей додому з полону. Була розмова з нашою дипломатичною командою. Ми готуємо зустрічі, які можуть бути корисними. Кілька форматів з європейськими партнерами. І також ми готуємось до форматів з американською стороною. Ми знаємо, що європейці готують нові кроки на підтримку України. Я дякую всім в Сполучених Штатах, хто з нами, хто з Україною і хто старається зробити ситуацію кращою для захисту життя. На жаль, російська сторона знов обирає війну. Всі почули сьогоднішню відповідь. Слабка відповідь. Він просто не хоче закінчувати війну. Думаю, що багатьох у світі ця відповідь розчарувала. Не хоче він нічого змінювати, не хоче визнати, що його війна подобається тільки йому. І тим, хто тягне з нього гроші, вони всі сьогодні були дуже усміхнені. Значить, грошей у Росії має стати менше, а тиску на Росію більше. Я дякую усім, хто допомагає нам. Я дякую всім, хто з Україною, хто хоче реального миру. Сьогодні була доповідь Служби безпеки України, звіт по результатам за цей рік на фронті та в операціях передусім. Воїни СБУ ЦСОА номер 1 по ураженнях ворога на фронті з початку року. Результативно. Ми захищаємо свою державу, ми захищаємо свою незалежність. І сьогодні погодив в Службі безпеки України нові наші операції. Слава Україні!
Slava.
Slava.
And with
And I
that,
would just like to say, if you'll give me the chance, to say Putin is a weak punk. That's what they call him, a punk. He's not a strong leader. He's a weak leader. He's not fit for duty.
I believe in absolute formality. When Putin wants to end the war, he'll have to show up to the peace talks in a suit. A gimp suit, because he's my bitch. But anyway.
I will say it's really wild too. Not only is Ukraine winning the frontline situation at this point, also winning definitely the logistics situation, but they're even winning on the propaganda front at this point. Like the cope that's coming out of Russia about this business about they're cooling their economy and making it crash because somehow it's good for them or something, and also reopening the child labor camps. It's like, I mean, there's no way to explain that away except for it's a failure.
Man, Russia is going to start putting out propaganda about the glorious child labor camps before long. I wonder how in the world the people who support Russia are going to, justify that one. Like, are they going to say, like, the kids over here in the West are wimps and they really do need to go to the child labor camps or something? Like, I wonder what type of spin some people are going to take. I wonder what people like that one American political podcaster who's over there in St. Petersburg right now, I wonder what their take on that's going to be. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Are they going to act like it's a bad thing, but it's not that big of a deal? I'm interested in that. I wonder
do what they're told.
I wonder what Tucky G thinks about this. Does he think the groceries are still cheap? Like what does he think about that?
Hell, I don't even know, to be honest with you. They did just come up with everything. You know how it is. They just come up with stuff that fits the narrative and stuff like that. Some people swear that, they know what they're talking about. It's like, please, yes, they really know what they're talking about. Russia's doing so fantastic. They're resorting back to child labor camps. At this point, look, can we rename Russia the USSR again? I mean, they're literally going the exact same way the USSR at this point.
Well, I'd have to be honest with you. I had to ask the question of why in the world were they opening up these child labor camps, and I came up with the idea. It must be because the kids these days, they like Minecraft. Anyways.
So what are they going to be having the children doing for like the labor? Like, did they say what they were going to be putting them to work on?
I don't know, hitting like rocks with picks. I don't really know. Like, I don't even have a clue. Right now, it's just being considered. Let's go pull up what Soviet child labor camps did. Like, what was their main thing? Like, did they make shoes? What did they do? Let's see. So that basically there was just gulags, but for children. That's kind of messed up.
Wow.
They had gulags specifically for children. I actually never heard about that before. I thought there was just general gulags for the general population. I didn't know they had ones specifically for children. Let's see. Oh, damn. Actually, I did not know this at all. Under Stalin, children of enemies of the people were arrested by guilt by association because they were considered to be tainted by anti-revolutionary ideology.
Oh my goodness, that sounds a lot like the old times of Germany to a certain degree.
So actually, to give you all the answer here, what did they do? They did everything the adults did. They just did it in a child-only labor camp.
Damn, Stalin's worse than I thought. I already knew about all the murdering that he was doing, but I didn't know about that.
Yeah, and then people say, well, communism isn't that bad. It's like, well, considering that every single type of communism ever made ends up becoming authoritarian, and it ends up with that. I've never even heard of that before. That's unbelievable. I gotta say that's even, like, that is as insane as what Germany did in the 1930s and 40s. Because if y'all don't know, the gulags, I believe, ended up killing more people than the Germans did in the Second World War through their own means in the similar form, because the gulags ended up lasting for much longer. The camps in Germany only existed, I think, from like 1942 to 45. The gulags in Russia existed for about 2 decades. So they got to send if I remember the numbers correctly, it was like 10 million people or more into the gulag system in the Soviet Union, and a lot of them didn't survive. Most of them ended up dying.
I guess on the, like, if there's a silver lining for American kids, at least we don't have to worry about that. Now, granted, things are not very good on the economic outlook for us here in the United States, but at least we're not dealing with child labor camps.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I don't think we'll ever see on American soil. That's
Hopefully
just
not.
hopefully not. That's just insane, though. I mean, I didn't even know that they had such a thing. I don't like. I don't even think, like, just to I have to make the comparison here, I don't even think the Germans had something like that. I think they just put everyone in a general, like, camp. They didn't have, like, so many people going into their, like, camp system that they had to make one specifically for the children. I mean, that's unbelievably messed up to think how many people were going into the camps. They had to make one specifically for kids. And that's unbelievable.
Also, I see the Bearded said America had its own child labor thing going on for a while. Yeah, but that's a lot different, though. Like, obviously, that was bad, but they weren't, like, imprisoning the children. Like, Russia's talking about straight up imprisoning the children in camps, like, to make them work. So that's different. That's basically, at that point, that's false imprisonment. That's a whole different ball game right there. So that's rough. Also, by the way, I mean, that tells you that the loss reports have to be true that are coming out, showing these millions of Russians casualties like those. It has to be true because otherwise, why are they having to use children for the labor? Why is there not enough manpower from the men to do it?
Yeah, I would also have to say, like, there's a big difference. I see who brought that up. There's a big difference in between a kid in a impoverished family going to work at the spinning mill for a nickel a day and, and being in abjectly poor working conditions versus putting children in a concentration camp and then forcing them to do, at that point, slave labor in abjectly horrific conditions. I mean, there's a very big difference between those two sorts of things. That's like saying in America, the prison systems like the German concentration camps. I mean, that's a humongous leap. Like the American prison system isn't, a death camp. Like none of them are. They just
he didn't mean it like that.
Well,
He was just making a point.
well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's an apples to oranges kind of thing. It's not even comparable. Because during that time in history in the United States, when child labor was acceptable here, child labor around the world was an acceptable and practiced thing. But the big difference is that they're putting them in camps and putting them to slave labor, or at least that's what they're now considering. So, a pretty different sort of a ballpark. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best that I can, at least from what we would know at the moment. And with that in mind, folks, we've actually made it to the end of the show. So we're going to be getting on into our question segments. It's the end of the news show, by the way. The question segments still have a good while to go. But we're going to be getting into all of our questions, starting with the largest ones first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller ones throughout the show, and then we'll be getting to the live chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So the news isn't over. He lied. He lied. Then we have more news right now. We have another video coming out, apparently showing Ust-Labinsk getting hit, which is at the southern part of Russia. And it's an up-close video, and it shows you just how bad this hit was right here. Apparently, Ust-Labinsk is an oil storage and also an export area as well from the looks of it. So that's why it's burning like this. We're about to watch the video. Apparently, these are several major oil tanks on fire, and it looks like, I don't even know what the Russians are doing. They're like hanging out right below the fire, but let's take a look. Is that snow on the ground? Why is the ground white?
I don't know. Maybe it's just the lighting.
Yeah, it's weird. And also, why is everybody just hanging out below? I'm sure that burned their eyebrows off.
I don't know, but considering how hellish and demonic this fire looks, man, I think that we can say that we need to start running a poll on whether people think that we should rename this town from Ust-Labinsk to Ust-La-Boo-Boo, because it looks demonic and scary.
I tell you what, that Labubu. But also here, let's see here. I'm seeing, oh man, the fire signature off of this, by the way. Igor Gherkin posting from the cell. He put out another post. It's apparently the fire signature from the NASA Firm satellite, and this is the fire at Ust-Labinsk that we just saw in that video. This is a serious fire, like it's engulfing like pretty much the entirety of the town itself. That's how large this fire is. I mean, look at Ust-Labinsk on the map, and I mean, basically the entire like top part of the city is on fire.
Damn, that's crazy. I wonder if the passenger trains are going to run on time.
I doubt it, honestly. I would tend to doubt it.
I don't think you're wrong, but I'm holding out hope. Like maybe everyone could get to work tomorrow. Well, in the morning right now in Russia. Maybe the train will show up. It's just going to be a warm ride when you pass this little burning depot right here, just north of the rail yard. But not a good look for them, They kind of getting cooked these days. Let's see if we can see this building before it was on fire. Well, this oil storage depot. Jesus, this is a rough-ass place. There's the depot, though, that's on fire right across the tracks. But damn, this place looks horrible.
Yeah, it really does look awful. That's a horrible look right there. Also, let's see here. I see Evergreen Intel has done some geolocation on that Kronstadt strike because we gotten some far away images and videos of it, but it looks like we have a possible geolocation showing exactly what was hit. That is reposted right now. So let's jump out of the Uslubinsk strike that happened in southern Russia. Let's go back and take a look at the Kronstadt strike, which is up closer to St. Petersburg.
Let's get on up there to Kronstadt. Also, by the way, the bearded, I wasn't like getting heated or anything. I was just saying that's kind of an apples and oranges thing because I didn't know that you were continuing it. So I was like, no, and I was like, that's not really comparable. But anyways, moving on from that. Sorry for the misunderstanding, by the way. But let's get back to Kronstadt. Let's see. So where do they geolocate that? So that's actually not, that's apparently some sort of a building up in here somewhere, behind the cathedral that's here at Kronstadt. So it's somewhere around here. But what exactly is on fire, we still don't know for sure. But it's not a ship at the naval wharf, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also, by the way, we're also expecting that Primorsk, it might be hit again, because I saw some reports a minute ago that the drones were on their way to Primorsk, which has been hit before by the Ukrainians. So we'll be getting some more video out of this, some more up close video to see what was hit in Kronstadt, exactly what was hit. But also, I'm really anxious to see if the oil export terminals at Primorsk are about to get hit again, because I wouldn't put it past the Ukrainians to go for it a second or third time. And actually, this might be the third time, actually.
I think it is. But I mean, they have to go after it because there's no other pun that you can make that's better than Primorsk, more like Prime Orcs, because it just works so well. So I'm sure they're going to hit it so that we can make the pun again. But hopefully they do. It's a fairly important oil loading port in this area of Russia. But the Kronstadt hit is a pretty nice one, a nice little icing on the cake. Let me see. Can we drop? Oh my God, you can actually go on Street View basically through the whole thing.
What's this look like?
Oh,
it's like a shrine or something. What is this?
This is a cathedral for the Eastern Orthodox Church.
It almost looks Islamic.
Yeah, a lot of actually the like Islamic I guess you say mosques. They're heavily inspired off the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, and that was originally an Eastern Orthodox church.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks very similar. It's got like the what do they call the little dome at the top? The domes are called something. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, y'all know what I'm saying.
And then it almost has like the minarets at the front too. That's actually kind of interesting. But let me see here. Let me drop us down not near this cathedral, but somewhere else. Oh, I just noticed this, by the way. The like tiles on the ground, they make an anchor and a cross.
Oh, they sure do. I guess that's, those Russians have a obsession with like the striped shirts and the sailor anchor and stuff like that. It's just like a thing.
Bro, they gotta look sus as hell. Like, try to get on them ships, they gotta wear them striped shirts and listen to Bohemian Rhapsody. But anyways,
man, what you saying about
man? I'm just saying, man. I mean, like, they ain't suffering from vitamin C. They got plenty of fruit on them ships. That's all I'm saying. But oh my God,
and they get the vitamin D.
Man, they ain't lacking any of that either out there in the Russian Navy, man.
They won't catch them catching scurvy.
Man, but you will see them trying to get curvy, I'll tell you that. Oh my God. Dude, this shit's burnt.
Yeah, I think that might have been a casualty of another era. What's this woman doing just standing there? Look at her. Look at this pose.
Man, she was
eyeing the Google car, I think. She was looking at the car. Honestly, I'd be eyeing the cars too in this city. Like, I'd be looking out.
The hell's up with her shoes? Like, look at the giant boosts on the bottom. Those are like 6 inches.
You got to have that lift.
Man, gotta have that lift. Let's take a look around the rest of Kronstadt. Jeez Louise, man. Kronstadt. Oh, look, they just got a sail of an old Soviet sub just hanging out here. And some guy on a bench probably doing crocodile.
Oh, man. Man, he looks like, honestly, it looks like it might be a Navy sailor or something right there, that dude on that bench. It looked like he was having a hard time, but anyway, the town's having a hard time too. It looks like that one little nice area of town was like the only nice part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that cathedral, I think, was the only good part, because the rest of, Jesus Christ, folks, this is bad. Like, honestly, we've seen some bad parts of Russia. Beyond the roads being paved, which I do have to say is something you don't normally see in Russia, the buildings around here are literally, like, collapsing. Like, this one, those are actually potted plants. I thought there was weeds growing out of the balcony. Might as well be. They look pretty bad. Jeez, folks, I mean, damn. Kronstadt's a rough place. Look at that. I think that's where they shot the Romanovs.
I hope not.
Man, and then you got a very okna. I don't know what
I
that
thought it
means.
said okra.
Oh no, no, it's not okra. They'd have to have a P behind the K for that to say okra. But honestly, man, I could go for some fried okra right now. That would be pretty good. Sadly, there's
Has
none
anybody in here had fried okra? Like, have y'all had fried okra? Not the boiled stuff where it gets all slimy, but you know the breaded fried okra. That stuff's pretty good. If you're not from the South, though, you probably haven't had it.
I mean, man, okra smacks. I mean, some people hate the stuff, but I think it's really good. But, gee,
This reminds me of where we grew up. This looks like Montgomery on a nice street.
yeah, honestly, it kind of does actually. Like, rough stuff though. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. Like to think
There's
this is
just something about like when I look at this right here, knowing we grew up in a place that had like buildings that looked like this and stuff, and it was kind of like generally had a depressing feel to it like that. Like there's something about it that I look at and I'm like, oh, I wouldn't want to live there, but also it's kind of nostalgic at the same time, just because we grew up in an environment that kind of looked like that. It's just a weird thing. But yeah, I look at it and I immediately know the feeling that people have living here because I remember distinctly the feeling it felt like living in a place like Montgomery that was generally felt hopeless to a large degree. It's a rough thing to live in a place like this for a long time.
honestly, it's kind of a little interesting, like with that, because I'd agree. Because like when we lived there in Alabama, I was like, man, you know, well, especially when we started to get older and we started to realize how bad off Alabama is. It's like, man, Alabama's a shithole. And then you move out of there, and then after a while, you're like, yeah, well, you know, like there were a couple of neat things about it, you know, like a couple of nostalgic things. But you know, the one time that we had to go back, because we had to go back after we moved here, like I think what was it like early February or something like that, Matthew, right before the Iran war started, and we had to go back.
I think.
Yeah, and it was pretty damn rough. And we were like, oh, actually, we're lucky. Like, we were lucky to get out of there. But, you know, still, it's interesting how you remember a place because you remember the bad parts of it, and then you also kind of, like, seek out the good parts in your head and be like, oh, you know, there wasn't all bad. There was some pretty good stuff there. But anyways, with that, enough about Kronstadt and everything. I hope we've addressed these new strikes and fires that we've seen well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. So out of that, that was the breaking news we had for the moment, by the way. And right now, wait a second here. Wait a second. I've gotten some more clips. These clips are actually as old as the last ones I pulled up, but I hadn't seen these yet. So let's check these out real quick and see if these are new or not, because I haven't seen these before. I've seen a couple of them, but not all of them.
We've seen the first one, so here's the second one. I don't think we've seen this one.
Someone just fired up the Massey Ferguson.
That sounds like a two-stroke. And that thing is so graceful. And then we also saw this one here. Oh, look, that's a helicopter.
So they are coming in over the Gulf of Finland.
And then, last but not least, the fire at Kronstadt. Good.
Interesting. So yeah, it is as large an attack as they're saying it is. It truly is. So yeah, I'm very anxious to get the videos out of that Primorsk area when it finally hits, because they're probably hitting now. We'll probably get video of it before the stream's out.
Yeah, we probably will. But in the meantime, we are going to make sure to start getting to some questions. So what do we got, Matthew?
Also, by the way, one last thing before we get into those questions, we're also seeing that St. Petersburg airspace is currently directing flights around. They're not letting them land right now, which also seems to back up the idea that it's currently under the attack, like I was just mentioning. So we're seeing a whole bunch of flight patterns going in circles around St. Petersburg as of about 9 minutes ago. And there they are, right there on the map as well. Look at that thing; it was zigzagging around. Look at that; it looks like a EKG.
Man, that's crazy. There's a load of... Bro, they got them all on the same track, bro. They're basically like a dog chasing their tail. They're just following each other in a giant circle.
Yeah, really, honestly. Yes, that means that there are definitely still drones flying around, so my assessment is correct on that. We'll probably have that video very soon. But in the meantime, though, let's go ahead and jump right into our next super chat here in the meantime while we're waiting for that news. And this one is going to go to none other than Kerberos3 once again. And thank you very much, by the way, for that very generous $100 support yet again. That's a ton of support from Kerberos tonight. We do appreciate that. And he said, thank you for the laughs and the news and some more support as might be hibernating the rest of the weekend, and one from the chat, please.
And a big thanks to you for the incredible support, Kerberos3, and thank you so much for enjoying the laughs and the news. We try our best to make sure that we can get out them laughs that news. And I hope that we did pretty good tonight. I mean, it was 2 hours and 40 minutes, basically, of straight news, and I hope that it was high quality. I'll have to be honest with you, although, folks, I think, I'm not sure if Matthew's going to agree with this, but I think we're probably not going to go live for another breaking news segment on like a strike in the Middle East, because they happen so quickly. They're basically over by the time we get on air.
Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that personally. We got to cover those. Like, that's something right there. It's hard not to cover that because people want to know what's going on with it. And even though it may be shorter, it worked in perfectly with the beginning of our coverage too. So no, I would say it was pretty good. I think most people in the chat would agree with it too, because otherwise they don't know what's going on because we're not here to cover it.
Well, I mean, we just covered it the normal time. Like, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to like go live immediately, because basically it just turned into being just a small little comeuppance. Really, it didn't end up being much. So, like, in my opinion, folks, because the way I'm looking at it from the show running side of things here is that they are very short and they end up kind of dying off very fast, and so it throws the whole thing off kilter. Because if we didn't run this thing at 7:30, which is just 30 minutes before our normal show time, the problem is that it begins so fast and it ends so quick. We have to go on live on air immediately, and then we have basically nothing to cover after 20 minutes. And so then, as far as my end of things, having to like monologue the show, I have nowhere to go at that point. I'm just stuck in a lurch because I have nothing to add on or anywhere to go from there. Like, okay, well, let's move on to some other stuff, because we had to get on air immediately, and we're very lucky that tonight that wasn't the case. But we had to get on air immediately. We have to cover it as fast as possible, and then after that, 20 minutes of events where it's over basically. And that doesn't really seem substantive enough to me that if this happens on, say, the middle of the day, it's really worthwhile of even going live, because we can basically just cover it as a part of the regular news schedule at the end of the day, and a lot of y'all will show up for that like you always do. So I would think for like show quality side of things, considering we can only run a show a day, it'd be a lot better to just throw that in at that point to the rest of our news coverage at the end of the day on a scheduled show, and then run that way. That's at least how I think about it. Because today's attack was a very short one, and I was thinking, like when I told you, I was like, oh, look, it's over just in time for us to get into our normal schedule. I was thinking, damn, that happened so fast. By the time we got on air, it was basically over. And if I didn't have all of the stuff pre-lined up for the normal show, I would have started floundering right there on the spot, and we wouldn't have anything else to cover. So the show would be over in like an hour, and that's hardly even worthwhile to cover, at least to me. But anyways, big thanks to you so much for the support and enjoying the channel and helping it to keep on running. And that's just my opinion. Y'all can, of course, say in the chat what y'all think, whether we should go live or whether we shouldn't go live. But generally, from the showmanship side of things, that's my 2 cents on it. But we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. And so what do we got, Matthew?
So the live chat question goes to none other than, let's see here. Carabos 3, we're going to go ahead and grab his live chat out of the live chat itself. But they said, have enforcers already covered the War Powers Act that Congress passed? Been super out of it and hard to keep up with the news. And we did cover that the other day, by the way. It's actually a resolution. That's what it's technically called. But it's still a long way off from actually making a real difference. Right now, it was passed by the House of Representatives. It has to go back to the Senate, and then it has to go to the president's desk after that. So it's really, the real reason why it got passed is there were some vacancies. Some Republicans were not there to vote on it, and that's why generally it got through. So it's not really going to get anywhere. But it did make a statement, I will say that, and obviously it definitely ruffled the feathers of the president quite a bit. He put out a pretty angry post about it. But sadly, it's really not going to get anywhere. And also on top of that, truthfully speaking, we can't really stop the war right now, because if we just stop it now and just like quit in the middle of it, we're going to be in a much worse spot than finishing the job. So while I do appreciate Congress finally stepping up to the plate to like check and balance the executive branch, it's kind of a little bit too little too late. And also it's at the wrong time, in my opinion as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree with that. And of course, we'd have to make it to the Senate, and then it'd have to make it to the president. The president's going to veto it. And then it would have to get enough votes. It'd have to get 2/3 of the votes in the House and the Senate to override the presidential veto. And I don't see it ever getting that at this current point. So generally, I think this thing is about to die one way or another. Even if the Senate votes to approve it and then push it on to the president, it's going to get killed at the level of the president. It won't make it any farther. So it's nice to see, but I just don't really think it's going to be going much anywhere. And also, like, generally, I don't mean to just basically mirror all of Matthew's points, but to just give you my 2 cents because we basically think the same on this. It generally is a bad idea to force a into the conflict or greatly hamstring what we can do, because if we do that, we're basically guaranteeing we're screwed permanently. There's no way, no chance to try and fix the situation, which the only solution we can see right now is continued military action to deal with the Iranian threat, which we aren't doing and we should be doing. So a big thanks to you so much for sponsoring our live chat, and I hope that does answer that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, since here we operate like a democracy, we have a democracy manifest on this channel right here, folks. So, we put up a poll actually to ask people whether or not they'd prefer the breaking news streams or the regular coverage when something like today breaks out. Now, of course, if something is wildly major, we will always go live on that no matter when it happens. If it's wildly major. But I would argue that today's coverage was generally mild to moderately breaking news. It was still worth covering, in my opinion, but it's still up to preference on the middle of the road pieces of news like this, whether or not it's a regular coverage or a breaking news stream. So we'll see what people are saying on this poll right here. Feel free to vote on it if you want to weigh in, and we'll return back to it in just a second. But our next super chat goes to none other than Michael, and Michael put in a $100 support, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support as well, and we do appreciate that very much. And Michael said, daily watcher, and finally got in live and willing to pay $100. I forgot to correct how you pronounce the name of the Chinese dictator. Xi. It's pronounced like she. Google it, and love you guys, and make me laugh often. And also, can I get some David Attenborough for Andrew? It's amazing.
And I have to thank you greatly for your incredible support to the Enforcer channel. It's an incredible and magnanimous thing to know that people like you greatly support this channel and help us to keep this thing running. Outside of that, I do not know that she is pronounced as she, which sounds almost the same as how I say it, but I will make sure to do that from here on forward. And I thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Michael, because if it wasn't for incredible and amazing folks like you, this channel would not be possible.
And so a big thanks to you for the support. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, I got to say, I didn't know that she was pronounced like that. I actually thought it was Xi, as in like the English X pronunciation. But a huge thanks to you for the support and asking for a clarification on that. We will clarify that and fix that from here on forward. And I also got to say that it is an entire honor and a pleasure for you to enjoy this channel, and I hope that David Attenborough was good. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. Also, by the way, let's go ahead and address the poll while we're at it. The poll says, would you prefer breaking news streams or just coverage during the normal stream time? It looks like about 60...
Damn.
Excuse me, I'm allergic to this poll. This poll's got me sneezing. But they said about 63% said the breaking news stream, and about 37% said the regular stream coverage. So once again, on this poll right here, it's a little bit hard to put the question exactly the way I wanted to put it because of the character limit. But when it's middle of the road news, it's kind of up to our discretion about whether or not we run an early stream on it. So it may just really depend on how we're feeling on the topic it's currently breaking out. But if it's something really major, we'll always go live on that. So it looks like most people are voting for the breaking news streams. But Enforcer, what say you?
I wanted to say there's kind of like a bit of a caveat to it. Like, obviously, we're not going to say, like, oh, the U.S. just started bombing Iran and we're back in a full-blown war. Let's just run at 10 p.m. Eastern. I mean, that would be stupid. Obviously, we're going to go live for that. But what I'm saying, though, is that for situations like today, which amount to hill of beans, really, and we could kind of cover that in a normal stream as just a normal daily activity at this point, because it's not like it's kicked off into something that was absolutely huge. I mean, basically, it started, we went live, we covered it for like 20 minutes, then we got follow-up footage for another 10 minutes, and it died on the spot, and we haven't even brought it up for the rest of the stream since then. If it's something that small, I don't really find it worthwhile to get on air and cover it because, as far as shows go, folks, a show takes a load of effort to get on air. And I'm just speaking from like my point of working on the side of things. Like it's not easy for me to get a show running. And also on top of that, usually I have like this entire pre-planned monologue that I have going on and ideas of plan A and plan B and plan C for a monologue. If something happens here, I can go there, and if things slow down on a normal breaking news stream, I can cover all the stuff that happened in the earlier part of the day. But with something that's that uneventful and that short, it's impossible for me to do any part of my job at all because I basically just go, "Wow, that's crazy." Anyways, yeah, and that's what I do after that whole segment's done because there's nothing else to go to. It's not like it's continuing on for hours.
Well, I'll just make a way to make it a little bit smoother when we do that because the one thing I don't want to happen is like, for example, breaking news like happened earlier, like a couple hours ago when we went live. If something like that breaks out and then it turns into a much larger situation, and then we've missed like the first 2 hours of the news happening. That sort of like seems like we're dropping the ball a bit, at least to me. So I get that we don't want to go live on everything, but at the same time though, we don't want to be so hesitant to go live that we miss out on big stuff happening.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like if we see like Iran's fired like like less than a handful of rockets at Kuwait and less than a handful of rockets at Bahrain, and they've done this like 20 times over the past 2 months. Pattern recognition would say that's not going to be that big of a deal. That's going to be over in 20 minutes. And running a breaking news stream on that would be pointless because by the time we get on air, there's 10 minutes of it left, and then we're going to be recapping new footage coming out for the next 10, and then the news is over. And that's kind of the thing with that. Like if we're seeing that it's following a pattern like this one did today, and we've seen that this has happened 3 times every week for the past 8 weeks. That isn't really something, in my opinion, that's worth going live over. If we see something like the U.S. just bombed Bandar Abbas, Shiraz, Isfahan, Karamabad, and Tehran all within 5 minutes, well, that's clearly something that we haven't seen yet, and that would definitely be worthwhile of going live because it's breaking the normal pattern of little skirmishes is becoming a much bigger one, and then that is a huge breaking news event to go live on. But to me, little attacks like these, like I don't really see the value in them. It's a small incident, really. Like on top of that, I mean, like I made a short war video today, folks, on the IRGC firing at U.S. warships. And if anything, that could qualify for a breaking news stream if we're working off of, something that happens in 5 to 10 minutes is worthwhile of breaking news and running a show early. That could have been a show that we ran earlier today and we didn't because it's just such small skirmishes. It's impossible to catch them and cover them and then have any reasonable amount of follow through with the sequence of events to be able to stay on air long enough to make it worthwhile. So that's at least how I look at it for little things like that.
And the way I see it on breaking news stuff like that, like we carry more equal load when the breaking news stuff comes around, and it doesn't hurt to go live. Like for example, but other breaking news channels went live on this news that we covered an hour or two ago, and they went through the same thing we did. It generally waned off after the first hour and 30 minutes, and then after that it was largely over with. But it's just the nature of the game. Sometimes it turns into something, sometimes it doesn't. But we don't want to get into a habit of like missing stuff because we're scared to go live and don't want to go live or something like that early because then we're missing huge gaps of coverage at that point. So in my mind, it doesn't hurt to go live early. Now, obviously, if it's something small, we won't. But if it's something moderate to it could turn into something major and has a good likelihood of possibly doing it, like today. I don't see any harm in it.
Well, I mean, I see some harm in it because it definitely could hurt us in the position in the algorithm because YouTube likes reliability. And if every 3 days we're going live at like 12 in the middle of the day and 3 in the afternoon and then 6, and then every other day we're going live at our normal time, that could start to work against us in the algorithm. So we have to really balance it to where that's a rare and exceptional sort of a thing for major breaking news because at this point these attacks in the Middle East are almost equating to farts in the wind, and we can't be so jumpy that every time a fart in the wind happens we have to go live for like 20 minutes and then be like, oh, that's it, and then get to like I guess an hour of super chats, and then a lot of people are going to feel like they're gypped because it's 20 minutes of news, an hour of questions, and basically the show as far as substantive news ended up being a small like kernel of news, and that wouldn't really be worth a live show. If anything, it might be a video. Like I would say a video would definitely be worthwhile on that if one hadn't been made by that point on that day. But I'd say it really just kind of depends on the case by case basis. Today, though, I think that we could have just ran at the normal time and that would have been fine because it ended up being such a small event. We could have just gone live normally and then just covered it for what it was. And that probably would have been fine too, at least in my opinion.
I don't know. I'm more of a go live like when it happens type person. Like when something happens, like I'm just ready to cover it personally. So we'll just have to see on a case by case basis. But generally speaking, we don't usually just go live at anything. Like we'll go live on something major. I would say today was pretty large because I mean this was the largest attack that's happened on the Gulf states since the ceasefire was enacted over a month ago. So I would say today was worth it.
Wait. You said it was the first time that something happened since when?
Now, I say it's the biggest attack that's happened since the ceasefire was instituted.
Well, I mean, there was a bigger one that happened like last week, like twice. I think we covered them.
Now, this is the biggest right here.
Well, I mean, wasn't there an attack like just last week where they attacked the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq all at the same time? And then there was also the possibility of Saudi Arabia. I'm pretty sure we went live and covered that. Like, that one was bigger than this one.
Oh, no, the UAE wasn't attacked. They just attacked the 2 Gulf states that they attacked today.
But there was I'm pretty sure that's not. Let me go check last week's map because I'm pretty sure that's not the case because I mean I remember it being a bigger one last week and that's why with today I was like, yeah, I think we ought to just do it when we're live because it's not that big of a thing. But let me go check here really quick. So let's see. This would have been Tuesday. So on Tuesday we had reported incidents. We had distress signals from ships being attacked in the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia that also had air alerts going off at Dammam and Al Jabail. Then we had the situation in Kuwait because we have all those markers. And then we had the explosions in Erbil simultaneously. And also the situation in the Hormuz happening simultaneously. I would say that one was a good bit bigger. I mean, that one happened just last week. And that one seemed worthwhile to get on air because there was a lot going on. And it went on for like an hour or so or an hour and a half. But today's was, a very small one. And based off of the pattern, usually most of them are small like this. I think that one was the biggest one since the ceasefire, but this one was a good bit smaller because we just look at the markers we have, they pale in comparison outside of Bahrain, which is just multiple clips of the Patriots firing, to what we saw last week.
At the end of the day, though, I still don't see any harm in going live. Like, it didn't hurt us tonight. We got to cover the news when it happened, and we weren't late. And also, if it turned into something major, we weren't here to miss it either. We were already live. So, anyways, though, moving on from that, though, as we're rabbit holing like hell on that. Moving on to our next super chat here, which goes to none other than Bruce Jenner, last name Tolls. And thank you very much for that $50 support, by the way, and we do appreciate that very, very much from Jenner, last name Tolls. And they put in the orange, the taco, the side eye, the American flag, the rat, and also the sad face right there. Don't be sad, Mr. Tolls. Don't be sad.
Don't be sad. It's okay. We'll make it through. We'll make it through together. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Carlos Santiago. And thank you very much, Mr. Santiago, as well for that $50 support. And I was just double checking real quick here. I don't think he left a comment, and I don't think he did, but I'm double checking it right this very minute. I'm checking to see if Carlos did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, good sir, once again for that generous support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support, Carlos Santiago. And I got to say that we're greatly appreciative of your support. You didn't throw in a comment, but your support helps us to say thousands of comments on air every single day, millions every single year, and helps us to keep this thing rolling. You help us to keep the lights on and keep this thing ad-free and sponsor-free so that we can keep covering the news the way y'all like it for 1,563 days and hopefully well on into the future. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 50 that just came in from none other than Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for the 50 as well. He put in the smiley face right there, as you can tell. He is very happy about the events that took place today. But thank you very much, Chris, for that support, and we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you incredibly for the support, Chris Feilbach. That smiley face is kind of offsetting. Look at the eyes. They're solid black. I've only seen sharks with eyes like that. It's an interesting smile. Maybe it's a shark. But beyond that, though, I do have to thank you incredibly for that support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, Chris, who have been around forever, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 50 from none other than Tommy Two Tokes. And thank you very much, Tommy, as well for the 50. And it's good to see you once again. And Tommy said, I've been watching for many a moon and can't always be here live, but always look to you the next day to get the real shit. He said, screw that corporate media. I agree. Down with those bastards.
Hey.
Thanks for keeping it real.
You know, I gotta say, I think a lot of people are getting that mindset of F the corporate media, because I don't know if y'all have seen this, but in the box office for the movies over these past few weeks, I think it's two movies that have been made basically by YouTubers, Obsession and The Backrooms, that have hit basically number 1 and number 2 at the box office and have obliterated other multi-million dollar productions by major corporations that are basically what people call these days the corporate slop movies that keep coming out. I hope that this continues, because I think there's a I think the whole media sphere is getting shaken up pretty heavily these days in almost every category. Us in the news, other YouTubers doing movies, also some YouTubers doing video games and whatnot. There's a lot of them starting to do that these days. And I'd have to say I think it's definitely a renaissance, because we've been seeing lately that a lot of these news companies go with the tried and true, just keep it on domestic political news to try and keep the ratings up, don't experiment around and try different things that might do well or poorly. And then you see all these major corporations saying, let's make, the Avengers movie number 27, the quest to save, Spider-Man or something like that. And you just see these endless amounts of slop coming out from most corporations. And I think that a lot of people are getting into that mindset. I think it's a great thing. I think it's definitely starting to improve a lot around here, at least in the media space. So a big
Hell
thing.
yeah. And those independent people, like the independent people are doing it with soul behind it. Like, because otherwise, why would they be making a movie in the first place? It's not like they're answering to corporate shareholders or something. So they just doing it because they wanted to. It's their passion. So it's gonna have more effort put into it. It's gonna probably use a lot less money, like with the budget, because obviously they're not working with multi-billion-dollar budgets on movies. So it creates better products, honestly. I think over time, people are going to start getting really, really tired of corporations. The only problem is the mega corporations have kind of embedded themselves so strongly that they basically have a monopoly on everything now. Like, they even have a monopoly on the movie industry to a large degree. So that's why it's so remarkable that these independent creators can somehow like bankroll their own movie and make it happen.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, and I mean the creativity behind it too is crazy. Like, I actually went and saw The Backrooms this last Monday when we had the off day. I actually went and watched it, and I gotta tell y'all folks, I was absolutely blown away. I was like, oh my god, I was like, that YouTuber guy. Like, I watched a lot of his videos back in the day, like the Backrooms videos, where he would like make the video about how the lights work in the backrooms and stuff like that. And I would watch him and be like, wow, this is really cool. This guy's really good at this. And then he directed the movie, and it was insanely good. That movie, I think, has made over $100 million at the box office, and I think it had a budget of only a couple of million. Let me actually go pull that up. Let's see. Backrooms movie budget. Let's see, what was the budget? Oh, so actually the Backrooms budget was $10 million, but it's grossed over $160 million in its opening weeks.
Well, how do you finance it?
Well, he had that financed by A24. Like, he didn't do that on his own. It was with A24.
Well, there's that other movie that's out there that was financed, I think, by the person that created that other independent movie you were talking about.
The Obsession movie, yeah, I think that one had a budget of less than actually, the budget for Obsession was less than $750,000, and it grossed $171 million at the box office.
Damn, that's crazy. That dude set off that one movie right there. He made one movie and probably wasn't sure if it was going to do well or not, and somehow got set for life.
Man, that guy one day, man, was eating ramen, riding around in a 1984 Honda Civic. The next day after that movie came out, he had a pimp jacket, pimp hat. He had the Cadillac with the big rims. Right, he was living it up. I mean, like, it was a good day for him. But I think it's a great.
I bet they didn't even use those mega cameras. Like the huge cameras. They might have maybe rented some possibly. But that's the thing to me. Like, I've seen independent films that people will make like using normal like Canon DSLRs and stuff like that instead of these mega like red cinema cameras and all these expensive pieces of equipment. The equipment really doesn't matter. If your storyline of your movie is garbage, you can shoot it with the best camera you've got. You can go buy like the $100,000 like RE cinema camera. It won't matter if your script is garbage or it's just the movie doesn't have any soul behind it. Like, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, and also someone brought up Iron Lung that was made by Markiplier. Yeah, Markiplier actually financed that entirely on his own. And a lot of people had rave reviews for Iron Lung because it was true to the source material and he was really good at the acting in it. And honestly, I mean, like, I'd say it's impressive and all the power to all those folks out here in the YouTube world that are making movies these days, because they're putting most of the corporate movie world to shame. I don't know if any of y'all have seen the Backrooms movie. Let me see if I can pull up, like, the Backrooms movie, like some images without spoiling anything from it. You know what? This is probably a good one. This is actually the director, Kane Parsons, with one of the actors on the physical set of the Backrooms, which shit looks insane. I mean, that's crazy looking.
Yeah, that's wild that they did that with a budget less than $1 million. That's a lot of set work.
Oh, this one was one with a $10 million budget.
Oh,
Obsession was the
my
one with
bad, my bad.
750,000.
Yeah, well, I see why they're doing it now. They got the money for it.
Man, they got that money. But this was a 30,000. Like another interesting fact about this, this was a 30,000 square foot set that they built. The entire thing was a the legitimate back rooms that they could film in. And they could kind of change some of the walls around and stuff from what I remember, to be able to give it a little bit of variety. But honestly, folks, it was so cool. Like that's another picture of the set. It's insane, dude. It's literally the legitimate backrooms, like the picture of the backrooms brought to life. I mean, that is really cool.
Yeah. That is cool. You remember when YouTube was doing YouTube originals? I'm not sure if they're doing them anymore, but they were getting YouTubers and they were giving them money to go create content for the platform, I think. But there was it was like basically like, you know how Netflix like commissions movies? Netflix will just simply just hand somebody a huge amount of money and say, go make a movie, and they'll let them come back with the end product. You simply give it to Netflix and they simply put it on the platform and you get paid. That's the way it works with them, at least from what I've heard. But YouTube tried something similar with YouTube Originals. I'm not sure if they're still doing it, but that didn't seem like a bad idea, really.
Honestly, that didn't seem too bad, like an idea. And another cool thing about the kind of movie world that exists these days is that there's been a heavy pushback, and I think this is a great one, by audiences for studios that use humongous amounts of CGI. And I would have to say I'm one of those people. I do not watch movies that are CGI slop. So most everything that's Avengers related, I've never watched it. Like I think I watched like the first Captain America and the first Avengers and the Winter Soldier and stuff. But after those, I quit watching. The stuff just got too AI slopified to where it looked like they were basically like, it was like watching a video game in real time. And I was like, this is lame as hell. Like, this sucks. It looks terrible. I don't like it. And also the writing's kind of lame too, because they I don't know what it was about the Avengers folks, but the first ones they made were like actually serious to a degree, and it made them interesting to watch, and there was like some humorous moments. And then for some reason, like the writing room that got in charge of the later movies was like, oh, we have to make everybody a snarky ass that makes a snarky joke every 2 minutes, or otherwise we're just not hitting the comedy notes enough. Like, and it's like, it kind of loses like the whole seriousness of the movie when they're like,
Oh, yeah.
we're going to save the world, and then someone's like, actually, fark this dingus, and it's like, why the hell was that said? Like, this was a serious moment, and they just broke it.
Those franchise movies, you can only do those like 2 or 3 times, like maybe like a sequel and then like one other one or something like that, and then it's over with. Like, don't drag it out for like 10 different versions of it. It gets horrible by the 3rd version.
Oh, and dude, that's so bad these days with all the sequels made. Like these companies are like, okay, we have like a tried and true, like kind of like a thematic world like Star Wars. Let's milk this thing to death and make like 20 movies and like 30 offshoot like TV series for this thing. And it's like it's like it loses all of its spark, because then it also gets slopified to the extreme, and they send it to the boardroom where everybody's in there going, okay, how do we make this appeal to everybody? And
and the thing turns into the cash cow. Like, they're just trying to milk that cash cow for everything it's got. It's like the cow died like 3 movies ago. Like, you're on the 5th movie now. Like that ship had sailed 3 movies ago. You're just like trying to make money off of it. And I think their like revenue starts going down like for most of those franchises over time.
Yeah, they do, because less and less people are interested in them. Like, I think Disney killed off Star Wars basically just flat out with the new movies they made. They were so bad, like they just completely destroyed that whole entire Star Wars world basically from the ratings of how bad it was. But when you think about that though, it's so sad. And also the other thing I was trying to say there is like they send these movies off to like the corporate like boardroom. They have like a little meeting in it, and they're like, okay, how do we make it marketable to everybody? The thing about this is the paradox. If you make a movie marketable to everybody, it's marketable to nobody, because it doesn't appeal to anybody in a good enough way that it actually captures a market share. It's trying to appeal to everybody and be the jack of all trades, master of none. and then that ends up flopping for that reason. And and that's one thing that's been lost so badly these days by a lot of these corporations, is that they never just go, let's make it a risk and let's make it appeal to like this certain group of people. Like, let's make something kind of like tailored towards them. They're like, no, we have to make it tailored towards everybody, which destines them for failure. Because, like, you know, one group that's wanting like an action-packed movie that's serious, they get an action-packed movie that's filled with jokes. It just doesn't hit the mark. And it's like that for every industry group, or every like focus group, if you want to call it that, and they fall flat. It's a real shame, really. But anyways, a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. Tommy Two Tokes, and thank you so much for enjoying us, keeping it real. And also, we're happy to have you here tonight, and happy to have had you around for a really long time. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A, to all the OGs on the channel that knew Bobby before he changed his name. Or at least I think YouTube might have changed it actually when they did that username flop. But thank you very much, Bobby, for that $100 support. That's very generous of you. He said, long live Ukraine.
And long live Ukraine indeed. Slava Ukraine, Rom Slava. And I gotta say a huge thanks to you for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, this channel wouldn't have been around for a while. You've been here watching for a long time and supporting this channel to help make it possible, and I gotta say that we're wildly appreciative of that, and we cannot thank you enough. And I gotta thank you so much once again for coming in here tonight and making sure to support this channel so that way we can keep the good news alive and keep covering the news from around the world, including in Ukraine. So a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Carabos3 once again, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, Carabos, for the support. They said, will there be a donation day this Sunday? And if you two are not aware and want a fun rabbit hole of interesting, amazing warriors, I believe still in existence, check out the Gurkhas.
They are in existence still, actually. That's actually true. And yes, there will be a Sunday night fundraiser this Sunday, as long as everything goes to plan. I do have to say, folks, that there's like a kind of like a caveat to that. If there isn't a breaking news stream that day, which hopefully there won't be, then we'll be able to run the normal Sunday night fundraiser. If there is a breaking news stream, we can't run them because the Sunday night fundraisers take a minute to be able to set up. Because I have to go through, because we're at the fundraiser limit of 50, I have to pick one to delete for some reason. I don't know why YouTube has a limit on 50, but I have to pick one to delete. So I have to go through and find the smallest one and then catalog everything about it, the day that it ran, the amount that it raised, and everything else. That way I can keep it on my spreadsheet on my phone, so that way I can try and at least tabulate the total roughly. If anyone asks, like, you know, like if anyone's like, what's the total of all the fundraisers ever run in the history of the channel? We'd be kind of like roughly this. And we can also keep them in memory. At least it's like something for me personally. I just keep them in the spread, in like a little notes on my phone to keep them remembered. But that takes a minute to be able to do that and to get all of that information and type it up on the phone, and then go and pick a new one and then make all of the new parameters for it, type up its description and everything else. So if we're running a breaking news stream, we don't have enough time to be able to set one of those up, so we wouldn't have one. But if it's a normal stream at 10 p.m. Eastern time, like it should be, then we will definitely have one, because that's a part of the work process, and the schedule for that night is setting aside some time to be able to set that whole thing up and catalog the fundraiser that has to be deleted. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, Kerberos, and I hope that does answer that question well. And before we move on to the next one, I do have to pull up these famous Gurkhas. Gurkhas are actually British soldiers that are native to Nepal but have signed up to join the British Army. And they're one of, I think, the oldest serving units in the British Army, and also one of the most well-honored is probably the best way to put them. Let me see if I can get y'all the modern uniform here. Actually, here's the Gurkhas in Afghanistan in the Helmand province in 2010. And let me see here if I can find y'all another picture.
There was some bad stuff that happened in the Helmand province, that's for sure.
Yeah, the British had it rough down there. Like, very rough. Let me see if I can get you all another picture of the Gurkhas here, because like, oh yeah, here's their uniform. They also have this very distinct knife, you can actually see right here, called the kukri, and it's actually bent halfway up. But it's a traditional knife of the Nepalese people, so they actually carry that around, I believe, nowadays as a ceremonial blade, but I think they also carry it sometimes with them in the field. I think they actually carry it all the time with them in the field, if I'm remembering right. The one thing I know the Gurkhas for is that the Gurkhas were deployed to the Falklands during the Falklands War, and actually fought the Argentine army on one of the heights. They actually charged up the heights in mud, in rain, and ended up defeating the Argentine forces at the top of the heights and pushed them off the other side, which is something that they believed at the time the Gurkhas might not be able to pull off, and they were just doing that to kind of feign them. But it turns out the Gurkhas actually charged the position and took it, which was pretty insane, especially considering they weren't expected to do that. So a really cool unit and a really neat group of soldiers and an incredibly rich history to their unit. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from none other than Wantan Quadruple 8. And thank you very much, Wantan, as well, for that support. He said, for tonight's rabbit hole, I got to see the big boy 4014 chug on by. I woke my girlfriend up and told her, quick, we got to get to those train tracks down the street. And she thought I was crazy, but it turned out to be a great time. And orb.
Orb? Oh, well, I got to tell you, we all love the orb, and we all love Union Pacific number 4014, the big boy, the biggest of the boy. I actually heard it was in Chicago. So, you know, I had to roll on through O Block. That had to have been an adventure. Wait, here's a picture of it in its 250 anniversary paint scheme. I don't know where this one was taken. Apparently this was taken in California because it says Portola, which is where it started its trip across the United States back east. But the Union Pacific 4014 is truly an amazing beast. I would say that anyone who's near to the area where you can go and see it, you should see it, because it's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It's never going to go back to the East Coast, probably, for the rest of its history. And on top of that, it is impressive to see. Matthew can even tell y'all that even he, who is not a train appreciator, thought that the 4014 was pretty cool.
Well, I thought it was. It was a train at the end of the day. But the thing that got my attention with it is they had the porta potty set up outside the event. So I had to go and, like, you know, everybody has to use the porta potty eventually. I don't really like using the porta potty, but you got to use it eventually. So I went over there. I stepped in the nasty thing, and then the train blew its horn, or the whistle, or whatever it's called, and it shook the entire porta potty like it was made of paper. I was like, now, I like that. That's actually pretty decent. I like the whistle in that train right there. It's got some bass behind it. It shook the ground when it went off. That's the part I like.
That was one thing that he did like, but I got to tell you, folks, beyond Matthew downplaying every train as he always does, this is one hell of a one. It's one hell of a one, I tell you, folks. You know, another one I wish that was rolling around, folks. This would be a cool one. The Norfolk, let's see here if I can type this up correctly. Norfolk and Western Allegheny. This one. I wish they had one of these that was actually running. They have some in some museums around, but crazily enough, these things actually had more pulling power than the big boys, and were stronger by their, I believe it was tractive effort, if I'm not mistaken. But sadly, none of these are running anymore. They're all either in static displays in museums or they were scrapped. So sadly, there's none of these rolling around, but these would equally be impressive to see. I mean, that's impressive right there. Really, any sort of a duplex steam engine is a really impressive thing to watch on the move. But the 4014 is basically the only one left that still runs, and that's one hell of a sight to see for sure. So I got to say, a really cool thing you got to see it. We're all a part of the big boy group now. And a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Gail Tallarico. And thank you very much, Gail, for that 20. And Gail said, why doesn't Ukraine send drones to, you know, those areas where those top, you know, houses are at inside of Russia? That would be interesting. And thanks, y'all.
It wouldn't really achieve much of anything. That's the reason why. It's a waste of munitions and time. And if they did get Putin, it wouldn't really amount to a whole lot, at least for right now. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Normal Guy, New Jersey. And thank you very much, Mr. Normal Guy from New Jersey, for that $20 support. He said, you guys are awesome. And when the hell is the LSA coming?
It's here. It's always here. It's always here. It's always here. What do you mean? It's always here. It's always here on this channel. It's here every day. But I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support, and I also had to say thank you so much for the kind words. We think that you're awesome for supporting this channel. You help us to be able to stay on air, so that way people can have a decent image of us, or they can hate our guts, one or the other. But it's better to be loved and hated than just you know, hated. So, like, I was trying to figure out where to go with that. I was like, I don't actually know where I'm going with that one. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to G-Tech, who put in a 20, along with Crispy, who put in a $20 support as well. In fact, Crispy put in two $20 supports. And we appreciate you very much, Crispy, as always, for that support. And also a big shout out to G-Tech for also throwing in a 20. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big shout out to you, Crispy, for that whopping $40 of support without a comment. And a big shout out to G-Tech as well, who threw in a 20. I gotta say, y'all are greatly amazing, incredible folks. I thank y'all massively for supporting the channel and helping us to keep this thing running, because y'all help this thing to be ad-free and sponsor-free for millions of people every single month. And we thank y'all amazingly for that. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
You know what's crazy is even though we're not known as a breaking news channel, like we're not known as a channel that just has a flexible schedule that goes live when breaking news only happens. Like we go live on a normal schedule at 10 p.m. Eastern every single night except for Monday. And then only if there's something major that happens, we'll go live for like a abnormal breaking news stream. We're outperforming even the channels that do like breaking news for a career. We're outperforming them even for the most part. Like on tonight's stream, outperformed them all actually tonight. And we're super grateful, by the way. I think we're probably top the charts for the most part. The ratings are fantastic. I gotta love those ratings. Those ratings, I tell you, I'm not a sucker for ratings, but I like to see a number one. Nobody remembered number two, but they remember number one.
Everybody always talks about the ratings. I have to say, folks, that we're getting rated as one of the greatest shows out there. Nobody can beat us. We're one of the tops these days. Everybody comes here to go, what's going on in the world? And we always say, bad shit's going on, like, because it kind of is. But one day, hopefully, we'll have good stuff to say. Good stuff. Hopefully, the greatest stuff. Hopefully, we'll have so many good things to say. People will get tired of hearing good stuff. They'll want to go back to tough times in foreign policy where we don't know what the hell we're doing. But the big thanks to you all for the support. It's a wonderful thing, and we thank y'all for spending your time here. Lots and lots of time. Many people go, wow, that's a lot of time to spend. Greatly, a lot of time. Some people call us up and they go, sir, I'm tired of spending time watching the channel, but they can't stop spending time on the channel.
Yeah. You know what's crazy, too? I just remembered that when you did that voice right there. I heard today that they apparently sent Witkoff and Kushner. I believe, I'm pretty sure that Witkoff was a real estate developer. I think Kushner might have been as well, or a real estate investor, more like it. They sent them to some nuclear lab in the United States, at least according to a mainstream media outlet, and sent them there to talk about nuclear weapons with the nuclear scientists. I can only imagine the look on the nuclear scientist's face when they saw the real estate guy show up. They're like, what are you guys here for? To build this new shed? Like, what are you here to discuss nuclear weapons? But apparently they were there to discuss nukes. I guess the joke was on the scientist because they were there to discuss the weapons, apparently.
Oh my God. You know what that probably turned into? Wow, you know, the real estate opportunities of a usable nuclear silo are endless. I mean, imagine. Oh my God. You know, like, there's been a lot of dumb stuff. I don't know if y'all have heard about it that's going on in the background recently in the United States. Like I don't know if y'all heard about this, but there was actually some oil and gas leasing rights that were given out on the northern end of the Grand Canyon, to some private companies recently. Have you heard about that, Matthew?
Are you sure? I thought that was debunked.
I'm pretty sure that that's still around and being talked about. And also there was that federal lawsuit recently that cut down the grizzly bear's living space from 2,500 acres, which has generally been the rule of thumb, to 1. You know, and also there was they also stripped a whole bunch of probes that they had planted in the west coast of the United States. It was like 320 million of them. They ripped all of them up, and they were being used to measure currents and try and figure out data for like fisheries and whatnot, to figure out what's going on weather-wise, and you know how they give people some advice on how to run their fishing companies and whatnot. They ripped all that up.
How the heck do you evict I saw Miss Deesa say that yesterday in the live chat. I said that they're evicting the grizzly bears from some of their land. It's like, I would like to see somebody show up and try to evict a grizzly bear from their land. It's like, I mean, how does this work? They send the sheriff out to like round them up and like get them off the land. It's like, what do they mean they're reducing their living space to like an acre? It's like, you can't contain that thing. It's like, also, you let that thing out in the wild, it's going to go wherever it wants.
Also, it's like, where in the world are they all supposed to find their food if you have like 2,000 bears and 2,000 acres? I mean, like, they're going to be killing each other to try and eat whatever's left in that small area.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some there'll be some betting platform out there probably letting you bet on Fred versus John or something like that. The Grizzlies fighting each other. There'll probably be a betting platform letting you bet on it.
Tutu is about to lay hands on Sunshine Happy Bear. Like, bro, like I'm putting $50 on that. Like, honestly
Oh
though,
my
that's
God. Somebody's gonna take the idea and run with it. I know they're gonna set up cameras in the forest, like live cams, webcams. They're gonna have the betting. It's gonna be bad.
it's probably going to be pretty bad. But one thing I got to say, folks, that I mean, they weren't exaggerating on when they said that this group would get elected and it end up in bad things. As far as like forest conservation and natural conservation, they're going around basically making it to where you can pillage and destroy the natural beauty of the United States for a quick buck now, for the detriment of the rest of the country for the remainder of all time, which is something I honestly have to say I thought they were exaggerating about before they got into their administration currently, but they certainly weren't fibbing about it whatsoever. But anyways, with that,
I heard Economic Times got so bad that Smokey the Bear started stripping.
Damn, that had to be tough, man. Getting that fur off, bro.
He went from being the model for the Forest Service, talking about you can prevent forest fires. He was burning it down in the club.
Man, bro, man, I tell you, I mean, honestly, man, they call him Fire now because he be putting that fire up there on that stage. God dang! But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Steve T, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Steve, for the $20 support. And they said, do you think that Iran's reducing the USA's capability and support it can provide in the future, and a similar form of sanctions Ukraine is using, economic and consuming resources to prevent sales going to NATO, and Taiwan protecting Russian orders?
I would say that it might be the case. I mean, that's definitely what Russia wants to achieve out of it, and China as well. But for the Iranians, they're just trying to achieve the survival of their regime. They're largely fighting the war directly, defensively. But on the periphery, though, Russia and China are definitely supporting them for that reason and trying to consume a decent amount of the U.S.'s resources in fighting this war, which has already been done from what we've heard on how many munitions were spent bombing Iran. So I would have to say a big thanks to your support, Steve, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a support from Star, and thank you very much, Star, for the 20. He said, I got to give this leadership credit where credit is due. They convinced me to register to vote. Oh, that's good, by the way. That's a good thing to do, to go vote. They call that a civic duty, they say. They have fumbled the ball right now, and I'm actually going to vote.
Well, I mean, it's a democratic right in this country to vote, and I always say that if you think that you want to vote in support of your own personal interest in this country and see that an elected representative is elected to support your interest or look out for the country's interest, I'd say have at it. It's a free country and people can vote however they wish. I hear that we're going to be finding out how that goes here soon, coming up in these midterms here. That might be giving us an idea of how things are going. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Carabos3 once again, and thank you very much, Carabos, for the $20 support. They said, I love how many YouTube animators and creators have picked up, and indie creators are just dunking with good stories on the general slop that comes out, and I care about what you make, and it wins. Now, you know what's interesting, Carabos, is a lot of those YouTube channels that have like really nice animations and stuff like that, a lot of those channels are actually owned by private equity. Most people don't know that, but unless you're in the YouTube community, you really don't know that. But as someone who's in the YouTube community, you generally come to know that type of stuff. So I won't say which ones are owned by private equity, but there's definitely some big ones out there that's actually majority stake of it's owned by a company that simply invests in media outlets, including YouTube channels, which is kind of a fascinating thing to a certain degree. That's how they have the money to get the animators. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that it really is something to see the people with a lot of passion and drive for what they're trying to present or produce are out there actually getting involved in making movies and generally getting involved in the media, because I feel like it really does benefit greatly. If you have someone that's there just to collect a paycheck, the quality is going to be very low because they don't give a damn. They're just there to get paid. But if you have someone that really cares about what they do, then it turns out being pretty high quality. And I think that's definitely shown in the Backrooms and the movie Obsession. I'm probably going to go and try and see that movie Obsession coming up this Monday because it just sounds like everybody's giving it such rave reviews. You've got to go check it out at this point. And so I'm thinking, I ought to go take a look at that one, and also go back to the movie theater because I honestly enjoyed it. It was a blast to me. So I definitely have to agree with you. I think that when people have passion for what they're making and what they're doing, it really shows in the quality. And that's something that you just can't say for the corporate slop people these days. They don't care about a damn thing rather than getting paid. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a super chat from Blind Man, who put in a 20, and thank you, Blind Man, as well. He said, "Hello, enforcers. I just got off of work and just joined, and I heard that there were troops on the ground in Iran, or at least something related to that, and what's up with it? And also, last I hear is GR Ford caught fire, and live chat on me, and thanks in LSA."
There are no U.S. troops that have gone on the ground in Iran anywhere at the moment. So if you heard that from somewhere, I would say that they're probably not a reliable news source, and they're probably inflating the stories. So I would make me personally, what I would do, what we do actually on our end, whenever we see people that fib stories like that, we completely discredit them for a source in the future, because if they lie once, they'll lie again. Generally, like that's what we found these days is, like, if someone lies that badly, they're basically just clickbaiting and sensationalizing everything.
Man, I think I know which one it is. I won't say their name on the air, but it's the one's like, the U.S. responded.
Hold up, I know what it is. Iran decided to test us, and we put troops on the ground. That's probably what it was. Like, I'll put money on it. That's probably how it was written. But beyond that, though, I'd have to say the Gerald R. Ford did catch fire, and we actually did get some pictures that were apparently given to CNN of the fire inside of the ship, and it had gutted the thing. Like, where the fire had happened inside of the Gerald R. Ford, it was completely destroyed, basically. They're going to have to spend a decent amount of time in dry dock trying to refit that and basically rebuild the ship from the inside out to try and fix that, because it was horrendous damage that had been conducted on the Ford. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a huge thanks to you for the support, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Music Uploader, and thank you, Music Uploader, as well. He said, so many interceptions, but the real question is, can you intercept the urge for that succulent Costco chicken and LSA?
What are the charges? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my chicken! This is the bloke who touched me on the chicken, people. Oh, how can you, sir?
Now, honestly, man, I ain't got a Costco chicken. I'm not going to even, like, make this up. I ain't even got a Costco chicken in a minute. I haven't been to Costco in a minute, actually. It's been about 2 weeks since I've been to Costco. The last time I went to a store was Walmart, because I was like, I need to, like, start, like, getting something. Like, I really don't have the time to cook, but I did it today. I made the, like, Italian sausage rigatoni rosa, I think it's called. So, like, a HelloFresh recipe. I just kept the recipes. Now I make the stuff myself from the ingredients from the store. It's a lot cheaper that way. But I did it for the first time today, and honestly, like, I probably won't be going to Costco a whole bunch in the future for the most part. But you know, the Costco chicken's good. It's just that, you know, it's not anything like, it's not seasoned a whole bunch. Let's put it that way. You got to put a lot of sauce or something on it to make it good. But it's good for what it is, though.
I'd say Costco chicken's great. Put sauce on it. It's great as it is. Boiled. Oh, well, it's not boiled. It's rotisserie. But it kind of tastes a little bit boiled. But still, it's not bad. It's juicy. It's tender. It's delicious. And I got to say that generally I haven't gotten a Costco chicken in a while myself, actually, sadly. It's just that I haven't made it around to Costco. Like, it's just that Costco, like, when you start to think about it, it's like, if you're just buying food for one person, which would be me, it's really hard to really make a lot of the bulk wholesale stuff they have for sale in there worthwhile, because most of the stuff expires before you can even really use it, because there's so much of it that you're buying at a time. So the last time I actually went to a store, I went to Walmart. But I would tell y'all folks that the Walmart near me, the shelves was stocked very bare. I felt like I was in Sevastopol with how little stuff there was on the shelves in that Walmart. I don't know if they were just, like, restocking the stuff or something. I don't know, but most of the shelves were, like, almost empty. I was like, this is weird. It's like, feels like COVID times back when everyone ran and, like, did their runs on the stores and everything was basically empty. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that us dressed that well. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on the next one.
And also, everybody's talking about drop the recipe. You know, HelloFresh puts out the recipes on their site, actually. Like, you can just go there and look at them. You don't actually have to, like, order the box. You can just go on their site and look at the recipes for the large part. So that's honestly not a bad thing. Like, the easiest food that I've found to make, like, when you're cooking stuff, if you're not really much of a cook, kind of like me, I'm not really much of a cook really at all. But I know the basics to be able to cook it. But like stuff like pasta type meals and stuff like that, like the rigatoni type deal, where it's like, you know, Italian sausage in a pan, you throw throw in some olive oil, then you add some, cream cheese to it, some, like chili flakes and stuff like that. That's not too difficult to make, and also it's pretty good and it lasts for days. For like, $10, like for the entire dish, lasting for days. So you really can't beat that in today's economy. Like to even like get a Chipotle bowl, you're paying like $13 for that. So you can eat for days with something like that. You cook simple. But anyway, so real quick, we need to return back to Blind Man's Super Chat. We forgot to get the live chat question. But thank you very much, Blind Man, once again. And the live chat question is going to go to Valana, who said, do you think Iran might build a dirty bomb that could threaten the world or use it somewhere, perhaps?
They might try and build a dirty bomb, but generally, if you try and use a dirty bomb, it's basically like using a nuclear weapon. That's how most people view it in most governments. So if they blew up if they blew up a dirty bomb and say a place like, Boston or New York or Washington or any other major city, we're going to nuke them. Like, that's going to be the immediate response if they try and do something like that. And then does the risk really outweigh the reward? And it certainly doesn't, because they end up irradiating a city or a part of a city here in the United States with a dirty bomb, like a limited part of it for that matter, and then they end up getting everybody, including themselves and the Islamic regime, killed in the nuclear response that's to follow. So I would generally say they probably wouldn't do that because, if they tried it, they're not going to live to see it through. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And thank you for sponsoring a live chat, by the way, Blind Man. Sorry, we did not catch that a second ago. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Robert, as well. He said, good evening, enforcers and LSA, and here's a little something for the effort.
And a big good evening to you. And thank you so much for the support, for the little bit of the efforts that we're doing. We try our best. We try our best, and hopefully we have some success. And I got to thank you greatly for that support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, I see everybody talking about food, like all the simple stuff to cook in the chat. Somebody's talking about hamburger helper and the ravioli cans. I don't like the hamburger helper. Like it tastes like phony to me. I've never cared for it. But one thing that is good in a can, those Manwich cans. Those like Sloppy Joe like cans that they have at Walmart. It's like $1. It's just a sauce. Like you got to get the ground beef and you put the sauce in the ground beef and then you put it on the hamburger bun. That is straight fire. Like that is actually very, very solid. The only problem is nowadays it's like $8 a pound for ground beef, which is insane. It used to be $4 just like less than a year ago. So now it came out there like getting like 3 pounds of ground beef, and it's like I think like $24 or something like that. It's like, dang man, it's like I used to get like 5 pounds of this for like 15. Now I'm paying like almost 30 for it for the most part. But those are fantastic. Like Sloppy Joe sandwich, that is like really, really good.
So I actually had to go pull up the history of the Sloppy Joe, because it's like, where in the world did that thing even come from? Apparently, it's a creation of the 1930s, because a cook in Iowa added tomato sauce to a loose meat sandwich. I don't know what the hell a loose meat sandwich. Honestly, that sounds like an insult, folks. Like you throw that at some people sometimes, like you damn loose meat sandwich. Like you out there in the streets, you damn loose meat sandwich. Like honestly, that sounds like some sort of like a insult. But apparently, that started in the 1930s. So I'm guessing it's Great Depression food.
Yeah, I mean, it's not anything fancy. Like, it's not a gourmet meal or something like that. I see a lot of people saying, gross, yuck. I mean, I can understand why people say it. And they call it sloppy for a reason. I mean, it's not exactly what you'd call, like, fancy food by any means. But, I mean, for me, I don't expect too much from my food. Like, as long as it's generally, like, mildly healthy, not extremely unhealthy or something like that. Like it's just ground beef and sauce. It can't be that bad. It may not look the most appetizing, but I think it tasted pretty good personally. But my main goal these days is simply to get the food down, because I'm spending a stupid amount on food. Like I'm not even eating crazy. That's the crazy part. I'm spending so much on groceries a month as a single 25-year-old person. I shouldn't be spending as much as I'm spending a month on groceries. So even eating cheap like that, I'm still spending too much, which is ridiculous.
Honestly, the state of the economy these days, folks, is rough. I mean, if somehow we had been able to, be, on our own doing this thing back in like the pre-COVID times, things would have been easy. Like these days, though, budgeting is something else. Like you really have to budget a whole lot, just for the basics. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Music Uploader, who puts in a 10. And thank you, by the way, as well. They said, if Putin never felt the warm, loving touch of a succulent Costco chicken, he wouldn't run Russia's gas station-sized economy into the ground like this in LSA.
Honestly, I don't think you're wrong on that. I think a Costco chicken could bridge the gap. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Mike, and thank you, Mike, for the 10 as well. He said, IRGC doesn't attack the U.S. because it gives U.S. open season to attack, and the U.S. is avoiding calling this a war and only acting defensively. And where is the confusion? And IRGC attacks others instead to show strength.
They blew up a U.S. airbase yesterday, so I don't think they're attacking others to show strength. They're shooting at us. There's satellite proof for that we have. Let me go get the map and show you, because I don't think you were around for that apparently. So let me get that and show it to you, because I think you're trying to kind of gloss over the whole thing a little. So let me show you the satellite photography. So let's see here. It must have been. Here we go. So you see that? You see that right there? That little hangar? This one that got obliterated. They're attacking us. A lot of people want to try and make excuses, and I don't know if you're just saying that because you heard that from somewhere else, if you're trying to actively defend the whole thing and ignore the facts. I don't really know what your approach is on this, but the Iranians are attacking us directly. I mean, they just blew up the 5th Fleet headquarters right now while we were on air. I mean, there was actual pictures of that we showed, and they hit it again. So they're attacking us. So big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. But I would have to say that you might want to look around at the facts and information that you're getting, because it doesn't sound like they're from reliable sources. We have picture and video evidence to show to the contrary. They're not attacking others to show strength. They're trying to blow up American service members and people like you and me. So with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one, also, by the way, like I'm not going to rabbit hole too much on this food thing right here, but there's one boxed food from the store that I just absolutely cannot stand for the life of me. Like, I will never touch this stuff or eat it ever again in my life. That stupid stovetop stuffing junk that comes in that box,
That's
just
shit.
garbage.
Yeah, like,
garbage.
that's
That stuff.
terrible.
Straight garbage. Like salty as hell. Like, the flavor is salt. Like, that is the flavor of it. It's just salt. Like that it's absurd to even call that dressing. That junk is awful. Just oh man, like if you've never had that, don't have it. It's not good. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Normal Guy, New Jersey, once again, who puts in a 10. He said, "When is the LSA merch coming? And you guys are awesome."
And I would have to say, hopefully it'll be coming by the time of the LSA week for the 5th anniversary next year. We haven't really started working on that even right now, and hopefully we'll both get on the ball to do that. But honestly, I'm probably going to start looking around and trying to get that whole thing set up again, because I really do want to make sure that we have merch and a system to work with it in the back end for the 5th anniversary, because I really want the 5th anniversary to be kind of like a blowout event, a really cool one for people to be a part of and to, be here for. To have a whole bunch of merch and a new special intro made. And when I mean a new special intro, I mean like a special part of the new intro. It'll be largely the same, using the same songs as we do right now, but one little new part for the 5th anniversary. And I hope that we can get that all done and set up within now and March of next year, which would be 2027. So hopefully by then. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Mark Dixon for throwing in a two $10 supports, actually. And thank you very much, Mark, for the support. We do appreciate that. Also, while we're at it, a big shout out to Arrow Effect for the 10 as well. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big shout out to y'all. Incredible. And y'all's amazing support there. A big shout out to Mark Dixon and Zero Effect, because while you didn't throw in comments, y'all support helps us to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Urbex Fester, and thank you very much, Urbex, for the 10. He said, enjoying Kraken rum, carbonated with a soda stream for science. Early birthday drinks.
Happy early birthday to you, and it's interesting to hear. I don't know what that is, but that's neat sounding. And so big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now, and thank you very much once again. They said, the ICHING Book of Changes is ancient Chinese cosmological and divination text, rooted in Taoist and Confucian philosophy, emphasizing natural cycles of the universe and ethical decision-making. Did Xi Jinping ever read that?
Let's see here. So I found the book. Let's see here. So apparently, let's look at this thing. It looks like some sort of like a game almost. So, I Ching, the Book of Changes. For countless centuries.
Looks like the logo for Senecaby Studios, like that company that does the movies or whatever.
I'm not gonna lie, I've seen this thing in almost every single Chinese restaurant in the United States. Like, that's where I know it from. But let's see. Understand, let's see, of the translate using the simple tools of 3 coins, one can seek insight from the Qing regarding whatever question is on one's heart. So it's basically like tarot cards, but for the Chinese, I'm guessing. So, let's see. Casting the coins. With your mind focused on the question you've written down, gather 3 coins of the same size into your hands. Shake them until they are randomly arranged in your hand, and then cast them gently on the table in front of you. Notice how the coins have landed with either heads or tails facing up. And then you go
I was
through...
like some gambling tactic or something like that. This is how gamblers start getting addicted.
Yahtzee! Well, let's see here.
This is how it all starts. It starts with a book of changes, and all of a sudden you start changing right into an addict.
Let's see. Clouds of anxiety rise. Do not be anxious, but wait with confidence. The moment will arrive when correct persistence brings progress. I gotta say,
Holy cow, my anxiety issue solved. It solved it. That's all I needed to hear the whole time. Just wait with persistence and you'll be fine. Don't have anxiety there. It's over with.
Breaking news, the famine's over. Like, the anxiety, it's no longer.
Man, what the hell's this book pushing? Some type of, like, conspiracy theories or something? What is this?
Let's go to number 18. Winds of gradual change wear away the mountain. Cultivate action in others to bring about repair and great progress. If starting, mediate on the future. These read like fortune cookies.
There's no cookie here.
Man, I'm getting gypped. I'm getting robbed, man. This is ridiculous. Let's see. Well, what about, let's see. Illumination reveals the foot of the immovable mountain. Mountain don't have feet, by the way. Usually they have this thing called a base. It's just where it kind of like flattens out. So the wise person perceives and avoids disputes. No progress except in small matters. Okay.
Where's the part about the surveillance state in this book? Keeping eyes and tabs on the civilians is good work.
Oh, here it is. Rule number 1977, executive rule of the party. If thou dost speak badly about the Chinese Communist Party, then thou hast conducted enemy of the state actions ideologically and shall be subject to 5 years in camp. Summer camp, that is. There it is. It's not in this book, but it is in the Chinese Communist Party's executive orders. So, I guess that's an important one. You know what? I don't know where in the world the quotes are, but there's like these ancient Chinese quotes that are actually pretty good. Like it's not in this book though. But this is an interesting one. I've actually never heard of this before, and I thank you for sharing this with us and supporting the channel. And I would to keep on running. But there's a whole bunch of ancient Chinese proverbs. There's like people on TikTok who will say them, and they actually say them in Chinese. They're like "he xing bao he chong bao," and it'll be like something very interesting, like and it's like, oh, that's actually a good way of putting that, like. And it sounds pretty good, but I don't know where in the world those come from, actually. But still, a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also a 10 from Kevin R. And thank you, Kevin, for the 10. He said, I literally clicked your stream to hear succulent Chinese drone. My buddy and I have said that the succulent Chinese memes and democracy manifest at least 4 times tonight, and love you guys.
I love that meme.
That guy, also, rest in peace, that guy.
Yeah,
he passed away a while back. He passed away. I saw somebody, I got a smart car. They wrapped it with that dude's face on it and stuff like that. And they said, succulent Chinese car. And they were driving around into somewhere. I don't know where. But I thought it was pretty good. That guy's a legend. Honestly, he's like one of those people that after he passed, he became even more famous after he passed.
What are the charges? Eating a drone? A succulent Chinese drone? Man, I gotta say, that's a meme that I repeat all the time. Like, whenever someone has, like, a problem with me doing something, I'm always like, what are the charges? And then I bring up whatever it was supposed to be, and I, like, do the same inflection on it. I love that one. It's a great one. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, thank you for the kind words, and thank you for vibing with the same memes we do. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Bobo Vasquez, and thank you, Bobo, for that support. He said, I need some RFK, baby. I don't know about that baby part, but I gotta get the snakes off the porch. There's some snakes in the corner, and you gotta pick them up and let them bite your hand when you're trying to get rid of the snakes and throw them into the woods and the forest. And here, record this snake biting my hand right here. I'm a real man now. Now the snakes have just put holes all in my hand. Anyway, what say you?
in the day, back when Vietnam was going on. I thought that was kind of sick, honestly. So I asked my uncle, Daddy Kennedy, I said, I want to go to Vietnam. I want to go and try and find some Vietnamese. And he said, it's dangerous over there. So what I did is I took a little hit of something and I just swam all the way across the Pacific. I stopped in Hawaii and I beat a bird to death, but it was just kind of like a small comeuppance. I went all the way to Vietnam, and when I made it there, I went up into Hanoi and I saw this guy. He had a long beard, and I whacked him. Turned out he was Ho Chi Minh. I killed the bastard. But anyways, that's a whole other side note. We need to talk about these raccoons and why their willy looks like that. But anyway,
What the?
man, you know, he
Oh,
did that.
yo, I just remember that.
The reference. You got to get the reference. It's an S tier
man.
reference.
I saw somebody walk up to him and say some heinous something about that whole situation. I was like, people are crazy walking around like saying something like that dude's face about that raccoon situation.
and I just saw someone in the chat say, what the hell is this crunchy shit? Well, it's not as crunchy as your mama.
But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope you enjoyed. I really do hope that you enjoyed that RFK. We always try our best to make sure that the voice is good, and I hope it was. And I hope the content of it was good, too. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Shauna, who put in a 10 and said, have a nice weekend.
And you have a nice weekend as well. I hope it's one of your best. But I do thank you for support. Hopefully we will have a great weekend. I have a feeling we probably won't. I don't mean to be negative, but we're probably going to be stuck in our houses all day waiting for something to happen. So our weekend is probably going to be pretty uneventful.
There's two ways you could say. You could say, oh, have a nice weekend. Or you could say, I hope your week ends well.
I hope you have a great rest of the day.
I hope your week ends swell for you.
I hope I'm able to take care of you permanently.
Damn, okay.
Oh, man. I hope you have a great rest of your life.
Yeah. You have the rest of your life to think about it.
I hope you enjoy your final days before vacation.
Damn, okay. He's just getting straight up threatening sounding at this point. He's don't even sound like plays on words right here, man. Chill out.
I hope you sleep well at night with your leukemia.
Honestly, man, it's the tone. The tone's all about everything. Like you put something innocent in the wrong tone, and it sounds like a threat.
Make sure to stay safe out there tonight.
I hope you say safe out. What the hell am I talking? I hope you say safe out there. I hope you say what? Anyway. Damn, bro, I'm turning to freaking Joe Biden out here, man. I was like stuttering.
Oh, Jack, back in Scranton.
Damn. I'm only 25.
I hope nothing bad happens to you tonight.
Yeah, I hope my brain stays intact and just I have I hope all my neurons keep firing in the right pace.
Man, tomorrow we're going to get on air. Look, Jack, back in Scranton, the corn pop was a bad dude, and he ate a lot of cereal. He ate corn pops. That's why we called him that. He didn't have no straight razor. He just liked cereal. He liked cereal. He just stacking spaghetti at the spaghetti store. A man on the moon. You gotta know it's the vaccine. Are you okay? Are you all right? You're looking pale. Are you good? Man, honestly, but nothing.
He was just caring about their well-being. That was all. He's, are you okay, man? Are you okay? Even though man, he was wilding out at some of those things. He was wilding out. Then he was looking at Anderson Cooper, all crazy, talking about, "Are you okay, man? Are you okay?" It's like, trust me, bro. He's fine. It's like they're worried about you.
Where am I? What am I doing? My butt's been wiped. Man, that was probably one of the best ones, man. Is my butt's been wiped. Just out of context. Like, it was literally out of context, just out of the blue. He was walking off the helicopter. They're like, Mr. President, Mr. President. He walked up the microphone and just said, my butt's been wiped, and then just walked away. Like, it was like the most confusing. Also, I like the one where he walked off into the Amazon rainforest. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that. There was some weird stuff that was happening there at the very end.
He said, we have to make sure that when the astronauts pay, the trains are on time. And then he just turned around and walked in the forest. Like, he just disappeared in the foliage. It was so weird. Like, yeah, honestly, Oh, jeez, man.
I couldn't imagine being that age and trying to be the president. I couldn't imagine. I'm not. I haven't even hit that age yet. I can only imagine how tired I would feel like trying to be like that active, trying to run around everywhere, doing rallies and stuff like that everywhere. It's like, I mean, it's like, how are these people not on something? It's like you can't be that age and just naturally have that much energy behind you. And he didn't. I
You
mean,
know,
he was struggling.
man. Honestly, though, the funniest thing though is that when the election came around, they're like, "Mr. President, you're hardly mentally here. You cannot survive another term. Would you please not run?" F no, F that bitch. Like he became like confident enough to do that. He's like, "No, I'm running," and then they it's like, damn. It's like honestly, it's like I don't like that's kind of interesting when you think about that though. I mean, like I guess everybody around him had to eventually have told him like you're kind of like slipping. You can't make it through a second term. Like just let other people like have their primary. He's like, hell no, because he like held off on that till the last minute.
Man, I'd be like, hell, I'm going home. I've got enough money to retire. I'm going home and taking it easy. One term's enough. I'm heading home. I'm old enough to retire or enjoy life at this point. What am I doing here?
Man, honestly, it like honestly, I don't know why all of these folks that are this old want to be there. It's like, what do they have to prove? What do they have to gain? It's like there's not really a lot in it for them.
Hell if I know. I don't even understand it. I guess some people, I just don't really understand because I'm not minded this way, but some people just have like this innate sense they have to have power. Like they would rather they'd rather run their physical health into the ground at an old age like that just to feel like they got some power left in them or something like that. And I don't know what's up with it. I mean, I don't understand it. I'm like, it's like I wouldn't want that bad to like put myself through hell over it. It's like if it's that bad, I'll just go home and retire.
Jeez, like all the ones that are there, like Mitch and Pelosi, like jeez, it's like
Yeah,
can't
they're
they
not there
retire?
anymore, bro. They've been gone.
Really?
Yeah, I did definitely. Oh, well, actually, I say that, but I think one of them's actually. I think they stepped down as a speaker. I can't remember all
No,
of
they're
them, but
both
yeah,
there. They're both there. Like I just saw Mitch like a couple of days ago.
I thought he was getting. I thought he was getting out.
Let me go check that. Like because last I heard he wasn't. Let's see here. Mitch McConnell. Let's see. No, he's still one of the U.S. senator for the state of Kentucky.
But he's getting out though.
Oh, let's see here. Is he? I mean, like, let me see
He's not
here.
running it again.
Um, let's see here. Well, I mean that one's true. Well, how about Pelosi? We need to go look into that one and see if that's true as well. Oh no, she's staying in. Like, no, man, she's still in the game. Like, she's not leaving.
Oh dang, she must have just went into like hiding. I guess maybe I hadn't heard about him.
Let's see here. Let's see. Wait, hang on. Hold up. Let me check that here. Let me check that. Hold up. Wait a minute. No, she isn't. Actually, I'm wrong. I just went and checked her. So, wait,
Oh
she's
man,
been
I
out
was
since
right.
23?
So I was right. I was right about both of them.
Yeah, apparently you were. I thought they were still around.
Dang man, you had me eating my foot for no reason.
Man, I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna have to eat my foot. They're both gone. Well, one's on the way out and one's already gone. That's interesting. I actually didn't know that. I thought that both of them were still like alive. Well, they were alive, but I thought they were still kicking in the Congress. But apparently not. That's interesting. How about all the others? Like, I don't want to check on each and every one of them, but how about like Schumer? Is he still around? Like, he's still hanging out there?
Yeah, he's still there. He's still in there. He's not leaving.
Oh, yeah. Like, let's see. Where are some of the other older folks other on the other side, the right? Which ones are hanging out? Like, which ones are still there?
Oh hell, man, there's a decent number that are still there,
Man, I can't think.
but
of them
they're
all.
not super old though. I see everybody saying Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley, he's old as hell. I think he's like, I don't even know how old. Everybody's saying he's in his 90s. I think he's almost 100 or something. That's crazy.
I also saw someone ask about one person. Does he have a chance for a nomination? I sadly think he does, but like, and I know the person who asked the question knows I'm talking to you. I think he does, but the honest truth is that I don't think he'd be a suitable candidate, like one that's worthy of being in the presidential election. I don't think so. There's like a lot of the like you could ask me right now, out of all of the known names, like basically the celebrity names in politics right now, like Newsom and Vance and all that, are they going to be in the next running for their candidacy for their party? And yeah, they will be, but are they worthy enough, in my opinion, with a good enough track record to be in that kind of a position to run for that sort of an office? I tell you, on all of them, no. They have very colorful track records, some successes, but a decent amount of setbacks and failures as well, and not really a great grasp or understanding of things. And so I'd have to tell you, I don't really think that we should be looking for any of the celebrity politicians winning the candidacy for either party in the next election. I think it should be anyone but any of those folks. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Wantan, who said, watch Pressure, the D-Day movie with Brendan Fraser as Eisenhower and the weatherman that helped greenlit D-Day with his clear skies forecast.
And I thank you for the support, Wantan. And that's actually, I've actually heard good things about the movie. I'll have to check it out. And that's one thing that they always don't tell you about D-Day, is that D-Day was delayed by several days because of bad weather. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Shauna, and thank you, Shauna, as well. They said Cincinnati chili features sweet spices, cinnamon, cloves, chocolate, and it's eaten over spaghetti or hot dogs. Sounds gross, but it's delicious. I'd have to see that to believe it. Honestly, that sounds like that's something interesting right there. I'm not sure about that chocolate cloves and cinnamon over spaghetti. I don't know about that, but Enforcer, what say you?
I'm gonna have to take your word on that and try that someday. I don't know if it'd be good or not. Like, my honest inclination is it doesn't sound like it'd be great, but I mean, if it's popular in Cincinnati, it's got to be good for a reason. It's very interesting. You never know about the cultural variations of food from region to region in the United States. There's actually a lot of stuff out there that like just hangs out like in the Midwest, and it doesn't make it any farther than the Midwest. Really interesting. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 7 from Jimmy Jeff, and thank you, Jimmy, as well. He said, didn't Florida try to bring back child labor a few months back? And then probably not, because that would be against federal law if they did that, so I would imagine not.
Yeah, and also, like, there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff that goes on out there. Like, I think there was some bill that was brought up on the docket, or whatever they call it, for the Congress, where they were like, let's put specific people on, like, national currency denominations, and it'll never make it anywhere. But crazy stuff.
Wasn't Florida the place with the alligator Alcatraz that was going to be in, or something like that?
No, they had it for a little bit. Like, they actually had it.
Yeah, it was like they put the prison or something like that in the middle of the alligator pit.
Yeah, I think they were the ones who did that. Yeah, and they were like all in trailers and shit, like with a moat around them. It was really goofy, honestly.
They had them down there in the swamp. They had them down there in the swamp with the alligators circling the thing, talking about, we're going to keep these prisoners in here good.
Man, and also another thing, man, that's kind of ridiculous when you think about it, is that Florida has gone to war, like the government of Florida has gone to war with some of the companies that run theme parks in their state, which is clearly going to not be good for their economy in the long run if they start to disrupt the kind of flow of business that they have because of that. But they've done it just for the kind of like the ideological politicism involved, which, me personally, folks, if I was the governor of the state of Florida, even if I didn't like the political agenda of a company that was running a theme park in my state, I'd be like, I don't want to mess with the tax base here, and I also don't want to mess with people's jobs possibly by getting them unemployed or laid off. So we're just going to leave that alone and let them keep doing what they're doing. And that's that. Like, politicism just doesn't make a lot of sense these days on either side, because then you'll also have a state like California that's the complete opposite of Florida, and then they do it the other way. Like I gotta say, folks, like California, a lot like Florida, it goes down some insane rabbit holes on what they do and pass for legislation in their state. It's nuts sometimes. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Swad, and thank you, Swad, for the support. They said, have you ever wondered what the world would be like if Germany had won World War II? Oh, I didn't even want to think about that. But he said, thanks for the detailed analysis, guys.
You know what's interesting about that is that if Germany had won World War II, really life in America wouldn't have changed much at all, because they would have never been able to invade us. Now, life in Europe would be totally different, and it would be probably for the worse. But life in America wouldn't have been that much different, and we wouldn't have been trading with Europe anymore, that's for sure. But also, that kind of brings in a whole bunch of other butterfly effects, because if Germany wins, the Soviet Union doesn't exist. So is the Cold War between the United States versus Germany at that point? Does Germany develop a nuclear weapon, which they clearly would at that point? What do we do? Basically, it would just be instead of the Cold War being the Soviet Union versus the United States, it would be the Soviet Union versus Nazi Germany, which is a really weird kind of a world to think of. But the U.S. would have existed through it. The Germans would never have invaded or successfully won against the United States on their own home soil. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And that is an interesting question. A lot of people tried to answer, and there's been a lot of shows that work off of like a fictional world that works on that idea. And it's a pretty interesting one to explore because it kind of revolves around how dark and twisted would the world be if that was the case. But with that, big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Game Theory, who puts into 5 and said, oh, I said something I can't repeat, but thank you very much, Game Theory, for that support yet again. And sadly, we can't read that off, but we do appreciate the support. We also have a 5 from Irish Ed, and Irish Ed said, Irish Ed here. And question, what war traumatized Frank Costanza so bad that he couldn't cook anything after that awful night, trying to keep things light in LSA?
It was Korea. He got that ham, like he tried to cook that ham, and it was a couple of weeks old. It had gone off, and everybody started throwing up. And he said, "Don't eat it!" But beyond that, I gotta say, a big thanks to your support, and it is Korea. That is the answer. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 once again from none other than Kerberos3. And thank you very much, Kerberos, for all that support tonight. Very generous of you. And they said, wondering, enforcers in chat, have you tried wild collecting, wild dandelion harvest and hikes? The roots can be roasted for a coffee beverage that tastes the same, and leaves are edible and healthy. And I don't like the leaves personally. I don't trust myself enough to like try to eat anything that I'll find on a hike. I don't trust my identification skills that much. So I've never tried it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I've never tried that myself. I'm not really the foraging type. So sadly, I just don't have any experience with that. But that's interesting facts to know, and I might have to try that out sometime. I heard that these plants. I think the nightshade family. I've heard bad things about that one, and I don't know if there's any nightshade like plants out here, and that makes me avoid everything because if y'all don't know, most nightshade families of plants, they're extremely poisonous, and I think there's a type of them out there in every part of the world, so you could just end up running on one, and if you chew on it, you might just drop dead.
Yeah, I can attest to that. The elephant ears in that nightshade family too. It's deadly.
Man, I remember Matthew back in the day. I think this is why he doesn't try this stuff anymore. He's like, "Hey, Andrew, eat this elephant ear with me. Be like an outdoorsman." I was like, "I don't know, man. That thing kind of looks a little too exotic." And he's like, "No, man, trust me, it'll be fine." He chews on one part of it, spits it out, goes, "Oh, that was terrible." And then 10 minutes later, "Oh, I'm itching all over." It was terrible.
The horror. I tell you, the horror. It's like something they do down at Guantanamo to people to get info out of them, but I wasn't even trying to get info.
I remember, man, you went up into the like bathroom and got in a tub of like freezing cold water. You're up there going, "Oh," like it was awful. Like, I was like, "Oh my God!" I was like, "I'm so lucky I didn't eat that thing or even like taste it at all." Like something in my head told me, I don't know, that thing looks a little bit too odd, and I think it's probably for not a good reason. So I shouldn't even try it. And I was very lucky I did it because I did not have the experience he had. Thank the Lord. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And everybody is right. The tomato plant is in the nightshade family too, but for some reason it doesn't poison people for some reason. But our next one here goes to Irish Ed, and thank you very much, Irish Ed, for that support. I think I duplicated that one by accident. And we also have a 5 from Alexander Rodriguez, who said, the more Iran strikes the Gulf states without major U.S. retaliation, the more the Gulf states think twice about siding with the U.S., in my opinion.
Oh no, that's fact. Like that's how foreign policy works. Because we're starting to show a weak front. So I would definitely agree with you on that, without a doubt. So huge thanks to you for support. I hope that this addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Bodha, who said Mosey Beach and Kashem is the other spot.
And I thank you so much for sharing that with us. And it actually was. You were dead on the nail with that. And so plants from the nightshade family. I need to find this because someone said nightshade plants are generally innocuous. They're like tobacco and tomatoes and stuff. So I don't think that's the case for all of them because let's see here. It's a family of flowering plants contain 2,700 species are in the nightshade family. Wow, that's a lot of them actually. Let's see here. I want to find the poisonous ones. This guy looks like he would be in the plants to figure out which one's poisonous and not. Look at him. He's like, "Oh, this one's poisonous." I was like, "Thank you, man. You're a genius." Let's see here. Poisonous ones. nicotine and cuspation.
Now, nicotine's not poisonous. Some people swear by it.
It's good, man. It's good for you. Let's see. It's not, by the way. But let's see here. Dang, I'm trying to find like the whole thing about them being poisonous, but considering there's so many species of them, I guess we won't be able to find that easy. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Ross, and thank you very much, Ross, for that 20. And he said, on the John Bolton scale of military responses to our enemies, today's retaliation against Iran scored minus 20. And come on, everyone, write your congressman. We can do better in LLT, LSA. Honestly, I feel like if John Bolton was hanging around, he'd probably be advocating to probably like, you know, just in my personal opinion, he'd probably be advocating for a pretty extreme response to today's events, probably more extreme than I would even suggest. But Enforcer, what say you?
John Bolton puts the fear of whoever gods they believe in over there into them. Like they get scared across the seas when John Bolton's name is brought up. But I'd have to say, I would say that today's response was pretty weak as usual, unfortunately. But a big thanks to you for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jake, who said, the U.S. and Russian lies are indistinguishable, but the Dow's at 50,000.
And therefore, all sins are forgiven. You're exactly right, Jake. And a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 10 from Kerberos 3, and they said part of depression cooking included dandelions, they were originally transported to the North Americas for medicinal properties, just to make sure that it's not being tagged with a weed killer and poison.
That's interesting. I actually didn't know that. I thought dandelions were actually native to the Americas, but apparently not. There's a lot of invasive species that have ended up popping up over America. Basically, the whole land of the United States is covered now with invasive species. Like all the little tumbleweeds out here, they're not from America. They're actually from Siberia. Their real name is a Siberian thistle, but now they cover the entirety of the western part of the United States. Most of the indigenous plants hardly even exist anymore out here. Which is a sad reality. It's like that on the East Coast as well, to a degree. The kudzu kills most everything. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
I also have a 5 from JS Ghost Sniper, who said, my 13-year-old daughter watches LSA to help her refine her English. I moved to Mexico City because for my job, and she loves you guys, and LOT, LSA.
Oh, that's great.
And also, by the way, that is pretty cool. Also, by the way, I wonder how it is in Mexico City, by the way. I'd be curious to see what that's like these days. Of course, Mexico City is like, you know, it's like a cordoned off area and stuff like that. They keep the cartel outside the Mexico City area for the most part. So it's generally safe, at least somewhat. But I'd be curious to hear. But Enforcer, what say you?
Mexico City's pretty cool looking on the ground. They changed the dude. Look at him.
They changed the dude? What you mean they changed him? What did they change him to?
Look at the little
Oh,
dude.
you're talking about the man?
Yeah. Well, he's different. He's not yellow anymore. He's got like a little, he's got clothes on. He's got glasses and hair and shit.
Huh, that's interesting.
It's odd. I don't know if I like that, but I mean, honestly, Mexico City looks pretty cool. Honestly, it looks to me kind of like Rome does to a degree, or Madrid, but pretty neat looking, honestly. But I do have to say, a big thanks to your support. Also, really cool to know that your daughter enjoys the show and also the LSA, and I hope that we are a decent teacher of English, although we mess up the English language a whole load. So I've got to thank you incredibly for that support, and I also got to thank your daughter so much for watching. And it's always important for folks her age to be involved in this kind of news coverage and knowing what's going on in the world, because they're going to be the future of the United States. They're going to be the future of the world. So it's always important for them to get involved early on and really know what's going on and get a good handle of it, so that way when they become an adult and they start getting a much bigger say in these things and voting and deciding these matters, they generally aren't starting from square one, and they kind of already know where the world's at and where it's kind of heading. So I've got to say a humongous thanks to you so much once again. Long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And also, I'm very interested to know what kind of job you have that brought you to Mexico City. That's a very interesting place. Honestly, I'd like to go.
A good job.
Huh?
A good job, probably.
I mean, look at this, man. Like, Mexico City is looking pretty swell. I mean, they got these like big, nice skyscrapers and these nice water fountains and you know these nice parks and everything. I mean, look at that. That actually does look pretty nice.
You know why they call it Mexico City? Because it's in Mexico.
Man, you know why they call Oklahoma City that?
Because it's in Oklahoma.
Man, you know why they call Kansas City that?
Because they was too lazy to come up with a name.
Man, honestly, I don't even know why they called it that because most of Kansas City is in Missouri. It makes no sense. They're like, let's call it Kansas City. But we're 3 miles across the border. Shit, we're gonna keep it. Like, man, it's like we're just too lazy to change it. It'll be Kansas City. It's like, why isn't that Missouri City? Because it is in Missouri.
Yeah, really, I would say. Also, JS Ghost Sniper said, I live in a safe area considered the state of Mexico, basically like the suburbs, but we all have bodyguards. LOL. He said, I work for Microsoft.
Oh, that's really cool.
That's pretty cool. That must be like maybe Microsoft has a place down there possibly, or remote work possibly, one or the other. But yeah, I've heard of people that gone down to Mexico City. They apparently have like a whole bunch of police. Like they heavily police Mexico City because it's like a tourist trap, and they want people to feel generally safe there, so that way tourists will come and spend their money here and stuff like that. So and of course it's still Mexico, so it's not exactly like USA safe, but it's safer than other areas, a lot safer than rural Mexico, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, way safer than rural Mexico. I don't know, folks, how safe we would be if we went to Mexico because in the middle of the cartel war, when we covered that for like the 2 or 3 days, so that was really going on. There were like some people that looked to be either in the cartel or heavily affiliated with the cartel that like followed us on Twitter, and I'm like, and both Matthew and me are like, we don't know if they liked the coverage or if they hated the coverage. We're not entirely sure on that. So
you'd be fine as long as you were with me.
What the hell does that mean? Yeah, like, man.
I'm just saying, man. I know which areas not to go to and stuff like that. I just have that little like street smart in me.
Man, you don't know where the hell to go and where not to go in Mexico. You'd be like a fish
Man, if I
out of
see a
water.
street that looks like a dark alley, I'm not going down it. I have that kind of common sense.
Well, I mean, everybody's got that common sense, though. But
Some people don't. Some people walk straight down it.
But the thing about that, though, Matthew, is that the cartel operate in broad daylight in open streets. That's how a lot of them politicians get whacked down there in Central American countries. They are riding in the back of a car in the middle of a busy street, and they come up and they whack them.
Yeah, I mean, people can get whacked anywhere.
Facts. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from JSGO Sniper once again. He said that the second one is for the chat. And we will grab one, by the way. And the one from the chat is going to go to none other than B. Woodward. He said, since Iran officials don't care about much in this war, what does it mean for the common people of Iran?
It doesn't. It just means that, they might get a bomb dropped on them every once in a while. Probably not by us, but by other people involved in the conflict. And that's really about it. They don't really have enough of a say. The economy was already bad before the war. So beyond a bomb going off here and there on a military facility or a government facility nearby, it doesn't really affect them all too much. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And big thanks to you for sponsoring a live chat. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Hayden Petrowski. And thank you very much, Hayden, for the $5 support. And we also appreciate it very, very much. And we also have a 5 from JSGO Sniper yet again. He said for the Costco Chicken Fund. And he also put in another 5 and said this one is for the Coffee Fund.
Hey, and a big thanks to the Costco Chicken Fund and the Coffee Fund, because those are vital needs of us to keep us alive and running. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Slinger, who said, good evening, Enforcers. And has there been any news coverage about a certain person here? I can't mention, sadly, about this because I know what this is about. But sadly, we can't touch that right there with a 10-foot pole because some people out there are very sensitive. But Enforcer, what say you?
Here in Albania, like we do many great things in Albania. Man, Albania is a really cool place. They have as many bunkers as they have people in this country. Something that people don't know. Actually, let me think. I'm pretty sure that was Albania. I'm not entirely sure if that's Albania. It's one of the countries. It's either Albania or one of the countries nearby. It was either, Montenegro was a part of Yugoslavia, so it was Albania. I'm sorry, everyone. I just did a whole flip-flop to go back to that definitively. There was a dictator in Albania back during the Cold War that was insane, and he had a whole bunch of one-person-sized bunkers built literally everywhere. Like, there's a million of them in Albania. So that's the one thing I know about him. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
Also, moving on to our next one. Also, by the way, I saw someone in the live chat earlier say, yeah, I knew a guy that said he was in the cartel. the odds are if someone says, "Yo, I'm in the cartel," the odds are they're probably not in the cartel. Like that's what always gets me. Like anybody that's like goes around like, "Oh yeah, I'm in the CIA or I'm in the cartel or I'm in the mob or something like that." It's like, first of all, they would never say that out loud. That only a chump would go around saying something like that out loud. That would be ridiculous to do that. So the odds are they're probably fibbing. But moving into our next one here, this one's going to go to none other than Taoist Auditor, who puts in a 5, and they said, "I once read that some Gurkhas were told to take a hill. They hesitated, but went and took it, and asked why they hesitated. They said they were out of bullets."
That's actually the battle I was talking about down on the Falkland Islands. That's the one. Basically made them well known and famous in the modern day. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Wantan, who said, "Fun fact, Mexico City used to be called Tenochtitlan, and the city was a island surrounded by water, and the Aztec capital, Orb."
Yeah, it's actually that's actually true. Mexico City sits in the dried up lake that Tenochtitlan, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, actually sat in, which was the capital of the Aztec Empire. Fell pretty quickly. Like once the Spanish arrived, it fell kind of fast because the Aztec Empire was kind of an empire that was enslaving everybody around them except for their capital city, and so it didn't take a lot for the Spanish to persuade those who were enslaved to the Aztecs to rise up in rebellion against them and join the Spanish in overthrowing them. And that's something that a lot of people don't know, is that the fall of Tenochtitlan, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, which I'm certainly not, was actually not really because of the Spanish, like the couple of hundred Spaniards that were there. It was really because of the tens of thousands of slaves that they brought with them that had revolted against the Aztecs and were overthrowing them. So a bit of an interesting fact there. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to DL Observer, who puts in a 2 and said, "Got $2 against next best 150, and you are welcome."
And a big thanks to you for the support, and very interesting to hear. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from DL Observer once again, who said, "Bobo Vasquez, we don't have to go big, we go hard." It's kind of like the Russians.
We are not the big. We're like Russia in a nutshell. But beyond that, though, a big thanks to your support and help the channel to keep running. With that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Bobo Vasquez, who puts in a 2 and does not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Bobo, for the support. We also have a 2 from Go-Kart, who said, "Another good show tonight, my dudes, and LSA."
Thank you so much for enjoying the show and supporting it and helping to keep rolling. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from David Ford, who said, "Winning. Looks like Putin is a comedian now."
He's been a comedian.
A bad one.
He's honestly, I would say he's not really a comedian. I'd say he's more of a joke. Like he's more of the joke that comedians can use for a punchline. But a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 1 from Plazoth, and thank you very much, Plazoth, as always, for that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And it's now time, folks, to jump into our Morse code decoders of the night and 3 live chat questions. But first of all, our Morse code decoders were the entire roster of Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Kubatik, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse says the ceasefire is raging across the Middle East. 9 out of 10 politicians agree, and LOT, LSA.
And that is the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. I'm going to congratulate y'all time and time again in the Lee Springer Stone Corp for always getting those Morse code messages correct, because y'all get them correct more times than we get our analysis correct. It's unbelievable, really. And so a big thanks to you once again, to all of you in the Lee Springer Stone Corp. And with that, folks, due to time constraints, because this show is now 4 hours and 25 minutes long, woo-wee, it's time for us to get to the third to last question of the night.
This one goes to Quantum Fighter, who said, "Can the AFU not reach the drone factories by now?"
Oh, they can, and they've hit them a couple of times. It's just that sometimes they're not the most important targets, because it's okay if Russia can build a drone, but if they can't afford to build the drone, then that's a whole other thing. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the second to last question of the night.
This one goes to none other than Bob, who said, "My question is, in reality, how much widespread panic would be caused, and how would it be handled if a tactical nuke or worse were to be used?"
I wouldn't really be able to tell you, considering that we don't have a historical example to show outside of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which kind of happened at the latter end of a war, and then the war ended quickly afterwards, so we really didn't see how that was measured or how the reaction worked in the world, and also no one really understood what we were dealing with at that point yet. I want to say that due to a lack of historical reference and examples, I wouldn't be able to even tell you how bad the panic or pandemonium would be. I would probably say the closest that we would know to it would probably be the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, if I'm not mistaken, and that is probably what it would look like if a tactical nuclear weapon was used in the modern day. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to put in the lucky last question of the night?
Also, by the way, something is happening in Finland right now. I really can't get a grasp of what's happening, but I see some people, they're jumping to the conclusion that they're under attack. I'm not sure if that's the case, but something is going on there. I'm seeing that apparently the Finnish Defense Forces have just issued an emergency alert of some sort, apparently near the border in southeastern Finland. But they're not commenting on whether or not it relates to the ongoing drone attack that Ukraine's conducting. But something is going on, though. We'll just have to see what that is. I'm not sure if we'll be able to cover it tonight on the air. It might be for a short video, maybe tomorrow, excuse me. But in the meantime, though, moving on to our last question of the night. This one goes to Blessed, who said, what is the motivation for Iran to keep behaving this way? And do they believe that the U.S. will not attack them in return, or that the U.S. cannot do an all-out assault due to supplies?
They believe they're in an advantageous position, and by continuing their blockade, they're able to see that the United States will enter economic hardships before they do, and that puts them in a position where they believe that they can make significant demands for concessions and more so an unconditional surrender by the United States and a capitulation to their demands entirely. That's really why they're confident in their position right now, because if they didn't have the blockade over the Strait of Hormuz, they would not be acting like this whatsoever. They might be fronting like they would act like this for a little bit, but behind the scenes they would actually be attempting to make a deal because they would know that the chips are generally stacked against them at that point. They have no way to really hurt the United States, and the United States has all the time and all of the means to be able to hurt the Islamic regime as much as they wanted to for as long as they wanted to at that point. So that would be the reason why I think they're acting like this right now. And if we got rid of the blockade in the Hormuz, they would have no hand to continue to act like this into the future. So with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to say a humongous thanks to each and every single one of y'all for watching tonight. It's been an honor and an absolute pleasure to be able to cover this news for all of y'all, including the breaking news at the beginning of the stream. And I also have to give a huge thanks to the 130,000 people who watched this stream while it's live over 4 hours and 30 minutes, and the 16.1 thousand people who are here at the peak. We will see you all again tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, Matthew will be the one making that short war video. So with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukrainian, Slava, long live the East Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. And a huge shout out to the over 130,000 people that were here by the end of the stream. And we thank you all for joining us once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Huram Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Army shall